requirements and all the implementations into the whole organization. And on the other way, if there's a technical guy who is saying you, we have this and that issue in our firewall, or we have this and that issue in our IT data center, our servers aren't patched, we have a lot of vulnerabilities, some vulnerabilities are that old that it's toxic IT components and so on. So a lot of technical phrases and a lot of technical words. And you have to put this into a vocabulary or into a language where all of the other guys, and especially the top management, is making it them understandable. And you have to talk about risk management. Because a risk management, part of a management system of information security, is, from our point of view, so important for an organization to put things into perspective and to prioritize things. Because and CISO, an information security officer, which is normally the one and only guy who is responsible for the information security in a company, if he is a guy which is saying security or nothing, he will run against closed doors each and every time. And if you are familiar with, I don't know, enterprises, 5,000 and more employees, so the CISO very often is not the guy you want to have at the table in regards to business meetings. So having this strong CISO which is saying we have to do cybersecurity or nothing won't work. The other way, just concentrating yourself on your business and have a lack of information on cybersecurity maybe will work, but just for a certain amount of time. There will be the one day where a hacker attacks you and then everything is over. So in the end, it's just an amount of time. So you need like a little bit like a politician or like a diplomatic person from a CISO perspective who has the interests of the business on the other side and the interests of cybersecurity compared in a person, and bringing this mixture into the organization, onto the table business meetings. And this is done effectively by implementing information security management systems. Because imagine you have a risk or two risks, saying, all right, our servers are unpatched and we have to invest €1 million now, or $1 million, by setting up a new IT data center and implementing a lot of, I don't know, firewalls, or we have to, our servers are that old, we need a new second electricity stream into the data center. So a lot of money has to be invested. And then on the other hand, you have to, you see, all right, a lot of our employees aren't aware, aren't trained, also a very huge concern over there. We need $500,000 over there for trainings and so on. So a management system now gives you the opportunity to take a look at both risks. Very, very rational, saying, all right, what is the worst case scenario in regards to risk 1 and in regards to risk 2? And then you can, there are 1,000 different ways to do it, but all combine or all having one thing in common. In the end, you have a prioritize, or you have a risk number or risk indicator saying this one is this one's big and this one not, or this is bigger and this not. So you can say, all right, let's start with this one, €500,000, and then next year we do the other €1 million. And we have in mind that we have an open risk over there, but we are aware that we have a risk over there. So this is a huge advantage. One of my first jobs was at a very huge insurance company, which is worldwide known. I don't know if you know Allianz, but it's the biggest German insurance company we have. And we had a CISO over there, which was like my mentor in regards to information security. And he said to me, Florian, you have to know that red isn't the biggest fear in your KPI reporting when it comes to risk. Red is not the baddest color. The baddest color is gray, because this indicates that you don't know it, if it's bad or good. So gray is the number, or the color, not the number. Gray is the color you don't want to have in your risk reporting. Red, you know that you have a problem over there, and you know it, so it's transparent, and you can face it in 1 year and 2 years, because you don't have money or you don't have the support of your CEO or whomever, but you know it and you have to can look at it every month. Is it still okay? Is it still okay? So this is the reason why we are not a product-orientated company, or we don't have this strong technology in our background, or saying this is the best firewall and this is the best server setup. We are a company who wants to implement management systems and the best way for each and every problem, because no organization is the same. And this is the way we try to help our customers.
Perfect. I mean, thanks for sharing those insights. I think I agree with you. Every organization is different, right? So they'll have their own set of challenges. But some of the common challenges which I am observing over the years, people are working in silo. They are just focused in their role, what they're supposed to do, and that's it. But that's where we need to break the silos. As leaders, we need to make sure that people are talking. Different teams, they're trying to come up together and brainstorm over risks, first of all. What are the risks? What are the challenges? And then brainstorm and come up with a solution. So if, like, I'm getting into the solution part because I'm talking about the pain points. If we have those challenges and if you all are also observing that, then I would recommend having a community of practice or guilds where different leaders from different areas, they can come together and start discussing on the challenges. And that way you're also getting different insights from technology leaders, security leaders. So it's a very great platform, and I think it really works well based on my past experiences.
Great. It's from our point of view, it's a very cool idea to keep it up continuously. At 1:30 today after lunch, I'm giving a keynote on this stage, and one of my topics is how you can combine communication in the security process, because this is what securnication is about. We developed this name in regards to securnication, which is the end part of communication, because what you are saying, it's about communication. We have to be transparent in our organizations. We very often IT experts or cybersecurity experts, they think that the persons on the other side of the table have the same understanding about IT or security solutions than we as experts have, but it's not. So they are doing completely different things in their everyday life. There are, I don't know, they in a bank, they have a financial education, or they are sitting at the entrance. So they have a very different understanding. They're coming from a complete different region. And what we as security experts have to do is to presentate the very important things on an understandable way, on a way that the persons on the other side can understand what we want to train them. So building resilient organizations mainly is the responsibility of the experts, giving it on a very good, continuously way into the organization itself. So from my point of view, this is the responsibility of the experts of the CISO side. But I want to take the time, and maybe we have some questions after that, because 4 weeks ago, the same Internet 2.0 conference was held in Dubai, and we also attended over there. And of course, AI and AI regulation was one of the most discussed topics at the days over there. And I would just like to give you the question. What do you think about regulation when it comes to building resilient organizations? Should there be something like a standard saying, all right, if you obtain personal sensitive data as a company, you should have at least this and that security requirement, that a customer knows that if you as a company obtain or handle map sensitive data, that you have, at least in regards to your organization and to your employees, which are handling my data, should there be something like a standard? What's your opinion on that, or regulation?
There should be a governance structure in place for sure, where people can discuss about these issues or about the expectations, so that they come on a same page about what is expected and what is needed. So I think, yeah, definitely that should be there.
Yeah, from my point of view too. I'm always saying, if you think that in regards to IT, we don't need regulation, then we wouldn't need police officers in the real world. So because we in this room, I think we are all using IT for good. But we know that there are a lot of people who are using IT for bad things. Otherwise, we wouldn't have, as you phrased it
Yes.
in the first minute, every 39 seconds, a successful IT attack on every company around the world. So we need this part of minimum regulation that our customers and you as a personal individual being know that if I give my data, my personal data to a company, I can be sure that they handle it in a very trustworthy way. Yeah. So, but just, are there any questions in regards to cybersecurity in the audience? So we yes, please. I can also give you. Oh no, there's a mic there. Huh? Right. Ah, yeah. 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 Hello? Perfect. All right.
Yeah, I am. So just to give you my background, I am not a cybersecurity specialist, but I am the chief digital operations officer at my organization. So how we handle security is we look at things like standard operating procedures, internal controls, obviously, having somebody at the table, having a conversation about risk throughout the process, because I don't think anybody can sit here and say, oh, that's that person's job.
Yeah.
Everybody has a responsibility to get involved. And I think one of the things that's really important is I really liked what you said about the roundtable piece. But outside of that standard, internal controls, standard operating procedures, quality testing when you're bringing in a new piece of software and things like that, what other ways you can to sort of be mindful of the risk without letting that risk take over? Because in the same token, my specialty when I was younger was search engine optimization. And so I got involved with bot management server side. And so my role would often intersect with a cybersecurity specialist when we were dealing with DDoS attacks to take down websites. And what would happen is we'd throw up the firewall, block all bots, but then we'd end up blocking Google, which is a typical issue. And so we had to sit there and change our protocols to look at when does Google usually come? Because even if you do a reverse lookup, Google doesn't always crawl on a published IP. And a lot of these people that come in and do attacks will try to mimic Googlebot for you. So we would have greater discussions of, okay, Google understands we do a pricing batch update at midnight. So we typically get a crawl between 2 to 4 a.m. And then we would talk about, rather than having a standard wall, we would ease restrictions on non-published IPs during that time period, just in order to know that we weren't blocking something important, as an example.
Yeah, everything you said, thank you so much for that, because it's so totally true, and especially the first thing, of course, it's the responsibility of everyone, and hopefully I was not misunderstanding, and when I said the experts are responsible for, not for security, but giving these security things to the people who are not non-aware, so doing it in a good way, in a good training way, this is the responsibility, but of course, if I'm a person working in an insurance company, handling the data of a person, giving his sensitive information in regards to his address, his name, his gender, his birthday, and about his illnesses or something like that, or why he's in hospital, doesn't matter if this person is an IT guy or woman or a cybersecurity, it's his responsibility to handle this data in a secure and trustworthy way, of course. So it's the responsibility of all of us. But as we know, when we look into society, this is what I always say when I come to or go into companies, or I'm giving trainings or getting asked to give trainings. A lot of people are sitting there. Why are we sitting here? and asking me that questions. I know cybersecurity is important, but we do this and we do that. Why are you here? And then I answer, because what you said, it's a responsibility from all of us, of all of us. Because if you take a look in society, there are a lot of good persons, and then there are a lot of persons with, I don't know, bad intentions. The world is like the world is. So the world is also in IT. And it's an illusion, and this is what we have to talk about. This is the reason why we're doing it, why we're doing cybersecurity, because the world, it is how the world is. So we have to prevent ourselves, it's our job from all of us, to do it in a trustworthy and a secure way. Because if we would say we don't have crime and cybercrime and all of the other things, we wouldn't need cybersecurity. I'm 100% sure. If we would live in this utopia, of course, my job wouldn't be needed, to be honest, because we wouldn't need any cybersecurity reasons. But it is not like that. So let's stop talk about this motivational thing. It is how it is. So your job, my job, and of course you also, is to build up security in a way that a company still can work and still can do their business. This is our job, to put ourselves into this perspective also of the CEOs, the business makers, and all of the rest.
And there's so much in cybersecurity. One person cannot do everything, right? We need a team of people who bring their own expertise to the table and try to make it work. And that's why we have a team and an organization trying to combat the attacks, right?
And 3 weeks ago, there was one panel discussion in Dubai at the Internet conference, where women in tech said something which completely stuck in my mind. She said that every time she's facing a problem where she needs to discuss it with her boss or with a customer, she tried to do this in the words the other one can understand. So, and this is what we have to do in cybersecurity. Then there was this question, and it's on YouTube from the Internet 2.0 conference. Someone asked us at the panel, I'm responsible for cybersecurity in my company, and my top management is not interested in cybersecurity. They just want to do the business. It's very funny because it's a clip on YouTube. You can look at it. And what can I do to make them more aware? And the answer was, without the top management standing behind cybersecurity and resilient organizations will never work in any company where the top management is not interested in cybersecurity. So for all the top managers in this room, please stand behind cybersecurity. First message. Second message, if you think that the persons on the other side of the table, the business makers, and you are there as a security expert, try to understand the problems from the business, because they have the pressure in regards to their customers. They have the pressure that they need to deliver the revenue stream. They have the pressure that reputation in regards to the products for the customers is very important. And then you are sitting there as a cybersecurity guy saying, all right, the next process will be a little bit more complicated because we have to implement multi-factor authentication, or we need to switch off this plugin in that application because it's not secure. The business guy or woman on the other side will go crazy because they have different pressures. So what we have to do is we have to put ourselves into the perspective on the others, and then we can try to find a better way to talk with each other. So this is, I think, one of my last messages. So Aster, closing words from you.
Summed it well. I would just like to say that there's a saying actually: attack me once, shame on you; attack me twice, shame on me.
Yeah.
So how we as leaders learn from the mistakes and try to incorporate those learnings. It's not a shame, right? Like if you don't know anything, reach out, just ask people, reach out to the best experts and try to incorporate those practices in your in your business. So I think I would just like to say that.
Great. So I see we have 3 minutes left. Are there any questions from the audience? Yeah. A very interesting question. The question was, how did the field of cyber insurance changed maybe, so I translated into a little bit of my word within the last 10 years. So in regards to the standards and to how's the business itself. So we have a very funny or thing about this at the meanwhile in Germany. 10 years ago, cyber insurances were the thing in Germany. Every CEO of 1,000 employee big company said, well, I don't need cybersecurity because I just insure it. And then I just have my insurance. And if there's someone, it's like crashing my car. Then I call the insurance company and everything will good. So huge thing. 10 years ago, the policy rate was about 100%. So you should completely insure your whole data center and all of your processes. If you take a look today, if you want to have a cyber insurance in Germany, it's like an audit in front before you get the policy letter of the insurance company. So the whole field changed. And I think what everyone with a cyber insurance company learned now is, or with a cyber insurance in a company, that it does not mean that you don't have to do the rest of the job. So it's just an additional thing you can do. Because if you have a cyber attack, your insurance company, of course, will come with forensic experts, but they want to know if you made a mistake and if you lied 2 years ago when you applied for the cyber insurance. And then they will say, all right, you made this and you made this and this mistake, so we are not paying the 100%, we are just paying 50%. And then you said, all right, I'm insured, I did nothing else, and now I have a huge problem. So the field in regards to cyber insurance companies, especially in the European Union, switched and changed within the last 5 to 10 years. So it is a good thing, especially for business owners, CEOs, maybe have a little better sleep at night. But it does not prevent you from doing all of the other preventive things in your organization. This is my answer to the question, and I hope it's a little bit like your opinion.
I don't have anything to add to that.
Great. Any more questions? No? Then I really would like to thank, we started with 3 and end up maybe with 25, so great KPI in regards to the audience. Thank you so much, and yeah, see you later.
Thank you, everyone.
Amazing. Thank you so much for those insights. Up next, we have an engaging keynote on unlocking the power of business contracts, leveraging data, AI, and smart contracts. To shed light on this topic, I would like to call on the stage Tyga Dickerson, co-founder of Contract IQ, to share her views on the topic. Give it up for Tyga, everyone.
Good morning, everyone. Make sure I'm clicking this. There we go. How is everyone doing today? I am Tyja Dickerson, and I am the co-founder of Contract IQ. We are a guided contract lifecycle management solution provider. And just a little bit about myself, I am a legal engineer and a in-function innovator, which basically means that after 20 years in procurement and contracts, I've essentially taken all of that subject matter expertise and shifted it over into contracts, in technology. So within our software solution at Contract IQ, our foundation is based on technology. AI, which includes machine learning, natural language processing, deep learning, and analytics, the prescriptive and predictive analytics. And so, what we essentially do is help companies unlock the data within their contracts, connect it to their business so that they are able to execute and perform contracts better and are able to glean insights to make more strategic decisions. So I know contracts is more of a legal thing for many people, but it is one of the fields that will transform and really receive a paradigm shift when data, AI, and even blockchain, as far as smart contracts, is added to the equation. So I actually want to share a little bit of how data, AI, and smart contracts will really transform the business contracts industry. So, a little disclaimer, and if you've ever worked with attorneys, you know that whenever there's a talk about contracts, there has to be a disclaimer. So, I'm going to read the disclaimer a little bit. I am not an attorney, and any information, insights, and ideas presented in this speech is not intended as legal advice. The purpose of this speech is to provide general information and to really raise awareness on the transformational potential of business contracts through AI, artificial intelligence, and smart contracts. And I'll add that notwithstanding the foregoing and hereby, blah, 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 to the end of that. So kind of just going into the speech today. So remember the good old days. I put there is when business could be done on a mere handshake. I honestly grew up around business and contracts. My father was in forestry. He actually owned a business where his business cut and trimmed trees. So, for example, if there was a tree growing over a house, to have it cut down so that it wouldn't fall on the house, or if there were storms, him and his crews would go in and help homeowners and businesses with this. So he would actually take us after school and sometimes on the weekends with him to work with his team. And I share that because it was an experience to see him engage with customers and potential customers on his services. And honestly, that's where I saw business kind of transactions happen at that time. It was really done on a handshake deal and trust, and honestly, a notepad. That notepad was like, the carbon copies where they had the white sheet, the pink sheet, and the yellow sheet, if anyone remembers those, with the little cardboard in between to separate the transactions. The deals were done with a handshake and a quote that solidified the agreement between the two parties. Now, just curious, has anyone ever been involved in a handshake deal where you and another party just confirmed a transaction or a trade and you just built it on trust and did a handshake? Anyone? Probably many of us, or have seen, a handshake deal. And honestly, there's something about, even with computers and written contracts, that's something intimate about talking with another person about your terms of an agreement, looking at each other, and then shaking hands, really confirming the trust between the two parties. Now, if you've ever been in a handshake deal that has gone bad or seen one, you've probably seen too many. I wanted to share a little story about, I have a 7-year-old son. His name is Vincent, and he was actually involved in his first handshake deal gone wrong, I say. Him and a friend had discussed Pokemon cards, and in his mind, there was supposed to be a transaction that happened the very next day, and they were supposed to trade the Pokemon cards, and he was like super excited. I think he must have been dreaming about this Pokemon card switch because he was ready the next day, dressed and like sitting at the door to go to school. But when he got to school, the transaction didn't happen. His friend did not remember the conversation happening that way. So he came home and he was a little distraught, and he was like, he didn't agree. He didn't remember what we agreed to. We fist bumped and everything. And honestly, the fist bump nowadays is just as good as the handshake. And he goes, I should have put it in writing. And I think many of us, when we have seen a handshake deal go wrong, the first instinct, or been involved in one, the first instinct is, I should have put it in writing. And so that's where we see a lot of the written agreements with terms and conditions really come into play. As I've essentially matured and got into the legal side of contracts, you also see that there's a level of complexity that comes with contracting that you really try to get down and capture within agreements. And so that is really the birth of the written contract. Businesses are complex, and there's a lot of different terms and conditions, and we try to formalize this in written agreements. That's where we get many times legal involved to help us draft the proper terms and to help mitigate the risk and compliance and regulation within these documents. But I'm sure many people have been involved in contracts or have seen contracts where there's still disputes on the terms or non-compliance or failure to execute. And there is that component that even with a written agreement, there's still a gap in the trust and execution and an involvement of disputes when dealing with contracts. I actually have this joke with my partner and husband, Jeff, that contracts are flat. And I think that, when you look at a written contract, not in digital form, but in paper form, it looks flat. But what if I told you that contracts are flat because the way that we actually treat them? We sign them, we execute them, we put them somewhere in case something goes wrong, and then we pull them out to engage with the other party to enforce terms. But if I told you that contracts are actually really dynamic, and they're actually dynamic because if you pull the data out of the contract and actually make it available to businesses and tools within your ecosystem, it actually drives a lot of value. The problem is that contracts have been siloed from the business. They have really gone from being business documents to legal documents. And oftentimes they sit with legal teams or they sit in drawers safely until something happens, but then they're not executing along with the business. And what businesses have found is that there's a leakage as a result of this poor contract management. So poor contract management statistically show a leakage between 9 and 15% of revenue loss each year. This is slowly killing companies, and they don't really know how to manage it without creating other risks. So they remain siloed with legal teams or safely within areas disconnected from the business. That's where if you make contract data available to the right people, to the right tools, to the right decision makers, it really transforms how business makes decisions, how they execute contracts, and how they drive value to organizations. And that's where your contract business intelligence comes in. So let me see if this let me go back, sorry. So in terms of contracts business intelligence, when you start looking at analytics, the type of analytics that actually comes out of contract data can be prescriptive or be predictive. So I'll use prescriptive as an example. Prescriptive analytics. When it came to the pandemic, I think that if you are involved in business or have contracts with attorneys involved, there was this scurry around trying to figure out what protections, what obligations, what rights you actually had for your business in the performance during this stressful time. When you have that contract data available, you can actually have the insights that you need to secure the rights, to secure the business continuity that businesses weren't able to secure without that contract data. And then when it comes to predictive analytics, companies can actually use their contracts data to do proper planning, proper resource planning of their legal teams and their contract pipeline. One of the biggest complaints that legal teams have in their business organizations are not being involved in the contract negotiations or discussions on time or in time enough to leverage the best position for the company. But when you're able to have the analytics and the insights available, you can actually create a pipeline of contracts for business needs to mitigate contract expirations, renewals, and create a business continuity that companies aren't able to capture today. And it's really an untapped value center to organizations, whereas legal has oftentimes been seen as a cost center to organizations. Once you start making contract data available within the organization, it actually shifts into a value center to the organization. Now, shifting over to AI and how AI will essentially transform the contract management experience. So when it comes to AI, there's been a lot of talk in the concern of AI replacing people's jobs. And I think that the misconception is that AI doesn't replace people, it actually helps people be better and more efficient. And so when it comes to contracts, less than 10% of organizations, small and large, read their contracts and know their contracts' terms and perform them as they're written. But with AI, it can actually bridge the gap in most of the expertise that lacks within the organization, giving people the right data, the right information, and the right guidance to execute properly, to mitigate risk, to increase efficiency, and to really bridge the knowledge gap in execution. So when we talk about use cases, I think we talk about a lot of the analytics and the AI and how it'll transform, but what does that actually look like? When it comes to contracts and processes, businesses will be able to execute faster. With process optimization, they'll be able to have the analytics and the insights that they need to secure better business leverage better terms, and perform better. When it comes to contract reviews and negotiations, nowadays that seems to be a very burdensome and cumbersome process. But with contract data, you can actually glean insights on historical negotiations and actually use that information to leverage better positioning based on benchmarks, or where you have clustering of certain contract terms to drive and leverage a better position with your negotiations. Also, risk. Risk is a spotty term when it comes to contracts, and we're not actively managing that. So, with that visibility and that data, you can actually have that available to your compliance and risk teams to be actively mitigating and proactively managing the risk. Contract performance, ensuring that contracts are performing at the pace of business. I think that that is one of the largest gaps that occurs today, is that contracts are siloed, they're segregated from the business. And honestly, with digital transformation, if it maintains that way, contracts will not be able to keep up with the speed of business, even with data, if we don't incorporate AI. The game changer will be smart contracts. And if I thought there was going to actually be a talk on blockchain and introducing the concept of smart contracts, and that won't happen today. This will be something that we essentially move into. But if you're not familiar with smart contract, a smart contract is essentially an agreement between two or more entities that is in a form of computer code that can actually self-execute. Now, does that mean that you'll be able to take a full master agreement or a full agreement and put it into one single smart contract? Not necessarily. You can actually have it where it's broken down into multiple series of smart contracts to ensure that the contract is being enforced and executed that way. And I guess the one thing that I wanted to add there is that it almost seems like the contracts field and the technology field are in two different worlds, and they have been operating that way. But honestly, the baseline, if you start looking at computer code and contracts, both are really dependent upon if then statements. If this happens, then that happens. When you look at an agreement, that's the entire foundation of it. And honestly, it's one of the closest fields that can be transitioned into code if done simplicity and in simplicity and clarity. So I wanted to build a little bit more on smart contracts. And as we essentially move into a faster pace of business and digital transformation, and as I'll use supply chain as an example. Supply chain has had a very good use case for blockchain. But when you see the use cases of blockchain for supply chain, it doesn't include the actual contracts. They're able to automate the whole process without the contract. But when you actually change a contract into a smart contract, now you can make it part of the full supply chain process, and the contract itself is not separated from the business. So at the pace that business is being executed, the contract can execute, confirm compliance, have cost savings, honestly remove intermediaries that exist today, where if you need something to be interpreted or executed in terms of the contracts, you have to go to legal to get that assistance. But with smart contracts, that can be done seamlessly through code. You also have the backups. How many people have had an issue and were looking for their contract and couldn't find a contract? And it's been notorious in different companies for having lost contracts. But with smart contracts, they'll be on the blockchain. And so you have default backups, and it really serves as a single source of truth and transparency on what the different parties have agreed upon, and be able to have that trusting relationship. You also move away from the manual eras of human execution with smart contracts, and you have autonomous execution. So not only have you built the contract within code, you can actually do business with people that you have not, or entities that you don't have a relationship with, and have a trusted environment that the agreement will be executed. And honestly, that is something that both the handshake and written contracts have never been able to really capture, is the trust and the executableness of contracts, where smart contracts will be able to capture. Now, kind of pulling everything together, I wanted to show how there's a collective potential of leveraging data, AI, and smart contracts that will essentially transition companies from having a siloed contracting function, or business contracts being siloed from their digital transformation, to essentially moving contracts to the core of their organization, being a driver of data to all functions and all applicable individuals that need to have the oversight of their contracts. So contracts are no longer a legal thing, it's a business thing, and it can serve as part of the single source of truth for organizations. Again, I wanted to move away from the thought that contracts are flat. They are really dynamic, intelligent entities, and they have a lot of potential to generate opportunities and value within organizations. But how do we get there? There seems to be this gap of how do we move from the archaic space that we have been working in terms of contracting to a more digitally transformed contracting function. I would say first, you have to embrace the change. And this is probably more towards the legal side, or the mindset on how contracts are actually executed. First, you have to focus on the data. If you focus on the data, you can actually bring contract value to the organization today with predictive analytics, prescriptive analytics, and really bringing data, merging it with business data to really execute and perform efficiently. The next step, I would say, is incorporate automation and AI. Automation and AI will essentially shift in the mundane tasks that we actually see a lot today, and a lot of people struggle with the whole contract process. Automation will ensure compliance and efficiency, and AI can help bridge the knowledge gap that we have today and really empower teams to execute contracts efficiently. And I would say the third, and you could even do this, on a personal basis, try your first smart contract. We are going into digital contracting, but there seems to be this mistrust that a transaction can actually be executed in program code between two parties. I invite you to just try it. Even within organizations, the first step is maybe just having a contract executed based on payment of an invoice or a scope of work. Being able to make these little steps in transitioning contracts into self-executing, value-driving entities is going to be transformational and a real paradigm shift within the contracting scope. A little bit about Contract IQ. We are actually a guided contract lifecycle management solution, which essentially means that we incorporate AI, data, and smart contracts so that companies can transition in this space from operating silo to really being the center and core of digital transformation within organizations by providing efficiency, value, and bridging the knowledge gap that exists today within organizations in terms of contracts. So that is the end of my presentation, but I invite you to connect with me. I have talked to many of you today, and I'm very thankful to be able to share my experience and thoughts in terms of contracts. I have a QR code. The presentation today is available on that site, but I will open the floor up if there's any questions in regards to the material that I've presented today. Yes. Thank you.
Do you have integrations with some of these other systems? Because oftentimes when you're trying to recover it lost, like for example, you have a vendor, third-party vendor who agreed to do something with you. They don't perform as expected, or you set up a rate card and they had resources working on it that were below scope of what was originally agreed upon. So therefore they need to do an adjusted rate with the invoicing. But the problem is all this information sits in all different types of systems. So you're chasing the data. Like you have to go look up the contract. You have to look at JIRA to see the units and how they performed and the amount of time that they took. You have to correspond that back to the invoicing system. And they all sit in completely separate areas. So you're playing detective.
My question to you is, how much time does that take?
Oh, a tremendous amount of time. Especially, so I don't like to approve an invoice until I validate it. And I see my peers sometimes in the past just approving invoices, but that's lost income for the company because they're paying for things that they didn't actually receive. So my question to you is like, it's great that you have a smart contract, but then how does that system interact with other systems?
So even moving away from the smart contract, even just having the data and the integrations today, that helps minimize that time that you would have to take in order to first identify that there's an issue, find out where the issue is, and having that available to you to quickly execute or communicate to the other party that something needs to change. Integrations is core to our solution because that's the only way that you can essentially make it part of the whole ecosystem of tools is through integrations.
Yeah.
Thank you. Any other questions, thoughts? Well, I hope you learned something today. I am ecstatic about contracts, and I'm hoping that I shared a little bit of that spirit with you. There's a huge use case for it, so if you have learned something today, I ask you to share a little bit of that information in terms of digital transformation, contracts, and the value of contract data. Thank you.
Don't want to forget this. Yes. That was a fantastic session, Taija. Thank you so much for sharing your insights. Moving on, we're going to continue along the tangent of cybersecurity. It's such a vast topic and so relevant in the present era. 2 more minutes? Okay. This panel discussion resonates around a rather interesting topic: Internet of Things and cyber physical systems for smart cities. We are also connected today that it is safe to say our cities are evolving as a whole unit. The smarter we get, the more advanced our cities become. And to share with us the importance of such growth and its pros and challenges, we have a great lineup of panelists. I would like to call to the stage, is everyone here? Brian Grunkenmeyer, CEO of Flex Charging, Vincent W. Allen, Managing Director of VAAV Industries, Paul Solano, CEO of 4E Consulting Group, and Sarab Mukherjee, ex-COO and member and co-founding management team at Atria Convergence Technologies. Let's give it up for our panelists.
Good morning, everyone. So, IoT and cyber physical systems on a smart city context. Interestingly, how this thing has evolved from a simple home automations to a wide area automations to IoT and large public utilities based on cyber physical systems. With increasing scope and scale brings more opportunities. It also brings more challenges and interesting areas to delve in the breadth and depth of this topic. So before we get into the details of it, I would request my expert team of panelists over here, Paul, Vincent, and Brian, to introduce themselves briefly, and we get into a few more Q&As.
Hi, I'm Brian Grunkemeyer, founder and CEO at Flex Charging. We integrate electric car charging with the power grid. We shift charging to the best time of day to keep EV charging green and cheap for everyone. And we just happen to use vehicle telematics and IoT to get there. So.
Hi guys, my name is Vincent Allen, Vincent W. Allen. I'm founder and managing director of VAV Industries. We're a bespoke production, so broadcast engineering and audiovisual engineering company. We do a lot of work in the production space, but also integrating that kind of technology into your run of business. So your conference rooms, your meeting halls, like the space we're sitting in today, and building out a lot of sort of in support of some of this IoT stuff we're going to talk about today, how you build out what we call an OCC, an operational command center for the local PD, the local fire department, private security for a large company, so they have eyes on everything they need to have eyes on, from the badge scanner at the front door to the security cameras to just everything in between. And we do a lot of that work.
Paul Solano, we at 4E work with several partners to design and develop solutions, mainly in the space of IoT, data analytics, trying to bridge the gap in between what we currently have as mainstream technologies and what the business and the markets need to achieve the new data models and the new operational models that are enabled through IoT.
I'm Saurabh Mukherjee. I started a company through a private equity investment back in India in internet broadband space. And my experience in the smart city was to deploy and work very closely with the government in India to help them deliver smart city in some of the 20 different metropolis in India. And also from an academic assignment from MIT and Tsinghua University side, working with the Chinese government and looking at smart city implementation in the east of China. So interesting set of experiences within us, and let's get more deeper into it. IoT has obviously evolved. The CPS has evolved. It's the complementary systems, how they come and make the value chain work together. The sensors, the way network and communication happens, the data management, the data storage, and finally how the actuators work. Each of it has to evolve in isolation and in totality for things to work. Can I ask my distinguished set of panelists, what do you think are the evolutions happening in this space? For example, like the whole SCADA technology, which was earlier. How is it evolving? Where is IoT headed as we speak?
I can participate there a little. So we've been doing sensors and measuring things since we have technology and computers. The challenge has always been how to do that more and more, because at the end, the more we know about the physical world in which we work and move, the more we're capable of understanding it and modeling it so that we can do predictive analysis, right? So traditional automation technologies, SCADA systems and protocols in that area were the first enabler of that, but they were very narrow focused to certain industries or certain areas where usually were limited to the production manufacturing space, right? Or let's say the pipelines or drilling processes, etc. So what IoT brings on the table is a set of open new technologies to enable us to do that at scale that was not available before, in a much faster and easier way to integrate to other systems, and actually more secure than it used to be. Actually, one of the greatest problems with the traditional automation technologies were that they were not meant to be secure. They were meant to be isolated, right? So you usually will see that these systems exist in their own little network because everybody's afraid to plug anything to it and some third party cracking into your production line, right? So, or your electric network, right? So I think there is a massive evolution, and we are seeing it every day. All of our customers, with my partners in the automation space, we work constantly in conversation on how they move from the traditional SCADA technologies, Modbus, OPC, etc., into standard-based MQTT communications and more flexible integration patterns.
Well, you know, some of this stuff we've had for a long time, right? It's just most people out in the general population aren't aware of the technologies that are at play. Like when you look at like London is a good example of this, where they've fully integrated their video and audio surveillance systems citywide, where it's basically a surveillance state at this point. There have been conversations about doing it in this country, and we all know how that goes in this country. People, you know, we like our freedom in this country and don't want people looking at what we're doing. But a lot of these things have existed for a long time. It's just about iterating on them and scaling them. And you said something interesting just a moment ago. We were talking about things becoming more secure. Historically, when you have niche systems, whether that's a sensor array or whether that's a surveillance system or like a badge scanner at your office, those things, like you said, they're not secured, they're isolated, right? You will have a closed circuit system where your badge scanner relates back to a mechanical interface that then unlocks the door that has a completely closed off administration and maintenance system that doesn't connect to anything else because we can't secure it because of how it works. So we're going to air gap it, right? The problem is it's becoming harder and harder to air gap stuff, right? Is when you look at deploying all of these systems on a large scale city, we don't have the ability in some of these cities, especially ones that are hundreds of years old, to run the level of infrastructure that we would need to support all of these things. So how do we do that? The shortest path is 5G, right? You stick a chip in it, but now it's permanently connected to the global internet. And if we haven't built in a terminal of some type into this system, it's not securable in any meaningful way. So then you have to bring in a third-party outside system to bury it in another system that can secure it, which then opens you up to other doors of like, well, what happens if that vendor that you're leveraging for that, if they have a breach of some kind? And so it just becomes this, you know, inception of how deep do we go down the rabbit hole of where does the buck stop from a security standpoint? And I think that, you know, when I was on the cyber board for Ithaca College for their graduate program during the pandemic, we talked about this kind of stuff all of the time. Like, how do you take, you know, deploying these systems in a place, and then you're working in a locality that the local government or the state government doesn't have the resources or doesn't have the cyber teams deployed to be able to do that, and then you have someone who penetrates the national grid somewhere in the middle of Connecticut, you know, where they don't have the resources of a New York City, where I'm from, or even out here on the West Coast. If you penetrate, you know, a power network somewhere in the middle of Utah, where there just aren't the same type of financial resources, but also just human resources to be able to dedicate people to be watching that stuff. And I think that's going to be what I look for as we go forward is, how do we do that at a local, state, and federal, then ultimately global level? Because if I can penetrate something in another country that is a global system where they don't have the same types of resources in play, I can still get access to you, right? So I think that's what I'm looking for.
Brian, your views?
Yes, very fascinating case. Let me complicate things just a little bit for you, and hopefully this doesn't give you an apoplexy. So let's talk about keeping the lights on. Electric utilities today have a very unique challenge. They need to take all of their existing generation, usually something like coal and natural gas, and they need to replace it with wind and solar. The utility industry spent a huge amount of time trying to make sure that the power generated equals the amount of demand for electricity. And they have to do that in every second of the day. But with wind and solar, it's much more variable. You can't do that to the same extent. So instead of trying to control generation, what the utility industry is moving to is controlling load and making sure that our devices turn off and on at the right times. There's also local solar on people's rooftops and batteries in people's homes that can be integrated with as well to predict the impact and also to, in the case of batteries, perhaps even discharge energy back into the grid. Vehicles are going to go in that exact same way. First, all cars are going to switch over to electric. It'll probably be about 2035 before we see most of that happening here on the road, but that part's already cast in stone. Then the question is, can we productively integrate all of those resources with the utility grid to keep the lights on in a cheap, efficient manner? And so what the utilities have built is a multi-level system. It starts with what they call distributed energy resources at the bottom. That's going to be your electric cars, your smart hot water heaters, air conditioners, and eventually your Tesla Powerwalls and other energy storage devices in the home. Above that, you'll have some layer that aggregates all of those together and understands the duty cycle of each of those devices and can predict what the load is and then also control and shape that load. Above that, here's where the utilities buy very expensive software systems. There's something called DERMS, a distributed energy resource management system that talks to all the aggregators of devices and understands the layout of the distribution grid to make sure that if a whole bunch of air conditioners come on and electric cars start charging in a certain area, that we do not blow up distribution grid transformers. So that's a very important part to keep things rational. Above that, there's another software layer called ADMS that understands the transmission grid. And then you eventually get to people. And those people are the ones that are actually trading energy and keeping the lights on a daily basis. And they end up using like 5 different types of markets to do that, including even 5-minute long markets in certain areas. And so all of this is powered by the precision and accuracy that you can get by chatting with all of the devices on the grid. This is what IoT enables you to do. More cheaply operate existing systems and help survive a transition to a much more variable, flexible world.
Talking of the energy sector, Paul, you bring in a lot of experience in the energy sector. Brian talked about the demand optimization part of it. There's a supply side optimization. How do you ensure that the entire energy sector is optimized for the kind of peak loads that may occur so that we are never suboptimal, not super optimal either, and we manage this? How is IIoT is helping in this whole process?
Well, it's starting to happen. Particularly here in the US, networks are just starting to get more regulated into standardized protocols and forecasting that can be shared with other parties. So IoT is essentially a driver to that innovation, enabling third parties to participate on the network without having to be necessarily part of the large players on the network. Because traditionally, this was limited to a handful of utilities in a given territory, controlling essentially all of the generation and distribution of the energy. And they used to interact with certain large generation third parties, but they were very, very few. I mean, they were very controlled, limited, because you essentially need to have a massive generation plan to be part of that ecosystem, right? With IoT, with the transformation that is happening about in the network and the ability of the meters to actually not only receive energy but push and measure energy going back to the network. The energy sector is transforming mostly in the, I would say, in the 5 to 10 years ago, but mostly in the last 5 years, into a more dynamic market where the smaller third parties can participate in very dynamic ways. And we're working on a project in that area. There are many initiatives. There are a lot of standardization happening, and a lot more will come as also regulatory bodies start understanding the implications of embracing technologies like IoT, particularly in the area of security, right? Because the problem with all of these is that you don't want to have the issue that we had a while ago, that somebody hacked into the electric network and turned off all the lights for a very, very uncomfortable chunk of the population in the East Coast, right? So
That blackout was fun. I was in New York for that blackout. It wasn't fun.
No, not at all. Not at all.
Walking across the Brooklyn Bridge, sleeping on the sidewalk because everything, the subways were down. Everything was down. So it's not just like people think, oh my God, I can't watch Black Mirror. But when that happened, people literally were taking their jacket and using it as people slept on the sidewalk that night. It was a little crazy.
So that's where this is converging, I think, is the convergence of regulatory bodies creating the frameworks that will provide a secure environment for these interactions to occur, and the technology evolution that we're working on right now to enable a more diverse, open interaction in between all of the players that will eventually even include households. And so I very soon we should be able to see my house being part of the network, and I can be negotiating whether I'm willing to sell my energy stored in my battery or not to the network on a peak. And I will then have to live with the risk of doing that transaction, let's say so, right?
Vincent,
So I just wanted to follow up on something you were saying. We're talking about, how we at scale manage these large, energy transmission. You're talking about, selling or leasing the energy that you're storing in your home or your vehicle back to the grid. But how do we deal with the outliers? That's the thing that always, what comes to mind. You mentioned that rolling blackout from a few years ago that hit the whole Northeast, right? But what comes to my mind when we're talking about building these systems at scale is we'll probably remember when Ted Cruz fled to Mexico a couple of years ago, and he got eviscerated in the media for it because the Texas grid was having problems, and all of us would be aware that Texas's grid is isolated, right? So how do we deal with these outliers where it's a place like Texas or other parts of the country where it's not fully on the grid, on the national grid, the outliers that are gonna, because we all know this is gonna happen. Texas is gonna refuse to play ball, like as they always do. And so how do we deal with that? Because if we're putting in systems, and if you put in, large sensor arrays or power transmission systems that are built on IoT, and innovate a way to deeply secure it, so we're comfortable at the very least, we all know that there's going to be certain players that are going to refuse, right? And so how do we protect ourselves against those players that refuse to do the common sense, right? And then makes us all vulnerable. Right.
You want to add something, Brian, on this one?
Yeah. So, is anyone here from Texas?
I am, actually.
All right. Very cool. So,
wasn't trying to take a shot.
A lot of the problems that Texas ran into with their power outage were caused by a lack of adequate foresight.
That's kind of the point I'm making.
You cannot foresee that call. That was completely unexpected. They were not ready, certainly. Right?
That's certainly possible. That's one way to look at it. But what was amazing was every part of the power generation system just broke down. You had natural gas wellheads and compressors that froze because they weren't actually heated in any way or they were not protected from the elements. And they had wind turbines that also locked up because they weren't prepared to deal with ice. But if you look at a state like, say, North Dakota or even Iowa, this sort of thing is expected and you just build the system for it. Instead, this requires a lot of vision and foresight among your regulators and people in the power industry working on resource adequacy and planning. That piece will never go away. What we do need is more accurate predictions of what the future weather conditions may be. So we understand how variable our climate will be, and so we can go and build and harden the infrastructure in the right way. So
talking about regulators, and how do you look at the role of the government alongside the private players? That is one question. And along with that, how do different technology players come together to create a very compatible overall value chain? I do believe that implementation of a large scale technology for the utilities to give the final output has to be seamless compatibility of between different technology players. How do you affect that in your industry or otherwise?
Well, I think that I mean, what we're talking about is standards, right? It is in any industry, no matter what you're doing. There are regulatory bodies, some government-led, some private, that are certification bodies that are producing tests that allow us to say that we're experts or whatever, and they're cutting the path on those standards. I also think that anyone in any vertical in technology would be aware that almost never works.
Yeah, I know.
It breaks down all of the time. I'll give you one brief example that has nothing to do with IoT, but from the AV space, right? So there's a protocol called CEC, which allows an external control device to control your television. Every television manufacturer produces a different set of standards and a different control code, which makes it impossible to deploy this at scale anywhere. And it has nothing to do with what we're talking about today, but it's just an example of when you have for-profit entities that have a vested interest in saying, I'm going to make my competitor's life really difficult because I want you to buy my widget instead of their widget. And so it becomes, the interoperability becomes very, very difficult. And so what we need to do, not just in IoT, but the broader, technology umbrella, is we need to have some, and it's complicated because you're dealing with, a lot of world governments that, when the EU sued Apple over USB-C, for example, we need world governments to have the stones, like the EU did, to stand up to the Apples of the world and say, you are not going to do this any longer, and we're going to put regulation in your face that you're going to be forced to deal with. I think until we do that, until we can agree as a world community, which when in the history of humanity has that ever happened, right? It's going to continue to be complex, right? Because you're going to have one country regulates it this way. I mean, look at the dawn of the internet. We're still dealing with the aftermath of that 30 odd years later. That's where we got to go. Like public advocacy, policy around how are we going to secure these things? How are we going to build these things? What are the tools that are going to be in play? Until we do that, it's all moot, in my opinion.
Well, one thing to remember, and that is the underlying driver behind IoT, is simplifying the integration, not necessarily standardizing everything, because unfortunately what you're saying is just not going to happen. I mean, we will never get to an agreement amongst all the parties to have a single standard for whatever you can think of. What we can do, and what a lot of the IoT development has achieved, is move away from the proprietary, binary, non-readable standards to a open framework based on internet technologies that allows us to do integration in a very easy way, right? So it will not be as easy as saying the same exact protocol works across the board, but if I can just know that I have a consistent protocol and a very readable interface technology, it should be feasible for me to integrate all of these things, as it is right now with most of the IoT stuff. And I see it even let's take the most basic example, which is home automation. You buy equipment from Home for home automation, and each of these vendors have built in a little piece of software that is very proprietary. But the hardware and all the technology you can buy actually cheaper from the open market with no pre-installed proprietary software, and just interact with it, right? So a lot of my friends, I mean, when end up hacking onto these devices, removing the proprietary software and just using the switch through a home automation system with open standards, right? So that is an evolution. I think we're going down that path. Standardization across the board, I don't think is going to happen, but at least we will be able to have a simpler, more consistent way to interacting between systems.
So standards are really fascinating. They are great for consumers, and they are great for anyone that builds on top of them. For the actual vendors that need to create the standard or comply with the standard, you're like, I need to spend a whole bunch of time working with all of my competitors to help bring them up to speed with my capabilities. And I'm doing this so that my customers can replace me with my competitors. Yeah. That is a really weird incentive for people to drive standards. And so this is exactly where we need, public policy or regulators or very sophisticated customers to go help drive that process forward. So let me talk about two examples there. First, has anyone looked at smart hot water heaters? They are perhaps the most boring thing out there, and yet they have a huge amount of potential for balancing the grid and keeping the lights on, if you can turn off and on that water heater remotely. So Washington State saw that there was a standard called CTA 2045 out there for interacting with these devices. And Washington State passed a law saying all smart hot water heaters sold in the state after a certain date must include these remote control devices in them. That's incredibly powerful. It creates the ecosystem for utilities to go aggregate all of these together eventually and make sure that we gain access to a thermal storage system in people's homes. So that's one way in which governments can enable things via standards, but it does require mandates. The other version of this is the auto industry. Right now, almost all of the auto manufacturers have connected cars. So there's an app on your phone that you can use to lock and unlock the doors and do other things with the car as well. So just turn off and on the lights or even start the car. And you can start and stop charging with it. But there is no standard that the automakers have implemented there for that to fully work. There's one effort by EPRI to produce a standard. It's had somewhere between 6 and 2 automakers participating at various points over its history. Then Ford is also running a project, I believe out of Europe primarily, called Covisa, which is also to produce a standard for vehicle telematics. I have no idea which one of those is going to win or even produce a useful set of vehicles. But when that does happen, it becomes a building block that everyone can build on top of. But without any mandates for this, how is it actually going to move forward? That's unclear.
Changing gears, just wanted to delve into the topic of commercial feasibility. One of the issues I faced back in India, in a public-private overall approach towards building large internet infrastructure, they expected that to be able to carry the kind of humongous amount of broadband traffic which is required for a large cyber physical system to be able to operate, government wanted us, the private players, to go and put infrastructure. The issue always remained is that the amount of capital deployment that you need to do, whether ever it is going to pay off for the private players. Do you see, to be able to deliver utilities, for example, things like a climate change, who takes the first step, and how does the commercial feasibility aspect comes into a discussion point? Anyone, any views?
Well, at my company, we have taken a first step on that. We have the ability to control when cars charge, and we now have integrated a carbon emissions forecast for each utility in the US. So we can optimize car charging to save money and to use rooftop solar, but also to reduce carbon emissions. This is a great enabler for people that want to reduce their carbon footprint, whether that's homeowners or fleets or utilities. But there needs to be a strong incentive for people to do this. Many individuals may volunteer to do this, but we need systemic change to tackle a problem like climate change. And so what we need is the utilities to either take it upon themselves or to get regulated into going after these types of opportunities to reduce carbon emissions from the grid. But it does require a mandate somewhere.
Well, you kind of read my mind of what I was going to talk about is these kind of things whenever we're talking about with climate change, for example, is equal parts technology and want to, right? I mean, ultimately, like you can have, and we see this in every major city, you have people going around trying to give away LED light bulbs to try to bring down, people's carbon footprints or whatever. And some people are really, really gung-ho about, we got to save the world. And other people are like, I want my business to run as normal. I don't want to have to do anything different. And so it's, to your point, it's the cyber physical systems of being able to have a utility, be able to regulate and say, okay, you get this much power per quarter or whatever, or your carbon footprint cannot exceed this, or there will be a series of consequences in play. Now that might, start with some sort of a fine or charging you more for your power that you receive, but it might go up and until, like if you go, like what happens if you like go over your data cap on your cell phone plan? They throttle your data, right? Or they just flat turn it off, right? And so it might include being punitive to that degree. Now, some of that might end up being regulatory, but the larger issue at play, from what I can see, is we don't have those systems in place now, right? The ability for me to say, hey, you've used more than the power that you were allotted this month. I'm going to press a button and I'm going to turn your power off. Guess what happens the minute someone does that? Massive. Yeah, exactly. The biggest class action lawsuit we've ever seen in the history of the world, right? And every lawyer in the world is going to want a piece of that, right? So it's going to be a massive thing, right? And so we don't have the culture or the infrastructure in place to be able to do stuff like that today. And so then it becomes, well, how do we get there? Do we change policy? Which we're going to have to. I think we all agree to that. But what do we do from an infrastructure place, which is where I started out this talk, to be able to do that? And how do we deploy those infrastructures? Because I think we all know in a large city, it's going to be really difficult. In the suburbs, it's less complicated to dig up the road and lay pipe, right? But in a large urban metropolitan area, where you look what's going on in Vegas this week with all the F1 stuff, no one can get around, right? Because everything is between the sphere and everything else, everything is disrupted. You're not going to be able to do those large infrastructure grade projects easily, efficiently, or well, without massively disrupting a multi-million, millions of people in a densely packed urban area. And to do that is going to require significant capital. And that, I think, is where it comes down to, is where's the money for that coming from, right? Is it not just here in the United States, but globally, is who's supporting that initiative? What large global entity is going to be willing to pony up the dollars to say, we know we need to do this to move things forward? Who's going to foot the bill? Or which coalition of someone's is going to foot the bill? Because ultimately, am I ever going to see ROI on that? And I think we live in a capitalist society, for better or for worse. So how do we get the billionaires of the world to want to do altruistic things? Because we don't live in a world where the hyper rich care about having their names on libraries anymore, right?
With a long-term horizon of gains for them as well. Yeah.
To that, I would add that the core infrastructure that is lagging behind right now, I think, as we get deeper and deeper into the IoT space, is communications.
Yeah.
Because people tend to feel that today's internet is fast enough, but it was never thought for real massive data transfers from hundreds of thousands of endpoints in real time. We're talking about various things that are going to be needed. We're going to need more edge computing capability to make decisions
Sure.
closer to the sensor. But we will also need a lot more bandwidth to
Absolutely.
transfer the data and then make sense of it, right? This is like our nervous system, right? We have our senses, but we need a good nervous system to get all of that information back to our brain. So I think there is going to be an important push in that direction. The internet, well, the telecommunication industry keeps on developing on the area. But this is going to transform the way particularly cellular networks work, because they were mainly aimed at voice and data, but not IoT type of data that has a different type of throughput and behavior as the, let's say, user browsing, right, behavior. So that's an important infrastructure aspect. In regards to what you're saying in the electric space, by the way, if we just move to time of use, that will create conscious. The problem is the industry is designed so that people don't need to think, right? So they charge you a flat fee, and essentially they bet on the fact that during peak hours they're gonna lose money, but they'll recover money through the rest of the day, right? But either a time of use or time of use equivalent in terms of maximum carbon emission cost or whatever would be important to generate conscience on people that it is not the same to plug your car at 2 p.m. in the afternoon than doing it overnight, right? Because that's the worst time to do it, right?
Right.
So, but that requires a lot more intelligence and a lot more education, right?
Well, I think something
Yeah,
that you
we,
said, I just wanted to just springboard off of really quick in terms of like our available bandwidth. Like we saw this during the pandemic, all of a sudden the whole world was home, and all of these service providers started throttling everybody, and people started complaining, right? And I'm honestly surprised we didn't see that class action that we talked about a minute ago during the pandemic. But I think you're right. The internet infrastructure, a lot of it is significantly aged. We got to lay more pipe.
Yeah, I can vouch for that. Like, I'm from the internet industry. During pandemic, we worked 24/7 to kind of the peak demands were just about crazy.
Yeah. So I mean, the thing the comment I wanted to make was that we don't have the systems in play to properly prioritize or filter what content is what. Like what packets are what. And so like we live in a world now where everybody is going live or consuming, media content, Netflix and the like, via their cellular device globally. And our infrastructure is not built for that. It wasn't. It was built decades ago for the most part, and we just keep, 3G, 4G, 5G, just keep moving up the thing. But we haven't really spent significant time thinking about how we do that in the next iteration, where you're going to have products coming out that are trying to push video at 8, 10, 12, 20K, those resolutions.
In a seamless way.
Yeah, it's going to be. So do we need to just build new cell towers that are only for that stuff? What do we do, right? I mean, I think it's something to think about.
Talking about the evolution and the leading edge of change, how do you think, how geared are we for, we discussed energy sector, we discussed automobiles, we discussed many others. What about healthcare? Are we ready for real-time polling of information to be able to dispense healthcare, robotic surgery? Are we kind of there for it? Any thoughts on that?
Well, that to me is the perfect example of the challenge in bandwidth and latency in most of these systems. You cannot rely on a system connected to the cloud somewhere in the world.
Yeah, that's true.
And even worse, going through a cellular network that is never consistent in jitter or anything like that to make a decision on whether you're going to die or not, right? I mean, so you need to transform a little in the infrastructure to support new architectures, new models that enable that. The same way when Netflix came along and the distributed data distribution networks appeared, right? So we have all of this content distribution architecture that is not centralized. It's actually a grid architecture that minimizes the bandwidth in between the cloud and the consumer, so that you are just talking to the nearest access point, right? Those type of things need to evolve, but now not just for content, but for IoT to get us to the place where we can actually do these things at scale, right?
I think the challenge is, real quick, is that with that, if I can't binge The Office on a Friday night, it's not the end of my life, right? I might be annoyed, but I'll be fine. If you've got a surgeon performing open heart surgery and they have some sort of connectivity error or any kind of a glitch of any
It's a do or die
kind,
situation.
someone's gonna die,
Right.
right? And when we start talking about medical stuff,
Yes.
the regulators wrapped around that business make it difficult. The legal system is not life and death in the same way, but it's similar. Finance, not life and death, but similar. The regulators are so stringent in those fields that we have to build things out in a more holistic and robust way. So in the medical example that you raised, that we don't have people dying on the table because of a preventable IT issue, right? And because it is life and death. And so we've got to think about this more before we deploy there, I guess what I'm
So
saying.
Brian, we have only 3 minutes left.
Sure.
Any last few thoughts? Yeah.
Yeah, a lot of that comes down to picking the right problem. So you never want to hook up a pacemaker directly to the internet and have the internet tell the pacemaker how frequently to fire. But if you can instead move a lot more intelligence closer to the end user, then you can do something interesting. So something like an Apple Watch that is monitoring your health or your sleeping patterns. It can store all the data locally, analyze it to some extent, and provide some advice. And then when the cloud is available, which is probably going to be about 99.9% of the time, not 100%, but 99.9%, then it can do all the interesting processing and send all the information to the cloud. And so the more cases like that, the better off we are.
Thank you so much, all three of you, Brian, Vincent, and Paul, for your fantastic discussions. We are almost, maybe we have time for one question. If there's any question from the audience, we have last 2 minutes. Yeah, Udaya, to you.
So why are we being forced at a huge cost to go to electronic vehicles? Because when I have to go to an EV, right, what you said to me, what I heard was I have to give up civil liberties to drive the car and charge the car. Florida had a hurricane last year and there were, Teslas all over I-4 that ran out of power. Why can't the industry simply do what the telephone industry did? When we all got mobile phones back in the 90s, they were huge, very expensive, on a terrible network. And it took 25 years, and then the cell phone companies built their network up. I didn't have to give up anything for that. They made the phones cheaper so everybody could afford them. And I did it willingly, even though I did give up a civil liberty, because Apple knows exactly where I am. But with the EVs, what you guys are turning around and saying is, I should give up all these civil liberties. I should only charge my car when you say I should charge my car. It's still very expensive, and I have to feel guilty about it.
So have you driven an electric car yet? Okay. I'm now on my 4th electric car, and I have to say, they're just better cars, period, than gasoline cars. The fuel costs on the gasoline side are actually pretty bad, and the carbon emissions are bad there. So there's 2 main high-level policy drivers here that are moving us towards electric vehicles. The first is climate change. We need to reduce our carbon emissions, and EVs are one way to get there. The other problem is peak oil. At some point, the rate at which we can extract oil from the ground hits some maximum, and then it's going to start declining, probably about 8% a year. That time would have happened about 12 years ago, except for shale. So the U.S. has been largely immune to that. The rest of the world has not. At some point, our shale fields get played out. That's going to be in about 5-8 years. And so at that point, if you want to drive, it's going to be an electric car or it's going to be like a horse and buggy. So we need to start seriously thinking about that and preparing for it. And it does take, a generational shift in the vehicle technology to replace that. So about the power grid problems. The network issue about your charging networks, that is a challenge today. We need to make charging stations as commonplace and as reliable as gas stations. And one of the ways that we get there is actually open standards. Tesla's connector is the best connector, and their charging network has the best uptime of any charging network. And a lot of the automakers have now thrown in the towel and decided they're going to use Tesla's supercharger network to charge their vehicles. That's actually great for consumers, and it's going to provide a much better experience. We will get to the point where you will be happy to drive a car. It may not be, immediately, but it's coming.
Thank you, everyone. Thanks for this.
Thanks, guys.
Thank you.
That was quite illuminating. Thank you so much for sharing your insights. Our next panel discussion brings into the picture a rather intriguing topic of discussion: reimagining digital transformation with industry-led data models. The challenge with digital transformation is that it requires significant changes in culture, operations, and mindset, which can be overwhelming for businesses to navigate on their own. To deliver expert insights, we have our panelists, Uzair Khan, Managing Partner at ARIA Consulting Partners, Fani K. Balidi, Partner and Client Technology Officer at Emphasis Corp, Sheikh Hossain, Managing Director at Deloitte Tohmatsu, Himanshu Sharma, Chief Information Officer at AMSYS Group. Are we ready for this one? Let's give them a round of applause.
Hear me? No, you can't.
Hello, hello. Yeah, this one is
Hello.
working. They're all on.
Hello. 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 Mine is green. Can you hear me now?
Good morning, everyone. Can you all hear us okay? All right. My name is Fani Belid. I run the Client Technology Office, and I'm a partner at Emphasis, an IT services firm that is based out of New York and has position in 17 countries. We help organizations on their digital and service transformations across banking, financial services, insurance, healthcare, and high tech, to name a few. I would like the panelists to introduce themselves.
Hi all, myself Himanshu Sharma. I'm from Houston, Texas, and currently I'm working as a CIO for AMSYS Group. I have currently like two decades of experience in technology, banking, fintech, right? And then currently working for multiple clients ranging from oil and gas, fintech, pharma. And apart from that, like 2 years back, we have built a neobank, which is quite successful, and then repeating the same story with another one. So it's a quite a journey for me to come up with technology, banking, and then building the business. Thanks.
Good morning, everyone. Can you all hear me? Is this thing on? All right.
Yeah.
My name is Zuzair Khan. I'm a managing partner at Arya Consulting Partners. We are a boutique management and technology consulting firm. We have a couple of pillars that we go to market with, but the one that I lead is our digital modernization practice. And it's a pretty wide net, purposefully so, because we pretty much do everything under the sun, from strategy, implementations, operations, and so on and so forth. I'm a strategist, technologist, and a business liaison by trade. I have about 20 years of experience, all of it in core consulting. I started my career with Accenture in their information management practice, and then dovetailed into more tech strategy roles with Deloitte Consulting. And about 5 years ago, me and my partner started Arya Consulting Partners for various reasons, which I'll be more than happy to share with you over drinks or a cup of coffee. But 5 years ago, we started Arya Consulting Partners. We are a woman-owned minority business and ready to kick butt.
Yes, thank you. That was awesome. So my name is Sheikh Shahriar. I'm working in Deloitte Tohmatsu, which is known for Deloitte Japan. So I am the managing director at Risk Advisory. As you know, Deloitte has most of the services in digital transformation things, but particularly I focus on digital asset innovations and product innovations kind of thing. So we have our own assets. We also help our client to invent and enhance their capability and functionality in their existing product as well. And one of the part of that, we also play with a lot of data, mainly customized data models. And that's what we are presenting at present, And my background is I came from software engineering background. Used to be a software engineer for a few years, then went to bank and used to develop the data models for bank for a few years. Then moved to totally different industry. I was in SoftBank. I used to develop the self-driving car, robots, and all those physical fancy things. Then I moved to Deloitte and working on mostly on data kind of things. So AI data is one of the part of my life nowadays, and that's all. Yeah, I'll be happy to share so much of insight, what I'm doing now. As much as it's not my conflict of interests. Yeah, thank you.
Wow, quite a background and quite industry expertise that the panel brings. So let's start with an icebreaker question. If you would compare digital transformation and data transformation to any sport, what would that be? And why?
I would say football. And since this is a global audience, let me preface that American football. The strategies involved on every play that's made with a goal to get to the touchdown is basically, it can be equated to your business strategy, your IT strategy. Everyone's going towards a goal. Now that goal will keep shifting every year as socioeconomic and technology landscape changes. But in order for you to make every play, you're going to have to tackle, you're going to have to look at the defense that's trying to stop you. Those are your market conditions and other aspects, other pressures that are pushing down on your industry. And you as a quarterback, as a leader, needs to make the right play for every down and know that you need to get across that fourth down without having to turn the ball over. So I would equate it to American football.
Excellent.
And I completely agree with him because you see, it's American football is more about not just players, but the team and the strategy. So that is complete analogy, right?
Excellent. Nice. So let's dive in. We also want to expand the conversation beyond data models, right? Because throughout all the panel conversations, there's one common theme that if you have heard is the underlying oil, if you will, or current, if you will, has been data. So we said, okay, why not expand it to broaden the topic to data architectures and what the modern data architectures are doing to help with the digital transformation. So with that background, let me ask the first question to the panel. Understanding the role of the data models, what is the role of the data model in a digital transformation, and have you seen how the role has changed or evolved with the evolution and the technology acceleration that we are seeing? Vansh, you want to take that?
Yeah. So definitely there's drastic changes happening. If you see, there are complementary methodology, development methodologies that are coming up, right? So earlier we have waterfall, now we are going into more agile mode, right? Because the digital transformation, the value that bring, it's like quick to market. That is the first thing that it bring, right? And to support that idea, we need to have supporting processes, supporting tools, supporting mindset. So all that is required to to build to build that outcome. Now, how the roles are changing? Earlier, it's more bureaucratic, but now it's more like horizontal. And if you see the roles that never exist in past, like a Scrum Master, right? We have like the teams are splitted again. There are like QA managers again. Then there's a IT manager is separate now. They are like there's a very blur line between then they are start calling themselves engineering manager, right? So lot of change happen. There is agile coach are there. So new roles are created. Some people have moved into the new roles based on like their coaching and everything. But at the same time, there are trainings that are provided to the team, and that's how the whole ecosystem is changing in last 5 years. What it bring on the table? Earlier, like we have, if you have seen, like in some companies, there are quarterly releases, right? Or in worse situation, I've seen annual releases, right? But now they are like releases every 2 weeks that you can attend, and like it's quick to fail. That's the strategy, right? If something is not working, don't waste time. Just get it, release, get the feedback, and improvise, right? So that iterative thing itself has a lot of value.
Excellent. You may want to add anything?
Yeah, let me actually ask the audience here for a question. What do you think? Why do you think data is so important, or data models, or just data architecture in digital modernization? Maybe like take 10 seconds, please.
They're assets of your organization. And when you go for things like selling your company or going to IPO, they're part of the evaluation. And it takes time to build a good data model, at least one that's statistically relevant. So these things aren't easily copied. It's not like a piece of code that you can sit there and copy over. So they're valuable.
Absolutely right. You have
Very
a
nice.
nice shiny Ferrari in your garage, but there's no fuel to fuel it. It's just going to stand there, collect dust. Data is fuel for your organization. It innovates. It helps business innovate.
Yeah.
Resistance to change and culture. You know, the users, after all, they are the ones fueling this data. And some of them are afraid to put, you know, a shared document because they trust it better on premise, or, you know, they will use their calculator to verify that Excel is doing the right estimations. I've seen it, I promise. So the users and the resistance to the change that is required to have a fluid data environment.
Excellent. Great, great response.
Absolutely. So maybe to kind of quickly answer your question from my perspective, as digital modernization, I mean, digital modernization is not a new term. It's not something that just came about in the last 5 years, 10 years. Digital modernization has been going on since the time computers were invented. There has been modernization in companies, in business, in business models driven by what technology can enable. Business models 20, 30 years ago, if you guys remember data warehousing, the whole hype was about how do we get our data into a third normal form database? How do we get it into a data warehouse? Now it's so much more complicated with IoTs, with edge computing. Well, how do you create a data model that will that can be placed into an edge node for business critical data? So as the industry is changing, as more technology and innovation is becoming available, we can't forget the fact that our data models, or just the data infrastructure, needs to keep up pace with that modernization.
Excellent.
Yeah,
Go
and
ahead.
yeah, it could be fuel or someone tells it's one of the bloodline. So we are feel like the data was there always, but the uses of data just being more effective nowadays because people are thinking on a different kind of business model. So not from the standard one or not from the existing one. So when they think about this different kind of business model, so they has to come with some kind of different kind of insights from that data. So now people are also using that data to understand the other capabilities and from their organizations. So that is also one of the trend that we see nowadays. The business which is been evolving depending on this data. So yes, it's one of the bloodline, or I'll say this is one of the uh, diamond is existing in your grass. Yes.
Wow, nice comparison, nice analogy. So let's get to the next question, talking about the industry-specific data models itself. Can each of you provide an example of what an industry-specific data model is that you have used or observed, and how it actually shaped the course of the digital transformation for your clients or for your own firms?
So I have seen like in banking, there's an industry standard brand model, so which is quietly used. Um, but to give an insight on top of that, like there are standards, but US banking is built by acquisition. Most of the large bank that you see, like even if like Bank of America, that's not their original name. They acquire a bank with that name and then use that name, right? So there's a lot of inorganic growth happen in last 1 century, and that lead to data islands, right? And whenever they acquire a business, right, um, they try to make IT as silo initially. Right now, the things have changed, but initially data silos are created, tech silos are created, business was integrated, and that's the core reason of it. So
So,
what I
so Himanshu, what data models what standards
Yeah, he was
does
talking about the
banking?
buy-in data model.
Right.
Yeah.
So buying, I provide that buying. So the question is how we are solving this. So now the things have changed in banking with all the challenges that we have seen. Um, they are going into industry standard practices, right? That let's build a CRM system, right? Which we use a third party, right? And then same thing for security, right? Use a data model for security. So there is not a consolidated like a data model within the banking, but it's more like fragmented. And the thing that is coming up in banking is more about open banking APIs. So and that is now like what I will say, most of the banks have accepted that fact that the only way for communication is not uh, just through file transfers, which is very common within the banking. It's more about connecting through APIs, right? Setting standards for API protocols, and which they are very good in. Like if you see like Swift protocol is there, there is a lot of protocols in which we define the data formats
Yeah.
of transfer, right? So we are in the same mindset of using it. There are some organizations, I know them, I cannot name them. They are going into standardization of their data model, but it is a difficult step. It's not that easy.
Oh, great input. I mean, the acquisitions and M&As are what we are seeing daily, right? Like very recent acquisition of JP Morgan acquiring FRB, or even prior to that, where like Charles Schwab that acquired TDA. So all of this, I think the underpinning integration can come better if they have those standard data models. Any comments that you want to add?
Yeah, so in the insurance industry, an insurance industry is vast. There's property and casualty, and then there's life, health, and annuity. Just if you just think about your auto insurance, your home insurance, that's one aspect of it. And then you think about your life insurance, your health insurance, the annuities. These are huge industries. The Accord data model is the standard data model in insurance. That doesn't mean everyone uses it, but it's a solid starting point for insurance companies to start standardizing their data. And it's not just about standardizing their data within their own confines or within their own firewalls. As insurance companies integrate with brokerage firms, brokers who sell their insurance, their clients, excuse me, third-party vendors that provide weather data for them to do more predictive analytics on where a majority of claims would be arising and whatnot. It really is pivotal to have a standard way for all these different entities to communicate with the insurance company. And I imagine if you're a broker and you're sending gigabytes and gigabytes of just tab delimited files over to the insurance company, and they're going to take like their sweet time figuring out what this data is, versus if the insurance company mandates that anyone transmitting data needs to be in this specific format. Now the integration is easy. Now the flow of data is easy, whether you're sending it through files, whether you're sending data through APIs, whatever your integration pattern might be.
Okay, nice. So let's talk about the challenges, right? While these data models are so good and provide standards, what kind of challenges the organizations face in implementing and standardizing these data models? And how have you seen they went ahead addressing those challenges?
Yeah, maybe I can go first. So this is the one of the sector that we are working a lot, you know. So most of our clients have data model, data, but they doesn't have any specific models, or maybe sometimes they have the model which is not aligned to their business model, you know. So I will define the things in broadly about 4 critical problems. The first one is they have data, but in different kind of media. You know, they don't have the access to it into the digital format, in a data in a paper format, in a picture format, in different kind of other formats, you know. So here we face challenges to first convert this data into the digital part, then we'll store it, right? So this is the one part. The second part, when it has been converted into the digital part, then we faces like the data has so many garbage things inside, and we need to structure it first to make or feed it into some structure. So structuring the data is, I think, one of the problem that very much facing. The third problem, of course, the standardization one. So it doesn't match with the other industry, and how we'll do that, which industry will be, the best for them. There are so many, discussion going on that is selecting the standard and which model should be used. This is the third one. And the fourth one is, after selecting all those things, people also get confused, or sometimes they can't find the actual insight they want it for their business. They can't relate the data, so they have the struggle of relating the data. Few of the examples is already exist in the market, which is quite easily applicable, but when really they want to make some competitive functionality which is not existing in the present world, or they want to do some innovation out of this data insight, then they really struggle. So that's how I think going on. Yeah.
So innovation is definitely a key challenge that organizations, they cannot move forward given the nature of the data and the silos and the time it takes to process. Any other challenges that you have seen?
I want to add on top of that, like what I've seen is, one is business risk-taking appetite, right? Whether business want to transform their data into a new format, there are challenges on there because they always see immediate value, right? If I migrate my existing system to the new structure, what I'm getting, right? And if tech team or the management not able to sell it properly, there is always roadblocks. Other is political issues. There are a lot of things which cannot be done just because people are reluctant to change, right? That mindset is need to be built within the team, that okay, we are doing this for a better future, right? We are not just making you like less productive or like you are not losing your knowledge. It's more about getting into a better and faster product development cycle. So definitely there are values added when you have a standardization. You can scale up your team, right? You can integrate with other partners. Analytics can be done better. So there are a lot of benefits, but that need to be sold properly within the group, and the group need to be convinced on that. The bigger part that I say is showing the value, right? Because showing the value is something in which if you do it properly across the business line, right, it take you in that direction. Business always think like, okay, if I add more functionality, I can generate more value, or there are situations in which, let's say, the business is thinking of a merger or getting acquired. In those cases, they will start putting that into roadmap. So we have to think and provide a better visibility to business that this is not just a tech venture, or this is not just I'm trying to make it beautiful technology, but I'm also trying to make a beautiful company in and out.
Yeah. Sorry, go ahead.
Well,
Go ahead.
so I know add one thing, sir. The very good point. I missed it. The politics kind of thing. I also face these things. Already the data is available, but sometimes the department one department don't want to share their things to the other department. There are internal politics like that. Sometimes it is not only politics, but sometimes they have the legal obligation, not to share that data as well. So that is also one of the challenges. If it is legally not right, then of course we cannot use that. But if the person who is holding that ownership of the data, we also need to work on that as well. Yeah, please.
Yeah, so the two things I'll add to all these great points is, and actually I'll piggyback off of what Himanshu said about selling it to the executives, is to how do you frame it? Do you frame it as a capital expense, operating expense? Because if it's just an operating expense and it's not generating something truly meaningful that the business can articulate or see or feel, then it'll just get buried under, your 20 other OpEx requests by saying, oh, I just need to fine tune my model. Versus if you make it a capital expense, and if you really tie use cases by saying, by enhancing our data infrastructure, our data models, our data architecture, we technology will provide you business with better abilities to make decisions by making cross-department data available, by making better data with better quality available, governed data available. It's how you sell it. The second part is, if you're trying to force a square peg into a round hole, if your organization already has what they consider Excel sheets to be your data model, and now you're trying to move into a more systematic, let's say a core model, it's going to be a significant challenge up front and require significant investment up front to get to a more standardized model. However, once you get there, the possibilities of what you can do with it is tremendous. Because remember, it's not just about what you want to get out of your data today or how you want to see your infrastructure today. It's how do you future-proof your data and tech architecture. How will you be ready for AI ML when your company is ready to take on those more innovative tasks? So I'll just leave it at that.
Excellent. So to summarize, right, the data model, the challenges are not just technology and data. It's more to do with the company culture, the need, and the ability to handle the change that the organizations are. And what I've personally seen is the driver is always competition. No industry, no company is immune to competition. And if companies feel the heat that they are being outpaced, their pole position in the industry is being challenged, I think that's when the culture and the organization thinking will start change.
Just to add on that, like there is like the competition is critical, but there are some models or there are some examples in Silicon Valley like Amazon, right? They are so much customer centric, and all the decisions are done based on data,
Yeah.
right? So if business start thinking on those lines, that are also a sellable point, right? Don't just think about the competition, but become more data centric. All the decisions should come from data, and that enablement can be done through implementing data models and better data architecture.
Which inherently is driven by customer insights and customer demand. So it comes down to what your end customer is looking for and drive the decisions from there. Excellent.
Probably we can take like 10-second questions from like related to
ahead.
this.
Say that the best thing to do, I think, is look at your P&L or look at your balance sheet and see where the budget sits. Because sometimes the budget isn't sitting in IT.
Yeah.
You know, because they're treating
Most
IT
of the
like
time, it actually sits in the business lines.
yes, it's sitting in marketing or it's sitting in the on another side, and
In your core business.
yeah. So partnering with internal stakeholder alignment to get them to sponsor a project oftentimes can remove the barriers in order to get better data in their hands, because they need that data to be making better marketing decisions, for example.
So identifying a business champion who really sees the value.
Yeah.
And work with IT. Great
Yeah,
insight.
because like how I used to get I'm on the marketing side. So how I used to get my IT partners on board, I would say, okay, if you partner on me on this project, I will get you X amount of funds to make these amounts of improvements, which go into your bigger scale of what you're trying to get done. Because I'd look at, after I got my budget, the IT projects that got defunded, and then I'd turn around and have a conversation with how to get those funded using partnership. But this requires, really good communication between your cross-functional partners.
Excellent.
Yeah, and excuse me. And to further elaborate on that, every change that you make in your organization needs to have a business case. Every dollar spent needs to have a business case. It's identifying who would be the benefactors in that business case. And I completely agree with you that it's not an IT-led initiative. It's an IT-enabled initiative, but really led by business. And business is a broad term. It could be the office of the CFO, because if you're talking about budgeting, they might not their planning and budgeting analysis might take 6 months out of the 12 months. Well, that's really not the FP&A for doing that for 6 months is just unacceptable.
Yeah.
Showing the art of what's possible and then putting a business case on it, and to your point, identifying a business champion and people in the business of what that objective outcome and the value that's going to be delivered is key. Otherwise, it's going to be a DOA proposal if you just put it up to your CTO.
Another technical project that brings new shiny toys into the company, but no business value. Excellent. So let's jump to the next question. Talk about cross-industry data models, right? Today, no industry is independent. They have to work with other industries in partnership, where because there is a broader ecosystem and tied to customer journeys. So how do you see the cross-industry data models come into play? And when for example, a business is spanning like multiple sectors, we see like many of the organizations becoming like having not just moving away from their core, like you talked about Amazon. Amazon is no longer a retail company. They are into almost everything from a health tech to all the way to run the physical stores. So how do you see the cross-industry data models play a role?
Maybe I can start. I don't believe there truly is a cross-business or cross-industry data model. And the reason for that is every industry and constituents within industries have such unique requirements that if you try and start marrying up different data models, it's going to be an enormous task, a risky task, not to mention every business has their own specific requirements. So you're not going to be able to boil the ocean and create an industry, a cross-industry data model. However, what you can do is create cross-references. So to Fani's example of Amazon, which is a great example, they started off selling books, then they became a full-blown retailer, and now you have Amazon Prime Video, which is completely a different business model. It's video streaming. In those cases, or maybe take an example of a conglomerate that has an insurance arm and it has a retail arm. Now think about this for a second. Retails, when you go, you sign up for their loyalty cards, you get a couple of cents off, a couple of dollars off, but they track all your purchases. They track your spending habits. They track your the type of groceries you're buying. Now, if you have an insurance company and now you start targeting customers that are buying healthy food items, now you have an opportunity to cross-sell life insurance and other insurance products that are meant for those types of individuals. And you can use the same case for people who are not eating right. They're eating, whatever. So having a insurance specific data model for your insurance business and having a retail specific, so a core model for your insurance and the ARTS model, ARTS for your retail industry, and then having a cross-reference or cross-functional homemade model that sits on top that provides you with those insights, that connects the dot between your customers, creating a customer master, creating a product master. That's more from what I've seen being done in-house and more at a macro level of the conglomerate that owns those different industries or those different companies in the different industries.
Okay, we'll move on. How about talking about a case study where you have seen a very successful implementation of a data model and how it aligns to delivering true business value? Do you have a case study to talk?
Yeah, regarding this cross-industry things, yeah, I agree with him. There is no specific and very usable data model, but we do customize a lot. So yeah, there are so many examples. Few of I think I am allowed to share. We used to work in a telecom company. So the telecom company used to sell the mobile connectivity, right? So that cellular connectivity data and the subscription data has been used for developing the new business they moved on, which is one of the rental business for car and other things. So they use that subscription information to do the credit rating kind of things. So that is one of the cross data we have used. In healthcare, there are a lot of uses of cross-functional data. So they are using not only the diagnosis data, but also the regular healthcare device data, for example, Fitbits and other data to use all the things integrated into same place. And not only that, they're also using a little bit of their financial data and insurance data to come up with how the financial situation of that particular person is and what kind of treatment or medicine he can afford. So this kind of so much example we have nowadays going on into the market.
It also helps the organization with cross-sell, upsell, right? Once they have this data coming in, if they understand what the health is, what the financial situation is, they could potentially partner with other players in the industry who could bring tailored solutions too.
Exactly.
Okay.
I want to add my recent learning is I was working with some startups and what I've learned or understand is these data models are more like concepts, right? It's like like what are the table structure and everything, like when you go start designing the entities and everything, but it's more about the concept. And they have used or you can say it's a starting template that you get, right? So quick start things and then see how much customization you can achieve. And many startups are using, to give an example, CRM system, right? CRM has its own model, but it's highly customizable. Many tools are there where they provide the basic setup and then you can add features and functionalities, and they have beautifully used it to not create like any custom development, just use the tool, and from that tool itself, everything is built on, right? And then that provide you easy migration, export, analytics, everything is coming just using it in a very right way. So that's another learning I had.
Interesting. So it's more of not have to do a lot of code, but using things like low code, no code type technologies. So it's also end user friendly to define and utilize.
Right. Yeah, easy migration.
And companies like Salesforce, for example, you talked about CRM, right? So their industry clouds, whether it is banking, financial services, or health cloud, I think they have those standard industry data models embedded. So it's easier for organizations to adopt with minimal change.
Right. And then you are getting continuous upgrades.
And
So
you're
you don't
getting
have to worry about it, right?
Correct.
I'd like to take this moment. I'm sorry, gentlemen, we are at time. We have the, I know, we have the Showstopper event happening in this room next. So I would like to thank you for a very insightful and extraordinary panel. If anybody does want to network with these folks, they will be around here for the conference for the rest of today. And can we have a big hand for our panelists? Thank you so much.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you, everyone.
Come on in, ladies and gentlemen, fill in all the seats. If you sit down front, There's a possibility that there's a $100 bill taped to the bottom of your seat. I'm kidding, that's not, but you never know. But come on in, sit down front. Fill in all the seats. So glad to see everybody. Where are my people from health? Who's from the health one? Let me hear you, let me hear you. Yay! Anybody? No, just one. Okay. Who's here from marketing? Let me hear you. Let me hear you. Yeah. Really? Okay. This one I know we're going to get a big one. Who's here from more? Don't let me down, more. Oh my gosh, really? Why is everyone so Yeah, more on law. Law? Let's hear you. Let's hear you. Yeah. Oh my. Okay. So what this tells me is that you were all out very late last night. So we're going to go around the room one by one, and we're going to ask you to please tell us one thing that you've done in Las Vegas that you don't want anybody back home to know about. And we'll share that information. It's being recorded and things like that, but it's going to, you know, what happens here in Vegas stays here in Vegas, all right? Raise your hand if you're up on gambling. Yeah, thanks for coming to Las Vegas. We appreciate your business. Yeah, that's how it goes. So everybody come on in, fill the seats. There's a couple of empty seats down front. Come on in. Do we still have people in the hallway coming in or no? Come on in. Come on. Everybody turn around and stare at the people coming in late. Everyone look at them like in a judgmental kind of way. There you are. There you go. Thank you. Good deal. All right, so I'm going to get started. We're good? Or a couple more minutes? Couple more minutes. All right. What do you guys want to talk about? Talk about what? Oh, education. It's education here. Yeah. I'm sorry. There we go. I taught for many, many years, so I know about teachers and their off life. Yes. Thank you, education, for showing up and being there for us. I really appreciate it. Good deal. So yeah, so we're just gonna hold for just maybe a minute or two. Seriously, think about what it is that you've done here that you don't want anyone to know about, and we'll share that on all our social media stuff and all that kind of stuff. And if you are ahead in gambling, I do run a nonprofit foundation. My name is David, and it's called the David Vacation Foundation. And I take any kind of donations. We're not a 501c3 just yet, but it's a win-win pretty much for everybody. So my next trip, I think, is going to be Greece if I can get enough money this conference. All right. So how we doing on the door? We doing good? Oh, we're going to start. Okay, great. Hello, my name is David Pershika. I work for our presenting organization, who I think we should give a huge hand to because I think this conference has been really great. Absolutely. Yes. Yes. I also want to take this opportunity to thank our amazing AV and sound crew in the back of the room. As you all know, as presenters and panelists, without them, we'd be sitting in the dark and nobody would be able to hear us. So let's hear a big hand for them. And we have 2 more award ceremonies today. I'm still waiting on my Employee of the Year award. I have sought and found legal representation in case it does not happen. I just want to let my boss know that because he is in the room. Okay, if Rachel gets it this year, we're going to have a big problem. Okay, so, and she knows why. Such excellent, so introducing our showstopper. I know you thought it was me, but it's actually somebody better than me about to join us. So our showstopper is with Pillar-Based Marketing, you can, the company that he's with, you can consolidate your efforts into a cohesive strategic framework that showcases your expertise, drives authority, and positions you as an industry leader. It's about crafting content that stands the test of time and establishes lasting connections with your audience. In this era of ever-evolving digital landscapes, traditional SEO strategies no longer cut it. I think we are preaching to the choir on that one. It's time to embrace a game-changing approach that goes beyond keywords and algorithms, for sure, right? Prepare to be captivated. Wow, that's a big ask. Prepare to be captivated by our showstopper. He is the Chief Solution Officer at Demand Jump. He is a brilliant mind who has left an indelible mark in the world of content. His name is Ryan Brock. His expertise has driven measurable content outcomes across diverse industries for over a decade. A huge hand, possible standing ovation for our showstopper speaker.
Good morning. Man, I feel sorry for those of you who are from the marketing squad because you've seen me like 4 times on stage now. So apologies in advance. I'll try to make this one quick. As David said, my name is Ryan Brock. I am the Chief Solution Officer at Demand Jump, and Pillar-Based Marketing. It's a book I wrote. You might have seen it out there in the exhibit hall. And it's something that is revolutionary for businesses in actually every single vertical that's here. I'm really excited about getting everybody together to talk about this because I'll tell a little bit of my story before I get into the actual meat of the presentation. But I ran a content marketing agency for over a decade. Started out when I was 22 and an idiot and didn't know anything about anything other than the fact that I wanted to be a writer. And I thought if someone's paying me to write, that makes me a writer. So I don't care if it's a book or if it's a blog post or if it's an email, it's writing. And so I developed an agency around the notion that there were a lot of people like me, creative writers, who had skills and had talents. And at the time, businesses didn't really know how to engage with them in a proper way. So built a really successful agency around that notion. Yet the entire time, the bread and butter of the meat and potatoes of what we did was all tied up in blogging and organic content. So just as show of hands, if I say the acronym SEO, because we have sort of a mixed audience here, who's heard that before? Who's familiar? Okay, good. It's something that a lot of you know. For those of you who don't, your businesses, your organizations, they need to be thinking about this regardless of your role in that organization. SEO is search engine optimization. We're here to talk about what it takes to be judged an authority on a topic that's relevant to you and your audiences by Google, and therefore being placed at the top of search engine results so that you get the traffic. You get the actual clicks that go to your website where you can provide value, show your expertise, and actually convert people into customers. That sounds like something that has been going on for a long time. SEO is a well-established tradition in digital marketing, but it's full of waste and it's full of guesswork and it's full of all kinds of things that actually don't result in growth. However, in 2023, in a world where everybody is sophisticated, everybody is shopping for themselves, learning for themselves, and wants to know as much as they possibly can before they speak to you, it's important that you are a publisher and you are a thought leader in all things. And in my opinion, the number one job for someone who's going to tell a story and actually provide help through content to somebody else is to listen first. And that's what this is all about. So we're going to talk about SEO and the problems with it. We're also going to talk about this new methodology, the way that we actually use search behavior data to better understand what your market actually cares about. Not what you think they care about, but what they actually care about, so that when it comes time to do digital marketing, to write content and to drive leads and traffic, you're actually showing up where your customers want to be. You're not talking about what you care about, but you're talking about what they care about, and therefore more likely to be visible. So, just to sort of underscore what I've been saying about how important content is in the modern day, right now, 4.4 million blogs are produced every single day. How many of you have written a blog in the last month? How many of you have gotten a lot of readers on that blog in the last month? All right, we got a few pros here. That's awesome. Yeah, an article's a blog, something, I mean, whatever goes out there on the internet. Those of you who said, yes, you're getting traffic, you're one of the very lucky few. 90.63% of web pages get 0 traffic. Does that resonate with anybody? I know it does for me. I mean, even at running a really great content marketing agency working with Fortune 50 companies, I can't tell you how often we wrote blogs that just never got seen. I mean, we would sit, my creative writers, these are like poets and these are novelists, and we would dream up the most amazing stories, the most amazing campaigns, content that we knew was going to engage our audiences and hopefully grow our clients' businesses. Then we throw it out there, and anecdotally, this is right. About 1 in every 10 articles would finally make it high enough in search rankings where we start getting traffic to it. And you really got to be somewhere close to like the top 3 or 4 positions to get any meaningful amount of traffic. But if you're on page 2 feels like a success. Hey, I'm in the top 12 positions, but it's actually kind of like kissing your cousin. Consolation prize that isn't really worth much to anybody. Why? The reason why, as I hinted to a moment ago, is guesswork. Guesswork is something that in marketing and in the way we conduct business is rampant. And especially when it comes to making creative decisions about how to engage audiences and go to market, guesswork is actually a lot bigger of a problem than we all think. For example, let's say I'm getting ready to develop some content and I want to start driving new traffic to a website for a new initiative. Maybe it's a new healthcare facility that I'm opening up. Maybe it's a new law firm that is going out there, or maybe we're starting to go into a new area, or maybe we're launching a new degree program at our university. These are all things that I've been involved with. And we talk to students or we talk to customers. We go to our salespeople and we say, what are the questions you're getting from the market? Then we go into a keyword research tool and we say, we care about personal injury law. Those keyword research tools provide us with terms that look like keyword research, or keyword research for personal injury law. They look like personal injury lawyers, personal injury attorneys, personal injury practice. You know, we get the things that look similar to what we care about. We look at search volume numbers, and then we trust our salespeople, our market research people, whoever's talking to the actual customer that we have, that what they're hearing from them and what we're seeing in those reports is actually what our market cares about. But there's a lot of bias that happens every single day when we're interacting with other people. When I speak to a salesperson, for example, and I say, what is the most pressing question you get from our prospects? Even if they've gotten 20 or 30 questions from prospects in the last 30 days, the one they're going to tell you is the one that they've heard 2 or 3 times more than the others. Does that mean that it's quantitatively representative of the entire market? Absolutely not. And more than that, the customer or prospect that's loudest, that's angriest, that demands the most attention, they're going to eat up more of your mind space. And so we're all struggling creatively to think, if we're going to invest actual dollars and cents into writing content and driving new traffic to our website, which is something you need in order to grow. You need that traffic, you need to capture it, you need to sell to it, you need to do what you got to do to turn those eyeballs into customers. At the end of the day, you're guessing. Now, 85% of chief marketing officers say that the ability to make data-driven decisions that feel a little bit less like guessing, is a critical competitive advantage. We know at this point that data is something that we need more of, and if we can actually use it, it's helpful. However, more than 67% of CMOs say that the volume of data available is overwhelming. And I know in marketing, at least for my sake, that's very true. The amount of time I would spend when I had hair and I was not as stressed as I am now at my agency, trying to produce the right content for my customers, trying to put the right content out there, looking at data around keywords that have certain amount of average clicks a month on Google, and that my competitors are targeting with a certain amount of ferocity. Like, there's so many numbers, and I can see how many visits I have and how much time people spend on page on my website. But unless I put that together into some sort of methodology, some sort of actual guiding principle to say, I know what to do with this information, it's not very helpful, especially when it comes to deciding what is the message we're putting out there to our audiences? What does our market actually need from us? Where can we begin providing value that sort of turns us from a stranger into a trusted advisor? The sort of situation that you want to be in if you want to sell to a market that needs to think and needs to learn and needs to grow in order to make a decision. Now, what I'm going to talk about here today and get into, the methodology that I've created that's in the book that my software enables. It has taken a lot of that sort of anecdotal evidence, sort of that data that tells us something, but actually at the same time, not very much about what our audiences actually care about, and turns it into a step-by-step methodology. Do these things, look at the data this way, produce these pieces of content, publish them in this way, you will get results. This is what it looks like when that happens. I don't know which one's a better screen to point at. I'm not going to do it anyway. What these two charts means, we've got your top 100 keyword rank trends and your page 1 keyword rank trends. Think of the one on the right as the blue portion of the one on the left. So what we're saying is, for a given topic, and I'm going to get there, I'm just teasing right now, but for a given topic, a topic that matters to my company, Demand Jump, where we want to be the thought leader, we want people coming to us and saying, I need your help with my problem. In a span of about 6 weeks, right here. And really, it was about 7 weeks from beginning to end. This topic that meant a lot to us, it happens to be SaaS content, software as a service content. We know that we can help people develop content for software as a service companies, among many other verticals. We went from having 0 rankings on page 1, those rankings that actually drive traffic, to 497. And we did that by writing 28 articles. In traditional SEO, that takes 6 months to a year. And not only that, but if you wanted that kind of result, you would need to write something like 208 articles or 280 articles, not 28. So how do we do it? It's all about leveraging the power of the network. And the network that I'm talking about specifically is a network that I think provides a lot of value, whether or not you're specifically in marketing or not. As you're thinking about your go-to-market strategy, there's data sources out there that I believe are going untapped and unrealized. And a lot of people are really great about collecting data, analyzing their own data that lives within their 4 walls. But I suggest that when it comes to your go-to-market strategy, the data that lives outside of your 4 walls is far more important than the data you have on your customers. And as an example of this, we have this absolutely nonsensical, baffling image on the screen that I don't intend for you to actually be able to read at all. You'll just have to take my word for it that this is the example of a network of search behavior surrounding the topic of hurricane season. So what do I mean by that? When Google takes a search that you've given them, let's say it's the word hurricane season, you look at that first page of results, among the blue links that you get telling you here are the most authoritative web pages on the internet about this topic, you're also going to see questions that people also ask, and you're going to see related searches you can take. If you were to take those recommendations and then go search all of those, and then collect the recommendations on each one of those and go search all of those, and then do that 3 or 4 or 5 times, what you end up with is an exponential amount of data. And that data basically represents Google's hard work they've put into understanding the context of any user's journey as they're searching for information around a topic. Why should I use a keyword list tool that's arbitrary, that gives me keywords and things that I could write content about, when instead I can go to Google and say, when someone is interested about hurricane season, what are the most important things that people who want to know about hurricane season often end up searching? So what we're doing is we're taking that raw data, we're putting it through our algorithm, and then it's a machine learning algorithm. There's some AI stuff in there, but the buzzwords don't matter nearly as much as the output, which is a hierarchical structure for content. We can basically take that network and say, recreating that network on your website, or at least the portions of it that are more likely than not going to be searched and traversed by your market, is the important way to build authority. The kind of authority that tells Google, you've done your research, you've listened to your market, and you're not just shouting into an empty room about your product or service. Instead, you're finding ways to become valuable and helpful to the people that you want to sell to. And of course, what that leads to is increased rankings on the top of Google search results, which leads to a considerably large amount of traffic, which then downstream leads to increased leads and conversions and customers. So this case study that I'm sharing, the one where we went from 0 to 497 keyword rankings in just 6 or 7 weeks, this was the plan. We used our technology to scan and analyze that network of search behavior data around SaaS content. And we found, sort of statistically speaking, that if any search term is sort of like a pathway, like a road someone might go down as they learn about this topic, the biggest on-ramps to SaaS content, where more people in more journeys, more often than not, end up searching, were topics like marketing SaaS companies, content ideas for SaaS companies, SaaS marketing courses, SaaS content writer jobs, SaaS content strategy, and B2B SaaS content marketing. Importantly, if I'm a software company and I'm trying to sell software subscriptions, am I really that motivated to write about any of this if I'm just working in a vacuum? Probably not. Some of these, yeah. SaaS content writer jobs, that's of no interest to me. And under traditional ways of thinking about digital marketing, I ignore that recommendation in a keyword research tool. I don't think about that because it's not going to help me sell. However, what Google's telling me is if I want to be an authority and worthy of top rankings, worthy of trust from the market, the kind of trust that's going to send an appropriate amount of traffic to my website that I can actually find some target customers that are good and convert them and move them along, I need to talk about SaaS content writer jobs. I can't just be a salesperson. I have to be an authority. And that extends from these broader topics all the way down into really specific terms and topics that are related to each one of those things. So for example, Related to SaaS content, sort of in line with that network hub and spoke model, we have what is SaaS content marketing and how do you write SaaS content? Would I have come up with those if I didn't know that Google had already charted out that those are the most common questions people ask? Maybe, but it would have been luck. And I probably would have written some other stuff too that doesn't end up being seen. What is SaaS product marketing? How is SaaS marketing different? How digital marketing can help a SaaS business? Question mark. The internet isn't really all about grammar, so sometimes we have to just take the weird question marks at the end of statements as they are. The point remains, though, what we have here is essentially 27 pieces of content that we could write, each one an article, each one helping us build a network of authority that matches the network of search behavior around a topic. That translates into this. It's a pillar strategy for content. At the top is a pillar page on SaaS content. That pillar page is something like 3,000 plus words. I'm going to get into it in a minute. The notes will be on the screen. If you're interested, you could take a picture. Sub-pillar pages on those one-step removed topics link up to that pillar page. And then blog posts that get into really specific questions that I might not have thought to answer because they're not a one-to-one to what I sell, link up to the sub-pillars and the pillar. And what you get is that hub and spokes model. So we decided with that strategy, we'd produce the 27 pieces of content within the SaaS content pillar topic network in 4 weeks. We took 4 weeks to write these pieces of content. So that was one pillar page of 3,000 plus words, 6 sub-pillar pages of 2,000 plus words, and 20 supporting blogs of 750 words. If you have a writing resource, this is really great. You can use freelance writers to write this content because fortunately, as we mine this network, we are also able to translate content briefs that tell you, hey, this is exactly what you should be covering within each of these articles and how you should be doing it. And of course, while I don't support using AI as a replacement for writers, if you need help getting started, that's a pretty easy job to begin getting outlines together, getting content briefs together around this kind of content. The point is, the amount of money we spent on this is a fraction of our paid advertising spend. It's a fraction of it. And by the time we're done, we have content. And importantly, instead of thinking about this as like a periodical, which most people do, I don't know if you're familiar with your organization's blog or your website where you put out content, but most people will publish a blog post a week or 2 blog posts a week, but we're not trying to get those individual articles to rank. We're trying to get the network to rank and build our authority. And because of that, we took all 27 pieces of the content and we published it all within 24 hours. And then that happened. We published it in 24 hours, and as you can see, we went from 0 to 45 page 1 rankings in about a day. SEO is something that bare minimum, 3 to 6 months, bare minimum, almost always 6 to 12 months to get these kinds of results. So now we're getting the instant gratification of a paid advertising strategy, getting immediate traffic to our website, but it's better because it's going to keep going. We don't have to keep the spigot on, and because we're answering the marketing, or the community's actual questions. The contacts that are coming in, those prospects that are coming in, they're actually like better. They're more likely to be the people that we want to talk to. By the way, since the first few months of this year, I haven't updated this slide in a little bit. It just kept growing. I mean, without touching it, without adding more content to it, without doing anything, we've gone from that 497 to 664. Now it's closer to 1,000 page 1 rankings. So I spent money at the end of last year to get content written in last year's budget, and it is now contributing about 15% of my website's traffic right now. And it's an insane amount of traffic for me to then capitalize on, and it's just a foregone conclusion that I've got this padding of good lead sources and good conversions coming in every single day. For the record, when it comes to all of our pillars, we've done several of these pillars for ourselves, different topics that we think would relate to our audience. We're now looking at thousands. The last time I took a snapshot here, it was 2,700. It's actually well over 3,000 right now. Page 1 rankings. All it took was writing the right content and putting it out there. This happens every single time somebody follows this methodology. And I mean every single time. As long as their website has basic technical SEO down, the load speeds are good, it's a good user experience, it's mobile responsive, and the data is respected, the methodology is followed, we see healthcare industries, we see business development, we see technology, we see all kinds of different industries doing this methodology, applying this, and actually becoming thought leaders in their own right, pretty much overnight, while driving a lot more business growth than they thought possible. There's no shortcuts here. This isn't an exploitation of Google's algorithm. I mean, that changes all the time. However, in the last year, since Google's really began shifting their algorithm towards helpful content and trying to adapt to the AI world, all of our customers end up seeing a lift when they change, because what we're doing is we're just trying to be better. We're trying to be better for the market. We're trying to actually provide value to people. So in the last few minutes here, I'm going to give you a real quick overview of how this works. So these are like probably the snap a photo of the screen slides, but you're already on that, so you know what I'm talking about. Number one, you identify those mission critical short tail keywords your business wants to be on page one for. You know, if you're a law firm and you do personal injury law, it's probably personal injury lawyers or personal injury attorneys near me. It's whatever, for us, it's SaaS content, it's content marketing. For Nike, it would be running shoes. For PandaDoc, it would be electronic signature, right? It's whatever that category page on your website is, it's whatever that top level concept is. And then you're going to take that notion and you're going to examine the entire network of search behavior around this network. You're going to look into Google's recommendation engine and see what are the things that matter. And of course, that's what DemandJump is doing automatically in a span of about 10 minutes when you click a button and say go. And then you're going to build a pillar strategy following these best practices. What we found, I'm talking about 28 pieces of content to get those outsized results, to begin this path, to start with pillar-based marketing and to begin showing the kind of results that get buy-in from executives where you could say, yeah, we're going to keep investing in content and building and growing. All it takes is 16 pieces of content to create that network effect to where there's more than just a single piece Google's trying to judge your authority on. Instead, it's an entire network. It's a comprehensive, visible look into how authoritative you really are. It's a pillar page of 3,000 plus words, 3 sub-pillar pages of 2,000 plus words, and then 12 supporting blog posts of 750 plus words. Those blog posts link up to the sub-pillar and the pillar page, and the sub-pillars link up to the pillar page, therefore creating that network. And then you create content that's focused solely on answering questions, and you throw out old SEO tricks. So if you do happen to be a marketer that's really close to digital marketing, things like keyword cannibalization, keyword density, being repetitive across topics, none of these things matter. Backlinks even don't matter. In fact, for our results, we haven't paid for a single backlink ever, because this is building authority just by authority's sake. By showing authority in a demonstrable way, we're able to drive a lot of traffic. So we don't have to waste time on really expensive and really sort of like long, slow burning tactics. We can focus on, okay, within the topic of content marketing types, what are the actual questions, sort of like the next steps people take after asking that to a search engine, where we can make sure that they don't have to go any farther. We can just tell them in our article about content marketing types, we can answer the questions we know that they're going to have. So you go in, you learn about the specific facets of a topic that you're going to write about based on that search behavior data. And then you publish that content. Over the course of the 16-piece strategy, you end up with about 130, it's actually closer to like 160 keywords that you're targeting. And you have broad coverage on an entire network of what is statistically the most important keywords to cover. So there's going to be others you can build from 16 pieces, but these are the ones that more often than not, at some point in someone's journey, they're going to search one of these 160 keywords. Any random person off the street, as they're learning about whatever topic your business cares about, they will search for one of those keywords over that time, which is really cool because then they get in and you've given them a choose your own adventure style experience through your network of content, letting them go wherever they want to around your stuff. Again, you drop that initial pillar content in 3 quick ways. You publish your pillar first. You confirm that it's indexed on Google. So talk to your marketing department, use Google Search Console, make sure that that content actually indexes. Once it's indexed, publish all the sub-pillars. Once those index, publish all the blogs. So for a domain like ours that's been doing this a while, we just publish it all at once because we know we're going to be good. But for some people who do this, it takes like maybe 24 hours. That's also a good check just to make sure that your website is healthy, that you do technically have everything you need to be indexed, and it'll help identify any issues that you might have along the way. Then the last thing is we spend a really small amount of money driving traffic to each piece. So if you use social media, if you're on LinkedIn, if you use Google Ads, we like to use Outbrain and other syndication tools on the internet. But the point is we use some sort of qualified source of traffic. So if I know that my audience for content marketing or for SaaS content are SaaS people, I'll go to Facebook or LinkedIn and I'll target people who are in that industry. And then I'll create an ad for each one of those 16 articles, and I'll put maybe 30, 40 bucks on each one. We're not talking about breaking the bank here. As little as $10 helps. The point is, once it indexes, you want a surge of traffic into that content. Because what's going to happen is when they get there, they're going to see that you've done your research on what specifically to cover within that article. They're going to be seen. They're going to feel like you know what their problems are, and they're going to read it. One of the most common questions I get is, are you freaking crazy? 3,000 words for a pillar page. Here's something really cool. Across all of the pillar pages that we've helped people build, the average time on page for that content, I will give away a free book at my booth as soon as we're done here to the person who gets closest without going over. How long do you think the average time on page, the average reading time for a 3,000 word piece of content is? 6 seconds? 7? Are we talking minutes now? 7 seconds? You get a free book. 15, was that you in the back? 15 minutes. If you shouted out 15 minutes and I didn't hear you, come get a book too. I don't care. But honor system, all right, people who are professionals. I don't have not just made of books. I got to feed my child. 15 minutes. So what happens is you send that little bit of traffic, they come through, they read it, and they like it, and they stay on that page, and Google knows it, and they say, holy crap, these people know what they're talking about. And so that's what leads to that explosive lift in rankings. When Google sees that people come really quick and they like what they see, they stay on your website and they love it. And then finally, you just continue adding relevant sub-pillar and supporting blog articles and updating existing content that's starting to rank. So 16 pieces will get you started, but you might not get you where you want compared to your competitors. So you just keep looking for new recommendations, new topics in the data, add new clusters, and eventually you'll get to the point where you have pretty solid coverage over that topic. You know you are, as far as that topic goes, a top authority in the world on it. And that makes a big difference when you're trying to grow a business in any industry. Talked about the book a few times. This was a preview. Think of each one of these bullets as a chapter in the back half of the book after we explained the sort of mindset shifts here. You can buy it for $17, I think, paperback on Amazon. We're selling them for $10 at the booth in the main hall. Or a few of you are going to get it for free because you earned it. A few of you are going to get it for free because you're liars. If you're interested in the concept of pillar-based marketing and building authority, I have an article, a newsletter that comes out every Monday on LinkedIn called The Pillar Column, because I'm an idiot. And the pillar column was a nice pun. It was the first thing that popped into my head. So I use that. So you can subscribe to the pillar column here using the QR code. I'm going to ramble for about 20 more seconds until I see people have actually successfully captured the QR code. Oh man, you people are killing me. Come on, let's do this. All right, okay. And then finally, I'm the host of Page One or Bust podcast, where we talk to marketing and business go-to-market leaders about authority and SEO and content marketing every single day. Find me there as well. Find me on LinkedIn. Myself and my colleague Lauren, we've got about 45 minutes before we got to hit the road. So we're going to go straight from here over to our booth. We'd love to talk to you if you're interested in this. Of course, we're doing like a 20% off thing on the software if you talk to us and set a meeting here for a demo, and then we're also happy to answer questions. We've got about 1:30 according to my clock. So if there's like one urgent question here, I could probably take it. Otherwise, I'll be at the booth and I'll be happy to answer any questions you got.
Awesome. My name is Steve Hurricane. Love exactly what you said. I'm speaking on living your brand. Branding was hand in hand with it. My question on your data there, you were talking about how you had all of this traffic that was generated, but at the bottom, you're looking at the position 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 costs. How important is it to be number one, or where would you recommend someone should strive to be? I actually have a demo with you next week anyway. So,
Cool.
But I just
Love that.
I'm looking at that there, and I'm like, all right, so there was a big variance there. Where ideally should we want to be at?
Yeah, so that's a really great question because I've really focused on page one, right? I'm only talking about page one. I kind of ignored the other one. We show you the other one to show you where you're at right now. And that other chart is sort of the first 10 pages of Google results. It's the top 100. The number one position, not page, the number one position gets about 20% of all traffic for any given term. It's logarithmic. So 20% is here. By the time you get to 10, it's down here. Okay, it's vanishingly small. So even if you're in position 9 or 10, you're only going to get about 3% of clicks. By the time you're on page 2, it's like 1% or less, and you're dead. So for us, when we talk about reporting value and actually driving results, we're talking about page one. And AI is changing the name of the game, but actually it's making it better and more aligned to like user context, which this is all about. So getting to page one is more important than ever before. With that, I think we're done.
Yes, a huge hand for Ryan, and I have to say, literally, as it hit zero, he ended, like just as it hit zero. So yeah, you could all learn a little something about that. Yes,
Professionalism.
yeah, exactly. That was
most
it.
of you liars too, so.
Good deal. Thank you all so much. One more big hand for him, please. Okay, so unless you're in the internet conference, go ahead and head back to your rooms. We're going to have another star-studded award ceremony. Again, my name is David Pershika. Thank you for joining us for the Showstoppers. Please look out for my possible Employee of the Year award. Thank you so much.
Hello again. Are we still awake? Are all the awardees here? All right, it's time to acknowledge some extraordinary people who have contributed a lot to IT and tech. With their diligence and ambition, they have led great changes in the tech field and achieved success in their endeavors. I'd like to invite Jay Harvey of DataPath to recognize the achievements of our awardees. You want to say anything?
Sure, I can. Can you hear me? Hear me now? Testing.
Is it working?
Can you hear me? Well, I'm just loud, but can you hear me over the mic?
Do you want to use this one?
Got it. I apologize. There you go.
Test, test. All right, we're live. Okay. So I did this yesterday, and unfortunately, they took all the green sunglasses. If you were there, you know what I'm talking about. So I have nothing to follow up with today. I can't be like the dancers in Vegas jumping over 5 people. So
Don't sell yourself short.
I could try, but might have a broken bone. But I'd like to thank the conference for allowing me to come up here again and present a little bit about our company, DataPath. So we're what's called a managed service provider. What we do is we augment current IT people for companies, or we pretend, or not pretend, sorry, we act as our full IT for the company. And what we do, we really dive more into the security piece for a lot of companies as well. There's a great speech this morning on security and what companies need to do. So we can come into companies and actually do security audits. We can do wireless surveys for those clients as well. And we do large base products as well, or projects for companies. So if you want to figure out, hey, am I getting proper coverage with wireless or anything else? We can provide those services for people. And we have a booth here. So if anybody wants to come by and get some more information, feel free.
All right, with that, we're going to get into it. So, the first individual awardee with 12 years' experience as a product leader in the IT industry, this individual possesses a background in quality assurance and test automation with expertise in programming languages such as Java and C#, allowing her to see through the code while managing a customer-centric perspective. Please welcome Asta Singh to the stage.
Ladies and gentlemen, and distinguished guests, there's a famous proverb that says, it takes a village to raise a child. Likewise, it takes an entire community to shape a leader. Today, I would like to express my deepest gratitude to the entire community who helped me in my leadership journey. First and foremost, I would like to extend my deepest gratitude to my incredible mentors who have shaped me the way I am, my family, my parents, and my husband, and other family members who have been a rock-solid support throughout my life. And not to forget my company, Beyond Trust, and its dynamic leadership, who have created a nurturing environment that fosters innovation and excellence. I'm really grateful to my teams and my peers with whom I work because they challenge me to think out of the box on a day-to-day basis. And thank you, my wonderful audience, for being such great listeners. And I would like to thank Internet 2.0 for the amazing recognition because this means a lot to me, and this will serve as a constant reminder that I need to continue to work hard and strive for excellence. Thank you once again.
Congratulations, Asta. Our next award is going to the co-founder and COO of Vesti Technology Solutions, Inc., a US-based financial tech company with a $5 million market valuation. Please welcome Abimbola Amusan to the stage.
Thank you. I want to say a very big thank you to the organizers of this event for this recognition. Say a very big thank you to my beautiful wife in the audience making this video. I dedicate this award to every member of my team doing this great work building this fintech company with us. In 2019, when my co-founder and I moved to the United States, we faced tremendous challenges assimilating into the financial system, from getting our first credit card to renting our first apartment. And we are building this solution for the next generation of immigrants to provide digital banking solutions to them, offer them, the first credit card, bank accounts, and all of that before they get their first chance with the major commercial banks. Today, we have over 150,000 users, raised over $2 million. Our market cap is $30 million now, and we're moving greater and greater every day. So thank you so much to Internet 2.0 for this award. And I thank every member of my team for the support that they give to us in building this great company. Thank you very much.
Congratulations. The next award recipient is a founder and CEO of Polyform Design Studio, Inc., a renowned product designer and startup advisor. He specializes in consumer tech, Gen Z, and augmented reality. Please welcome Adam Kyle Wilson to the stage. All right, we will be accepting on behalf of Mr. Wilson. Our next award goes to Verichichi, who is the president of Invest Data and Analytics, Yodlee Inc. At Invest Inc. with 20 years experience. He is a senior executive and CDO 4.0 pioneer, transforming businesses through innovative data analytics and products. Please welcome Mr. Farouk Verichi to the stage.
Afternoon, good morning, everyone. Just want to say thank you to the conference. Thanks to and congrats to everyone who is receiving an award today. And I wouldn't be remiss if I speak a little bit about the company and what we're trying to accomplish and solve for in the industry. We are another fintech company, a little bit bigger. We have about 45 million consumers. That's who we serve. We specialize in personal financial management, focusing on wealth management, payments, as well as credit. So thanks for everyone who's been in the conference, and good luck.
Congratulations. The next award recipient is the Chief Digital Operations Officer of Mach 9 Digital. She is a seasoned digital marketing professional with over 25 years experience. Please welcome Catherine Parsons to the stage.
I want to thank everyone at the conference for recognizing me for leadership. I think leadership is a really important thing in an organization. It doesn't happen in a silo. And when you are at the top, it's not just about teaching or showing people where to go. It's also about listening to the next generation. And so I've had the opportunity to sit on advisory boards developing the next generation of SEO tracking tools. I work with a think tank called Chief, where we help other women step into the C-suite, which is really important to me. And then on top of that, I have my job as Chief Digital Operations Officer for Mach 9 Digital. We're a New York-based digital marketing agency. It's not about a channel strategy. It's about your digital ecosystem. So thinking about where you are in your category and what kind of solutions that you can meet for unmet needs that are out there from the consumer standpoint. So we approach it a little bit differently, or we like to think we do. And it's been an amazing opportunity to step out of my in-house role to try the agency side, and I've really enjoyed it these last 2 years. So thank you so much.
All right, the next award recipient is the chairman and CEO of N0 Technologies. An expert in the industry, he has previously held the position of president and chief operating officer at Lockheed Martin and served as executive vice president at General Motors Corporation. Please welcome Lewis Hughes to the stage.
As I think I mentioned yesterday, I'm probably the oldest person in this room, and it reminds me of a line from the Indiana Jones movie where he goes, "Honey, it ain't the years, it's the miles." In my case, it's both. I've probably traveled, well over 3 million air miles going around the world when I was heading up GM's international operations. Retired at 50 and then joined the boards of a lot of big companies around the world where I really learned about the internet and with a big emphasis on telecommunications, serving on the boards of British Telecom, Alcatel-Lucent, Nokia. And I saw the progression as we went from analog to digital to smartphones to 3G, 4G, 5G. It's been a really, really exciting ride. As far as leadership is concerned, it's a rare commodity. I think the motto of the conference, innovate, inspire, ignite, those really are the key words for a leader. And I'd add one more, and it's the word empower. That a leader who's really effective is going to somehow plant that seed with each of his team that they want to do even better. I'm going to actually quote from an old Chinese philosopher, a fellow by the name of Lao Tzu. And I guess he made this quote about 2,700 years ago, so it's pretty old, pretty timeless. But I'll just read it for you so I get it exactly right. Just a minute. He goes, "A leader is best when people barely know he exists. Not so good when people obey and acclaim him. Worse when they despise him. But of a good leader who talks little when his work is done, his aim fulfilled, they will say, 'We did it ourselves.'" So that's the thing you've got to plant in each of your team members. Get them so motivated that they actually believe they really did do it themselves. Thank you very much for the recognition, and thank you for a very fun conference. Oh, this way.
Everyone that wins, you're going to be exiting this way. All right, for our next award recipient, they are a senior manager of incident response and remediation at Mandiant. With over 15 years experience in IT security, infrastructure, and risk management, he offers strategic recommendations to enhance security measures. Please welcome Nader Zaveri to the stage.
Thank you so much. Wanted to first and foremost thank the Internet 2.0 conference for creating this event and recognizing other leadership. I think one of the things everyone can agree with is when you're getting recognized and appreciated for the hard work, that means a lot and it just helps you go even further. Uh, and I wouldn't be here if it wasn't for one, first and foremost, God, and also my family, my mom and dad who helped cultivate me, and then also the backbone, my wife, my kids, really everyone who's been here to help. I'm traveling a lot, and as a leader, I think Lou just mentioned 3 million miles. I am always on the road, so you need a strong backbone at home to be able to take you and to be understanding when you are going on the road, but knowing that there's a greater cause. Your mission is greater, and it wouldn't be here if it wasn't for the understanding of those around me and really with my team. I don't think I'll be anything without my team members. They make me look good, even and going over some of the flaws that I have, and I really do appreciate everyone that is around me to help cultivate me. And really, I have great leaders throughout my years in the industry, and those leaders are the ones who've really been able to help me get stronger and been able to see. I think one of the great things is you can love a job because of great leaders, and you can very much hate a job for bad leaders. And having those great leaders has been what I've been trying to strive to. I've had great role models, and I've always tried to emulate them as much as possible. Thank you again, everyone, and thank you again, 2.0.
Congratulations, leader. Next up, this award recipient is the co-founder, CEO, and finance director of Roll Credits. This person has over 12 years of experience working in tech companies and consulting. Please welcome Nishant Mathur to the stage.
Thank you so much for organizing this, and thank you for giving this honor. Like everybody said, I think any award that anyone gets is just a culmination of all the circumstances, their luck, and people they've met. And I just think I've been very fortunate to, just work with amazing people across IIT, and then, at BCG. Then I ended up working in a tech company in Oyo, and now I have my own startup. And I just feel like I've been blessed to just work with amazing people, and they have taught me a lot. I think on leadership, I won't say much because I think most has been covered, but I think as he pointed out, I think leadership is about enabling people. And the thing that I have tried to do is ensure that people who are working in my team have extreme ownership. And then, they're set on autopilot. And if you kind of do something like that, then you get extreme leverage and they make you feel better. So that's the principle I followed. Just get good people, give them, tons of ownership and space. And as a result, they're able to do wonders. Just the last thing I would just say, I always loved the entertainment industry as a kid. I grew up in India where the only way to escape the middle class was getting education. So I couldn't do anything in that industry at that time. And frankly, I don't think I would have ever been good in front or behind the screen. But I always loved it. And right now I'm building a startup which helps entertainment companies in sort of their back end. So we're building the financial operating system for them. And finally, I'm getting my dream come true of working with producers, directors, and a lot of interesting things. So I would just say yeah, it's just life is very interesting. I never thought I would do this when I was growing up, but now 15 years after doing a career, I'm finally doing something that I love. So it's great.
Congratulations. Our next award recipient is the CEO of 4E Consulting Group, and he brings over 30 years experience as Senior Enterprise Architect and Solution Implementation Lead in the technology field. Please welcome Paul Solano to the stage.
Thank you, and thank you to the organization for the opportunity to receive this award, for the recognition of so many other talent and distinguished people that I can join in this um, conference, and the opportunity to share some ideas and grow all together as this continues to evolve and we can continue to provide some leadership in the industry to advance technology and how technology helps every other aspects of our lives. Thank you.
Congratulations. Our next award recipient is the CEO of M Square Media, a software engineer and a serial entrepreneur. As the former president and CEO of Innovate BC, he played a pivotal role in nurturing the growth of tech companies. Please welcome Raghav Gopal to the stage.
I'd like to start by thanking Internet 2.0 for this recognition. So thank you very much. Thank you for organizing this. I know I speak for myself, but I'm pretty sure it's true for all of the recipients that, excuse me, that what we do is not for awards or recognition, but we do it because we're passionate about what we're doing. We're passionate about helping our organizations or communities get better and grow. But it's always nice when you get recognized. So thank you again. I believe very firmly that we as leaders, as experienced leaders that have the knowledge and experience, it becomes our responsibility to become a role model and to inspire a young generation of leaders. So I'm glad that I'm actually helping out a bit in that journey. And I want to thank everybody that has supported me throughout this journey, which is all my co-workers, colleagues, other supporters, and my family, and my beautiful wife that's in the audience right now. So thank you very much.
Congratulations. Our next award is going to the co-founder and chief technology officer of Augmented Systems LLP. With over 15 years experience in managing the software development lifecycle, he is a seasoned full-stack developer with expertise in cutting-edge technologies. Please welcome Rakshit Shah. All right, we will be accepting on behalf. All right, moving on. Our next award recipient is a serial entrepreneur, founder, and CEO of Autonom IQ. With 2 successful exits under his belt, he is now focused on frontier technologies like Web3, brain-machine interfaces, and space technologies. Please welcome Ram Shanmugam to the stage. All right, we will be accepting on behalf of Ram as well. And our next award recipient is the CEO and founder of Coach Koji Private Limited. She is a passionate leadership and wellness coach dedicated to humanity's well-being in times of transformation. Please welcome Ruchira Chakraborty to the stage.
Thank you. Thank you, everyone. I'd like to extend huge gratitude to the organizing and management committee of the Internet 2.0 conference. It has been very nice being here for the last 2-3 days that I've been here, meeting new people, getting to hear what a lot of us in different parts of the world are doing. And if you see, there is a common theme, there is a common thread that lies. And that is that in some way or the other, we talk about it in terms of passion, but for me, it's more than that. Passion is inwards. I think a lot of us are searching for purpose and meaning in life. And each of those entrepreneurial stories, each one of those stories of struggles, each one of those stories of creating something new, writing a book, writing articles, finding our dreams but anchored in reality. I think that's what all of us are attempting to do over here. And in my personal journey, I would like to thank my husband, my son, my fantastic family, and my lovely friends who have always been there to support the call that I have chosen, the path that I've chosen to walk on. And I have changed my path quite a few times. So at each stage to be to keep the spirit high and to encourage and to move forward, it's a very big thing to receive from family, and I'm very grateful for that. I'm very thankful to friends across the world, in India, in Africa, my friends in Europe, all of them who have helped me walk this path and be deserving of this award today. So thank you very much. I'm very, very humbled, and I'm very peaceful with where life has brought me today. Thank you so much for that.
Congratulations, Yushira. Our next award recipient is going to the founder of Xphoria Inc., a successful serial entrepreneur, philanthropist, and sports enthusiast. With a diverse portfolio in cybersecurity, wealth management, real estate, entertainment, and technology, he has established thriving businesses across North America, Mexico, Canada, and India. Please welcome Sasi Naga to the stage. And we will be accepting on behalf of Sasi. Our next award recipient is the ex-COO and member of the founding management team at Atria Convergence Technologies. With a proven track record in driving global innovation and growth, he has successfully scaled businesses in consumer services and technology. Please welcome Sabrub Mukherjee.
So much the event organizing team and the panel of judges who thought that I'm eligible for this kind of an award. Want to thank my institute, Massachusetts Institute of Technology, for giving me exposure to the third industry I'd hopped into and working on the smart city projects in China and India. Of course, the company where I've been working the last 13 years in India in setting up broadband operations there. And last but not least, my family for standing by me. Thank you so much once again.
Congratulations. Our next award recipient is the CEO of What Are Those? A creative software engineer with a passion for developing innovative products. Please welcome Samaya Patantik to the stage. And we will be accepting on behalf of Samaya. Our next award recipient is the Chief Product Officer of DeepL, where he co-founded and created HR technology platform. With a background in data science, neuroscience, and modern psychology, he has revolutionized the field by introducing the scientific method of DeepL. Please welcome Yoel Cluck to the stage.
Thank you, Internet 2.0, the conference, for organizing it, for considering me for the award. I'm very proud to get it. I don't think I get it without my team, the team that we spend hours and hours and hours researching. I also think that being in a blue ocean market, it takes courage, not only for those that we get into it, but those that trust us too. So I like to include in thanking the customers, the allies, the colleagues, the mentors that make it possible. Just real quick, DeepL is in the business of HR tech, and what we try to do different is to use those soft variables of human resources into predictive models. So thank you again.
Congratulations, Yoel. Our next award recipient is the founder and CTO of Conversed, a leading tech company in the Web3 sector, specializing in front-end digital marketplace utilities for Hedera Network implementation. Please welcome Matthew Hogan to the stage. We will be accepting on behalf of Matthew. Our next award recipient is the founder and CEO of Vernacular Games, a gaming enthusiast with a nomadic background. He has also co-founded Inertia Productions, showcasing his passion for creative ventures. Please welcome Sakai Dozier to the stage. We will be accepting on behalf of Sakai. And last but not least, our final award for this morning's award session is going to the Chief Data Scientist and Consultant at Innovatix LLC with over 23 years of IT experience, with 11 years of expertise in data science and AI. He is a renowned leader in the field, having trained over 16,000 students worldwide. Please welcome Dr. Mo Medwani to the stage.
Hello, everyone. Thank you, Internet Point 2, for this amazing award. This is another accomplishment through my journey as data scientist. My journey started back in 2014. I used to work for a big company back in Atlanta, Georgia, as a service delivery analyst for almost 5 years. And something happened in 2014. I was transferred from one department to a different department within the same organization. And something happened. HR changed my title from service delivery analyst to data analyst without any notification. Unfortunately, at the time, they hired a new IT director who assigned a project to me based on my new title, which is data analyst. And of course, I lost my job because I did not complete the project within the time frame and within the budget. I remember that one morning I was driving home crying. The manager came to my office. She took my badge, my laptop. She shut down access to every server, every application they have access to, and she fired me. So I was driving home crying. I don't know what to do because I have a big family to support. I have kids. So once I get home, I asked myself a very simple question, and that was why I lost my job. And the answer was because I was a victim of analytics. So I promised myself to study analytics regardless of how much it's going to cost me. Then luckily, I was admitted into Maryland University with my third master in analytics. Then after that, I went to Columbia University for 3 postgraduates in analytics, and I finally completed my PhD in artificial intelligence. I started a business in Atlanta. Actually, I have 3 startups, one based in Senegal, one in Morocco, and the most successful one is in Atlanta, Georgia. We do training, consulting, contracting, and job placement in data science and artificial intelligence. I am here to promote my business, to expand my business, and looking for partners. So if you need to upskill, and I do agree with Mark Cuban, he's an American entrepreneur. He said a couple of months ago, if you machine learning, data science, artificial intelligence, if you don't know them, learn them. Otherwise, you are going to be a dinosaur within 3 years. So if you need to learn data science, we have one of the best program ever that's designed to make you a superhero data scientist regardless of your age, regardless of your background. So please talk to me, and thank you again, Internet Point 2, for this amazing award. And I would love to dedicate this achievement to my wife, my kids, and my team who supported me throughout the journey. Thank you again.
Congratulations. All right, and once again, many, many congratulations to all our awardees. Thank you for continuing to inspire us to outperform our abilities. Now, it's time for lunch. So we'll see you back here at Let's see, 1:30. Welcome back, everyone. And now it's time for our next discussion of the event. On the topic of predictions for the future of AR and VR innovations, we have our next group of panelists who will share their views on what lies ahead in virtual reality. Let's hear it for Thomas Quilty, CEO and Tech Advisor of BD Consulting and Investigations, Satish Ramakrishnan, CEO and co-founder of theCUBE, Vincent W. Allen, Managing Director of VAAV Industries, and Adam Kyle Wilson, founder and CEO of Polyform Design Studio, Inc. Panelists, the stage is all yours.
Thank you. Welcome everyone to this panel discussion. I'm Satish Ramakrishnan, and I'll be moderating this discussion with distinguished panelists here. I'll just start with my own introduction and pass it on to the others. I am CEO and co-founder of theCUBE, where we build AI-powered virtual spaces for more human interactions. I also run a startup studio called Venture Bay Labs, where we look for founders with great ideas to change the world. I've been in the corporate industry for about 25 years before that, starting as a developer up to a CTO before I left. And during that time, I built AR and VR solutions for law enforcement and governments. I also coach, mentor executives and leaders. Tom?
Hi, I'm Tom Quilty. I have a number of different roles. My current role is as Chief Security Officer for IMA Team. I'm also a tech advisor for several different tech startups and part-time consultant with the different corporations and building out artificial reality products.
Hi there, guys. Vincent Allen here. I'm founder and managing director of VAAV Industries. Like all of us, I've held many roles over the course of time. I started working in the media and broadcast space roughly 30 years ago, so I've seen and been a part of the evolution from the early days of live streaming when it was mostly universities streaming out to military personnel who were deployed or whatever, leveraging things like Windows Media, Codec, and Real Time, Real Player, and these kinds of things. And so see the evolution. My company VAAV, what we specialize in is the gray area, that space between traditional broadcast film and TV production, AV IT integration, all the conference room stuff, how you get those things to play nice together to get it to the cloud, to a streaming service, but then how you build that into a digital transformation effort where someone wants to take all of that and throw it on their intranet, throw it on a SharePoint somewhere. So we do a lot of that kind of work, and starting to see people asking for things like AR and VR, mostly without them really understanding what any of that means, but we'll get to that.
Hey everyone, I'm Adam Wilson. I'm one of the founders and CEO at Polyform Studio. We're a Emmy award-winning AR, VR design and development studio. We do all types of AR and VR builds for big enterprises and brands like the Olympics and Red Bull and Nike and things like this, and as well work with a lot of early stage startups to get new tech products into market in the AR and VR space.
Okay, honored to be here with all of you. Lot of experience here in AR and VR, so let's get right in. I think something that people ask and do not quite understand is the differences between some of these terms, AR, VR, MR, XR. Can we start off just with definitions very quickly? Tom?
Okay, I can talk a little bit about AR since that seems to be a lot of what I seem to be focused on, but that is just basically, if you look out in the room now, it's just an overlay. It's just an information overlay of what you see in front of you.
That's fair. I'll talk a little about XR. We're working on some cool XR stuff. I want to partner with my work on a product called XR Mirage. You talk about XR, you think about green screen technology, and nowadays everyone knows what a green screen is and what it does and how Hollywood or broadcasters use that. And what you can do with the XR Mirage or any of these kind of XR platforms is take the green screen and then composite that person into a fully digital world that's created and realized in something like Unreal Engine or similar technologies, so that any one of us can be sitting here on this panel 1 minute, and then the panel can be happening on Mars or, anywhere else, right? In an instant, and allowing us to be immersively placed into these worlds, and then we output that to wherever the heck we want to output it. Maybe you just are shooting and recording it, and it's going to go on a film or a television program that's going to be broadcast later, or maybe you pipe that out into a more traditional system, and then that ends up streaming out live on YouTube or wherever you want to stream it. And so instead of sitting on a panel in front of a step and repeat, we're, in the New York Stock Exchange circa 1890 or anywhere else, right?
So that leaves VR for me, which is essentially just replacing your reality with a virtual one, placing you in some type of virtual world. And this is, I think, what people are most familiar with headsets like the Quest Pro and all of, Meta's headsets and the Oculus and stuff.
Okay, thank you. So now let's start with very high-level predictions for where we are and where we are going. Tom, you've worked in consulting, training, applications. So you've seen the space through a really wide-angle lens. Could you give your thoughts on where do you see us right now and where things are going in the AR/VR space?
Wow, it's exploding across as I think the other panelists will tell you. It says, and my focus just on the AR side is trying to figure out how to integrate AR, but without taking away and distracting so much that it endangers the person using it. And that's sort of the area where I do a lot of consulting on using it as a tool, but not completely replacing the reality so that the person still has situational awareness.
I think that, and we talked about this in the run-up to this panel, is that in the broadcast space, which is my expertise, is you see things that are used by the big budget, the CNNs of the world, the NBCs, BBCs of the world. If you go back to the 90s and you look, we talked about this on a call last week, the Kosovo conflict, right? You were seeing, these reporters with these helmets, with these antennas, and they were broadcasting live from, whatever, territory or war zone. And that was functionally, RMTP was how they were sending that. And now everybody does it. Everyone does it, has it on their phone. And so you look at that as a litmus in terms of what's coming or what could possibly be built, is that look at what all the big broadcasters are doing, look at what large meeting centers are doing, and that's all going to push into the corporate meeting space, right? And so we are seeing people wanting to use things like AR and VR to walk through a conference center build or an architecture build before you spend any money on it. My predilection is to think that you are going to see conference rooms built on mobile tech as opposed to hard mounted screens and microphones and cables. And what that looks like is a set of AR glasses, not unlike what we see in the movie The Kingsman, where you put the glasses on and you see everybody. It's sort of a holographic kind of thing in a HUD, right? And so for me, I think that's where we're headed, is minimizing spend on large infrastructure in those kinds of settings where you can have a correspondent in another country have a headset or something on, and they can see what they need to see, camera embedded in the frames, and really change the way we do things from both a content and media creation standpoint, but also from how we just do simple meetings, right? Is how we do basic everyday things. Everyone's on a Zoom or a WebEx. How many times a day? If we could minimize Zoom fatigue by having the pair of glasses we could wear or whatever, how beneficial would that be for our mental health, much less just a company's bottom line? That's where I think we're going.
For sure, yeah. Just, I think we're in a really interesting inflection point for AR and VR, XR, MR, all the different Rs, that we're getting into, we're past the exponential curve into consumer adoption for the first time. And a lot of people look at VR and be like, oh, we've had it since the 80s, and AR has kind of been around. Google Glass came out, it was a failure, but we didn't have any of the infrastructure in terms of hardware in people's pockets or on their faces or 5G or any of the things we needed to really live up to people's expectations of what they saw in the movies, of having that seamless Iron Man kind of heads up display where I can just speak to an AI and it can do some type of thing for me, or the VR experiences we see in the Matrix and stuff like that. These are the bars of excellence that consumers expect, and the products up until now haven't been able to deliver on. But with like the Apple Vision Pro coming out, and even like Meta's new headsets are getting crazier and crazier, and then combined with 5G, all of a sudden, I think we're going to start to see really high adoption rates, and then eventually like mass adoption before the end of the decade for sure.
So if I can follow up with you, Adam, really quick about the Apple's product, for example. I was reading recently that they're not going to mass roll it out. It's going to be like appointment driven or whatever. Now, do you think, as someone who is very well entrenched in the VR space, that is it the iPhone or is it the Newton? Because Apple has a history of being 15 minutes too early, right? And doing something like we saw that with the HomePod. Everyone's got an Alexa or a Google Home or Siri on their iPhone, but trying to charge $600, $700 for a beamforming speaker that can talk to you. Everyone's got beamforming now. It was revolutionary 10 years ago. Now it's in the sphere down the block, right? So what's your thought on that?
Yeah, I mean, Apple does what they always do, which is come out with like the best version of a thing way after everybody else does. And sometimes it's a little ahead, sometimes it's a little behind. I think personally they came out at the exact right time to come out with what it is, which is a dev kit. It's for developers, it's for enthusiasts, it's not for the mass market. It's to build new, they're going to need that killer app still, right? To hit mass market, and they don't know what it is. Nobody knows what it is. They need people building on it. That's what this first generation is all going to be about, is like basically just a really great dev kit and an experience that opens people's minds to what the future could be, because everything they've seen so far doesn't live up to the expectations. And this, I think, is going to be mostly about just like getting the public excited, securing their place in the race ahead of everybody else with the silicone and all the other great things they're doing. And maybe like 4 generations from now, making the iPhone version.
Right, and that was what I was going to ask, is because it doesn't seem like they've demonstrated interest in building the critical pathways that they need in terms of like a marketplace and the things that they did around the App Store, iTunes Store, whatever. And if that's not there, then I mean it's Meta, right? Which basically looks like Wii Olympics, right? It's not. It's the render. They haven't built the render tech into it on the Meta side to do anything that honestly doesn't suck.
Yeah. Well, I mean, I think there's actually a real big difference, because like when the iPhone came out, the App Store didn't come out for another year. The studio I was working at the time, we shipped 7 of the first 25 apps, and there was only 25 apps that were first released, and then there was 100 released in the first month or something. Anything that runs on OS X or runs on an iPad now is going to be Vision Pro compatible from day one. So it's launching with thousands of apps, and anything that's been made with their AR kit or like Reality Kit is going to be AR enabled from day one. So they're not going to be optimized for the headsets, but it's going to give people a lot of cool stuff to do right off the bat.
And then as a follow-on to this, just for the future, we'll talk about it later in our panel. It says the use of AR, VR, MR, XR, all of these in training and how people are doing their job. It's going to be more and more commonplace.
Yeah, and I'll just add to that. If you look at any technology, there is a hype cycle, right? So it went up a little bit last year, and calling it metaverse and such, right? So what I want to point out is everything AR, VR, XR is not metaverse. Right, so definitely with what we hear about the metaverse, all of these technologies are not gone. And right now there's a gold rush towards AI, but again, it's not separate. We're at a point where we've been 2D for a long time. The web is becoming 3D, and AR, VR, XR, MR, these are here to stay, and that's going to change. Also, these are the technologies that AI will build on and also benefit back from AI. And so that's where we are going, and definitely it's going to be very strong in the future. So let's move on to some opportunities and real world, or should I say virtual world use cases. So Tom, you have done a lot of work around managing distractions, and I believe that technology shouldn't be an enabler and not come in the way. So what are your thoughts on using AR and VR in some real world, virtual world use cases?
I see that the future's bright if you want to get into that industry. As a former Army guy and law enforcement, those are 2 of the main areas that have a direct need for this. especially on the AR, to be able to add that extra level of information, but doing it without distraction. And that was a couple of projects I've consulted on. It was specifically that is where it's a shot spotter and it spots where it is. And the R&D crew wanted to just immediately zoom in on where the shot was coming, and I said no, because the person's got to respond and protect themselves, whether than the military or law enforcement. They've got to take action and protect themselves first and protect others before they start responding. And so it's wide open for training field in both the AR, the MR, XR, and VR.
One of the interesting things, just to piggyback on Tom with AR, and again, we talked about this the other day, there are already products on the market that are very niche, but that have camera embedded in it. And you see things, we talked about this, but use cases for mechanical engineering, high tension, electrical work where you maybe, you need to consult with the emeritus guy in whatever field that is the guy, right? And so there's all those applications for that where you maybe don't need a senior guy all the time, but you might need to consult with the senior guy to be able to have hands on site in just a technical capacity and just have someone talking you through how to do whatever. And I believe very strongly that is where we're going in terms of a stopgap until we get the overall systems developed where you have that plus a really good quality HUD and the appropriate processing power, which I think is where the AI comes in, is to be able to give you that data in real time and then decide what data is important right now, right? Depending on what your line of work is. If you're a police officer, that looks different. If you are like I said, an electrician, that might look very different in terms of what data you're looking for. And so I think that's something that's rapidly coming. Like it's right on us, in my opinion.
Adam, your thoughts?
Oh yeah. I mean, all those great examples. Training for sure is like one of the most obvious ones. We're already, have been working with HoloLens back in the day, and like they made a big pivot that was enterprise focused, basically just for training, and they were too early. But now, with the Vision Pro especially, set up for training so well, super mobile, super ergonomic for people to use at length, which is required if you're training somebody to do something that's complicated. But then media, I think, is one of the biggest things. And this is kind of, Apple's positioning this headset as kind of a media consumption and laptop replacement kind of a tool. And I think that's really smart because, media is always one of the things that drives adoption of new technology. And with these new immersive mediums like VR storytelling or, AR enhanced 2D, video and stuff, like Disney just released this thing where you're watching this Disney movie, and if you bring up your camera, it has this AR waterfall that comes out of the screen, and the scene kind of goes around your living room and stuff. And it's just opening the doors for these whole new media experiences that people have never had before. And like the Vision Pro's got the 3D camera, so you can capture 3D images and film, and then kind of step back into that moment in time and look around the kitchen and stuff. And I think it's these media consumption experiences that are going to create like the emotional connection that we need for people to use it often. And then, just to touch on like the AI part of things that you mentioned there, none of it would be possible without AI. Just like the amount of, just modeling of the environment that's going on, the optimization of, if I'm looking at something, blurring everything out, creating like an artificial depth of field to give my eyes a natural feel when I'm looking around something in VR and AR. None of it possible without the optimizations of AI and machine learning.
I think we talked a bunch about how the tech gets consumed, like how it's used in your home or in your place of business. But I think the other side of that, and you talked about content creation, is that how it's being used to completely change the way we shoot things. Like if you brought up Disney. So if we can talk about the volume for 2 seconds. Like this is fairly new. I mean, it's out there, but it's fairly new tech. Disney's really the only one really using it. But it's for those of you who don't know, it's basically you take a video wall and you wrap your set in the video wall, and you also go over the top. And now it's revolutionizing the way movies are shot, because now I can do 90% of everything in camera. And so I'm not fighting with a green screen, and you have to light the green separate to the talent, and you get nice wash off of the environment coming off of the video wall onto a person's face or onto a set piece. So it's totally changing the way large budget action movies are shot, right? And so things are changing rapidly in this space on both sides of the supply chain, really.
And then as well, and just as a follow-on on the training and integration aspect, I really see that as we move forward with the combination of the XR or MR, where you have the person that maybe could be a medic person at an accident scene, and they've got to figure out, okay, they have to save someone's life, and they're looking at the person. They go, okay, what vein do I stop? How do I stop the bleeding? Or how do I do this? And, hooked up with the AI engines, it assists, and then with the doctor in the background improving the action, there's a lot of possibilities for the future.
Yeah, I'll just add a couple of things. I've worked on law enforcement, like I said. Mostly using AR there. When agents are tactically on the field, to bring them information about the surroundings they are in, right? So it can make a huge difference to save a life or to protect multiple lives. So that's huge, as well as training before the fact. Right? So you cannot go into all the environments to get yourself trained, military situations, law enforcement situations. So those can be simulated. Also, we heard about some space travel and flight simulations and such, right? So those are huge in the training side, because things are expensive, including fuel, right? So how much of flying time can you get with fuel? So before that, if the pilots can get trained. You want
In any line of business, no matter what you're doing, law enforcement, content creation, anything, we always talk about the pathway to mastery as the 7,000 hours, right? All of these technologies, no matter which one we're really talking about, has the capacity to shorten that road for a lot of people. Like, I'm sure, like most of us, I started my career very young, and you know how it is in the production space. You start basically from the time you can walk, right? But not everyone has access to that, or has goes to a school that has those resources, or has parents that have the know-how of the resources. This kind of stuff, as it's eventually sort of out there more broadly, it has the ability to shorten that gap where a person individually or community doesn't have access to a $200,000 cinema camera or whatever, to be able to get to that expertise level much earlier in their life cycle, which could potentially have transformative effects for just humanity in general. Because if we can get people to have expert level knowledge by 20 instead of 40, that could totally change how our society functions.
And one of the other areas of concern is, my military career says this, post-traumatic stress, and big problem in the military is training. And how do you prepare someone to be shot at or have an explosion go off next to you? And without, you need that experience. The Special Forces, U.S. Army Special Forces, they do a very good job of training their people. They put them in situations before they send them into any situation where they know what it feels like to be shot at or near. There's explosions going off. So it builds up their psychological strength to do that, to basically resist that trauma. Whereas a lot of people, in some of the other areas of the Army, they have lesser training. They're more focused on technical. But if their convoy is attacked and now they've got to respond and explosions going on, that creates a lot of trauma because they're not expecting it. They don't know how to deal with it. And I see that using a combination of VR and either MR or such, where the person can physically, they're in a situation and they can physically respond and actually touch things. It comes back, where if you look inside the view thing and you see an object, you can reach down and pick it up and actually touch it. That's what's coming down in the future for training, and it's going to have a lot of benefits in a lot of different areas.
Let's talk about the impacts on society. There can be any new technology coming up, or it has impacts, right? Positive, negative impacts. Can we talk about both of them? And if there's anything we need to do now, AI, we talk about regulations are needed and all of that. In AR, VR, where are we, and what kind of regulations or things can we do now? Vincent, you want to start?
Yeah, sure. I mean, I touched on it a moment ago, but I think, shortening the gap between the people who have the knowledge and the people who either want or need the knowledge, I think it changes things from, I mean, there's been a lot of articles that have been written about this, but something like over 200 universities have closed this year in the United States for funding reasons, right? And so if you not having to maintain a physical campus, I mean, that's millions of dollars right there every single quarter, really. I mean, it opens that up. But even you think about something like, I'll tell a story briefly. I see her sitting here in the back, so she's probably gonna give me a hard time about it later. But my daughter, when she's wanted to go into space and she could talk, and I remember, when she was probably about 3 or 4, just having, the Samsung VR headset that was popular at that time, and putting her in the interface and letting her go and interact with some of the things that were taken up at the space station, or some of the other things that are out there. And just somewhere on a cloud drive, I have a video of her with a headset just literally spinning around like this, like a crazy person. But the ability, dreams need nourishing, right? All of us wanted to do things when we were little, and some of us did and some of us never got there. But if we had the ability to start the learning process earlier and just cultivate that dream with this sense of wonder is what we all need, whether you want to be a professional athlete or a movie star or an astronaut or any just this grand kind of stuff that all kids want. It's going to help. I think it's really going to be transformative in shortening the knowledge gap, but also shortening the divide between all of us, regardless of where we're from. Because some places in this world are a lottery ticket. Let's just be honest about that. If you were born in a modern Western developed country versus one that's not, the access to opportunity is significantly better. But then also, like you say, just being able to nourish that seed of a dream, so much earlier in life without having to have hundreds of thousands or millions of dollars behind you as a parent, makes it so much easier to allow your child to just explore and experiment with who they want to become. And like I said before, that has the potential to be truly revolutionary for the human race as a whole. And I think you pair that with AI to do all the mundane stuff that none of us want to do. Let's be honest, no one really wants to hand validate Python, right? No one really enjoys doing that. As an editor, no one enjoys building an edit decision list. It's not a fun process. If I could get an AI to do that, so much better.
Anyone else wants to add to societal impact? No?
Yeah, I can add some things for sure. I mean, societal impact is definitely, there's lots of positives like you outlined. There's lots of potential negatives. There's a lot of hypothesis. It's going to be really interesting to see, the psychological and societal impacts of people being in a dictated reality instead of base reality for any extended amount of time. We talk at Polyform a lot about the concept of reality skinning, and that's coming down where if I want to live in the Simpsons hometown, I'll be able to do that in a couple of years and have a headset that just skins everything to look like 2D animation. Everybody that walks by is a Simpsons character. And, that's kind of one extreme. But what if even everybody I walk by is smiling at me or looking approvingly at me and seems friendly instead of just neutral? What kind of implications does that have on people psychologically and from a societal standpoint? And then you get on the VR side of things, and people are already, living in these virtual worlds through their phones. What happens when they're standing inside of a virtual world? And what happens when they're standing inside of that virtual world for the majority of the day or the majority of a year or a decade? And then things start to get totally unpredictable, and maybe it's good, maybe it's bad, but it's going to happen. So we got to just try and build the best version of things now, learn from the mistakes of the past with social media and other things, and try and build this new version of things in a better way.
Well, I think to your point, Adam, is that we're going to see, right?
Yeah.
But I think we know enough about how terrible we can be as humans sometimes, and there have already been cases in the limited amount of VR that is, publicly consumable, of where people have committed crimes against another person's avatar. And so there's a public policy and legislative piece to this as to how one addresses that, because if I'm in the VR space and someone commits a crime against my person, my avatar, whatever, in that space, but I live in New York City and that person lives in, I don't know, China or something, or any other country, then how do we start to deal with the implications of that? Is that person able to be prosecuted? Is there justice? Is there wholeness and healing for the aggrieved party? These are major considerations from the legal standpoint that all of us are old enough to remember when the internet became a thing and how it took 15, 20 years for policy to catch up to simple things like intellectual property and who actually owns the rights and what happens when you start passing around a movie or a song or a piece of art on the internet, like what happens there. And we're still living in the aftermath of that. The whole NFT thing is a whole separate conversation, but I think so. There's really positive, life-changing, implications, but also ones that could be disastrous if we don't do it right and learn from our mistakes in technology, right?
One more thing I'll add is just about safety, maybe children, because virtually we can be anybody, right? We don't know who's who. Yeah, so that's something we'll have to deal with. Okay, just moving on. What are some of the challenges we see? Yeah, challenges that we see that we'll have to overcome for these technologies to reach their full potential. Anybody wants to take quickly before we go into some questions? from
Really
the audience?
quickly, as Vince pointed out, policy and regulation and how just figuring out how we're going to do that.
Yeah, I think, yeah, of course, there's like a whole that side of things from a practical like building standpoint. We've been building in VR for a long time, and it's getting easier, but it's not getting easier at the rate that the hardware and concepts of AR and VR are being adopted. So there's still like huge 3D pipeline issues. There's still huge barrier to entry from a skill set situation. You can have a whole generation of web designers and 2D mobile designers, UX designers that don't have transferable skill sets to this new era of spatial computing. And there's just massive kind of like actual physical person power problems to like scaling this whole concept of a MR, AR, VR future.
I think, just quickly, I think that it's the same problem that we always have in technology, no matter what it is, whether it's Betamax or Blu-ray or VR, right? It's like, what's going to be the standard that wins? Like, what's going to be the version of this thing that wins, and how much money is behind it? And do we get to a place of adoption on a thing? Like Blu-ray always comes to mind. Sony paid a grotesque amount of money to make that happen, and then Netflix happened, right? And then Prime happened, and all these other things happened, and nobody paid attention to Blu-ray. So where do we go there? And where's the gravy train? Who's the entity with the money pushing it to where we all know it inevitably wants to and needs to go? And how long does it take to get there? I think those are the challenges in my mind.
Great thoughts. We'll just give some time for audience questions if anybody has, please.
I think it's really important to have accessibility in your mindset, especially when you're thinking about things like people who have trouble with depth perception, being able to make adjustments on that side, color palettes. Like I have a visual sensory processing challenges. So a lot of the color palette that's used in VR is painful for me. So I tend not to play in VR just because I don't like it. But on the other spectrum is if you do make it accessible, how amazing it would be for somebody with dyslexia who would be looking through their smart glasses and have all the fonts shift to be friendly towards their difference. Or you were talking about explosions, having ear protectors that would adjust to mute the sound so that it wouldn't penetrate through. And now you don't have to learn how to deal with explosions because the air protector's filtering it out. using an AI algorithm. So there's all kinds of different ways you can do to adjust the environment to help people like me who have invisible disabilities.
Yeah, I think you bring up a really good point there about accessibility. And like, as a designer, it's something we think about all the time. I'm colorblind myself, so I'm always thinking about it. And there's a really awesome opportunity now where, for the most part, there's really good standards set around basically, any type of accessibility concern in terms of certification or this level or that level or this disability or that other one. And with AI, to be able to, detect maybe what somebody's accessibility challenge is and automatically configure the software instead of it being like a manual process and you have to roll out all these different versions of it, to just be able to make that configuration happen on the fly is something that's like already beginning to happen. And I could see with like advancements in AI and even the advancements of the detections and like things like retinal scanning and stuff that's going on. I'm hoping that'll just keep getting better and better.
Go ahead.
I'll be 100% honest. She stole my question as somebody who's 100% colorblind.
Good question.
First and foremost, thank you, Thomas, Satish, Vincent, and Adam for all the insights and the wisdoms you've imparted in this session. As someone who suffers from colorblindedness, I've recently seen companies such as Enchroma go to market and launch with products to enhance their capabilities. Do you see any other avenues or potential areas of growth, not just from a disability standpoint, but just somewhere outside of the current medical realm of colorblindedness, right? I hope that question was clear. If not, I'm happy to clarify.
I'll jump in there real quick. I think the thing that comes to mind immediately is education, right? And not just from a, hey, we're going to change the world by shortening the knowledge gap, but there are people in this world that we live around every day that have trouble getting out and about for physical reasons. And then there are also people who have learning disabilities who the way their brain is wired precludes them to one degree or another from learning in a way in the traditional model, right, that we all learned on when we were growing up or going through university, and being able to have something as simple as a pair of glasses or a headset or whatever, and you're immersed in a space where you can converse with others. And the biggest problem we had during the pandemic, right, you talk to teachers and policymakers, was, yeah, we can deliver curriculum, but I'm dealing with, like, during the pandemic, my daughter's 8, she was in kindergarten when everything shut down, trying to figure out how to educate people of differing, ages, differing, neurodivergences. Is now I can customize and leverage AI to look at things and how can we do this better and what's working and not working. And we've had a couple people bring up being colorblind. Well, we all remember the eye test when we were kids. Can you see this number? Can you not see it? That's an easy thing for an AI to do, is to transpose everything that's in the hue of red into something that's much easier for you to do. The same thing goes for auditory processing. Pretty much every Bluetooth headphone that's on the market has an application to allow you to feel bad about yourself because you're old and you can't hear those frequencies anymore, but will transpose whatever music or sound is being produced by your phone or your iPad into a frequency that you can hear based on not only data on the age range and how that works, but actually testing and kind of the way the voice to text stuff used to work in the 90s where you train it, right? So those are immediate applications that are could be available today.
I'll just add something very quick. So disabilities, apart from these kind of things, there are people who can't get to physical places and they're missing out. So what we can do here is bring the world to them, right? The virtual world to them. That in itself is huge. Yeah, we're running out of time. I don't know if we can take any more questions. No. Yeah, so I'm told it's no, but please do meet us after the panel and we can answer questions. Very quickly, any closing thoughts, Tom? Okay, I think we've covered everything, and please do reach out. We'll be here after the panel, and thank you, panelists, for these wonderful insights, and thank you all for joining.
Thank you.
Appreciate it.
Hello. Our next session is on the topic, the place of the internet in the development of Africa, the case of Cameroon. Get ready as our speakers, Barrister Ayuk Achu Akbar Nyongo, President of the Cameroon Union of Young Lawyers, and Mbanda Mpanti, Managing Partner of 4M Law Firm, will explore the transformative power of connectivity and how it is shaping the future of this dynamic nation. Round of applause for them, please.
Hello, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you once more. Thank you to the organizers. I want to welcome you here for this very brief discussion about internet in Africa. So permit me introduce myself once more. We have very limited time. I'm Tommy Kongo-Ragbo, co-managing partner of K&M Law Firm and president of the Cameroon Union of Young Lawyers. So the Cameroon Union of Young Lawyers is a non-profit making organization where young lawyers from our country, which is Cameroon, come together to kind of consolidate knowledge, opportunities, create opportunities for yourselves, and empower ourselves to be able to be competitive in the market. And this is the first time we're coming out international market, so you're going to bear with me. By my left, we have Banda Epanti John, who specializes in legal tech, Bitcoin, and cryptocurrency law, and he's advised many blue chip companies and especially American companies. And so I said I'm going to take him on this trip with me. So I would go ahead and talk to you about the breakdown, well, the breakdown or the architecture or the infrastructure of internet, especially in Cameroon. Now, as you all may know, with the independent statistics, the level of penetration of internet in Cameroon in particular is less than 50%. You're looking at within 46%. And we all know what internet connection is required for to get infrastructures running and to get all the web developments and all the key areas which can help propose our economy in terms of doing business with the rest of the world. So in Cameroon, we have some pretty good laws which have been adopted and put in place in regards to the internet. We have first of all we have the cybersecurity law, the law on cybersecurity, and cyber criminality, which is one of the first and most important regulations which has been put in place to be able to manage the way people use internet in and outside the country. And then we also have some major developments and business opportunities in the telco areas, as it's it might be important for me to dive in quickly to give you what the market of Cameroon looks like. Cameroon is like the economic engine of the Central African region. The Central African region has an economic bloc known as the CEMAC, which is Central African economic bloc made up of 6 countries, which services over 100 services close to 100 million people. So if you have access to that market through Cameroon, which has a single central bank and has a single antitrust commission, yes, it's a fantastic opportunity for anybody who wants to come into that field. Now we see there's been an increase in many companies who want to do PSP, payment services providers, and payment online payment aggregators. And for you to be able to get into that sector is regulated. So you must go through the central bank, and you must go through the central bank and the banking regulators and internet regulator of the region. So we've seen an increase in demand from companies out of the country, be it European companies, South African companies, Asian companies, or ultimately American companies. That has increased. And there's also there has also been an increase in all the areas, be it mining, be it telecom, be it agriculture. recently worked on a project where there was a web application which was trying to be used for agriculture to be able to manage the harvesting seasons and all that due to the rains and everything that has the bad weather that comes with the region. So that, in a nutshell, summarily, is the background of what is there in terms of legal infrastructure. Now, in terms of practical things, practical examples on how can internet drive more business into Africa and improve on the business environment. You know, we've seen a huge there has been communication. Africa has connected to the rest of the world. It's a global village, and what we need is to use this connection, use this line of connection, this connection, or I'd rather say, use this vehicle to be able to reap the benefits of modernization from other societies and modern societies like the Americas and the rest of the world. So this is something which we in Cameroon, especially, the government has come up with a serial national development plan program of 2030, and it's given lots of concessions to IT service providers, integrated services, and other related IT-related services that could improve on the infrastructure in Cameroon. So the national development program, which the government is open to welcome many investors in the area, and it's something fantastic. It's a time to take opportunity for that, what has been done so far, to jump into the market. So I would hand over the microphone to Banda John, who's a specialist who probably go into detail in certain key areas, talk about how internet has impacted our community and has impacted not only the community but the output in terms of business opportunities and development of our economy. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you, Tommy. Thank you all for sitting down to attend this brief session on the internet and the place of internet in Africa. It's been awesome what's been happening recently with so many fintech, legal tech solutions coming to Africa, and especially Cameroon, and the digital transformation which is actually going on now. Recently, Cameroon came up with a series of laws to take into consideration this transformative impact of internet. There are several laws coming up on data protection, e-commerce, and whatnot. So Africa, it's not only a consumer, okay, of all these digital solutions that rely on the internet. Cameroon, most especially, has seen the influx recently of so many fintech companies, financial technology companies, especially with the law on payment service providers. So there's been a lot of work that's been done to increase the internet penetration in Africa and in Cameroon. You know, we can talk about the Central African backbone optical fiber projects nationally. So there's this transformation that's going on in Africa. It's what we are out here to tell you, that you can make use of all what's happening, because our governments are ready to get into partnerships with both national and international companies to leverage the potential of this of the internet technology in Africa, Tommy. Yeah.
Yeah, it's worth mentioning that the opportunities abound in different sectors. You know, if we look at a sector like education, you know, it's common knowledge that distance learning is now something of very much in vogue. I will tell you from the last during the last COVID pandemic, the only one we've ever had, there was an increase, serious increase in the demand for internet in Cameroon in particular and other African countries, because you would know, you know, sitting in this hall, you have access to very, very good level of internet, you know, but in Africa, even if you pay premium, you wouldn't get a 80 up to 80% service level agreement in terms of performance of the internet you get. So there's that problem, and many people jumped on the internet, discovered Zoom and Teams to be able to do training, and the schools, educations as well. The education sector saw a big boom and a big boom in the request of internet services. So we want to take advantage of this awareness that has become a business opportunity to the rest of the world. And we want to tell the rest of the world, you say, if you're coming out to Africa and Cameroon and other African countries within the region, you can be sure that when you get there, you're going to have a business opportunity to develop the area. Even if it's not about making an extra profit margin line, but you can be sure that if you want to impact communities and you come into Africa, this will be a great opportunity. The internet serves as a great opportunity to link up people. Now, one other thing which I might tell you about, the level of bankability in Africa is quite low. People still live and live a whole lifetime without having a bank account. Now, the business model from Kenya, which was the mobile money payment services, because that's the birth, the cradle of mobile payment services in Africa, that hasn't replicated in Cameroon only recently, after 10 years, which Kenya has experienced that. Now, today, the level of bankability has increased as a result of online payment services, mobile payment services. So if I don't have a bank account, for example, but I have a number, I could go on what they call mobile payment app, connect, and I could get paid the whole salary and get money from that. And then before, the government did not really support the initiative, but now the government has introduced new laws to relax the tension or to give opportunities for newcomers, new business comers to enter into the industry, to come into the industry, to alleviate, because we can now, for example, I'll give you a very glaring example. Before now, Cameroon started e-visa program only about 2 months ago.
2 months ago, yeah.
Yeah. So you can go online, to apply for a visa. You don't need to queue up anymore. Those are the developments, and those are the things which are in line with the African Continental Free Trade Zone, which is a whole topic which we'll have to talk on a different day. But hey, internet and these different programs, it's a lifetime marriage, I'll call it that way. And so we, lawyers, what are we there for? We are there to tell you, if you're coming into this, even if it's not secure, the laws are there, which is the OADA law, which covers 17 different African countries. These laws are there to be able to tell you that if your investment is in these regions, they are secured. So you can, if you invest and you worry that you might not get your investment back, you're sure to call on one of us to help you in any of these French-speaking African countries. And there's a lot of leveraging in what we're doing, because we predominantly are French-speaking French speakers, and we have a little bit of English speakers within a certain region of the country. But now we understand what an Anglo-Saxon businessman expects when he goes to invest in a different country. And we understand what the local guy expects from an investor. So we are there to play the role of to be able to contextualize your ideas and match them with the actions of the local government. So I think if you talk about another area, the immigration area, where internet has done quite a lot of good for us.
Yeah, so what we're trying to say is Africa and Cameroon in particular, it's very technologically friendly in terms of investment into Africa and securing investment. And we have so many countries in Central Africa that have put in place legal frameworks that imposes arbitration as a means of regulating conflicts between investors. So it's not all about we have recently seen a growing number of technological ventures coming in, from legal tech, education tech, edutech, agri-tech, health tech. We have startups like HealthLane. We have HealthLane. They have done a lot of seed funding, raised a lot of money. We have Fortune 500 companies that in Cameroon. I think some of you must have heard about Flutterwave. which is equally in Cameroon. So digitalization is something that's rapidly going on in Africa and in Cameroon. So it's it's time for the world to look at Africa differently and to come in and seize this opportunity that's there. I was talking with one of my good friends seated over there, and we spoke about the blockchain technology and what's happening there. We spoke about data protection, and we are even looking into how we can collaborate to work on some of those projects, blockchain-related projects in Africa. I spoke with another brother seated over there. We spoke about his legal tech project, which he's actually doing, and how we could deploy the same solution in Africa and try to customize it to fit into the context. Because whatever the solution, remember, internet has completely breaking the fraction, the gates that used to, the barriers that used to exist between countries. So we consume the same technological products like any other person in the world. We have WhatsApp, we have Telegram, we have we just to say we consume the same products. Okay, so nothing stops any investor or any product developer of thinking of how to go beyond the US market, for example, or beyond the European market, and see Africa as a huge opportunity, because adoption of technology in Africa, it's very, very, very fast and friendly.
So I'm going to ask you this question. Does anybody has anything on your mind? I have a secret to share with you, and I'd like you to give me something on your mind for the secret I can share. Is anybody who has any doubts, or anybody has thinks that after this conversation we could able to give you a gateway into Africa? Anybody has any interest in Africa?
So we spoke a lot about internet and its penetration and making its way through the digitalization of the country, right? The next boom is coming, which is Web3, and hopefully I will work with you guys as lawyers, as an advocate, as principal, to see how do we further enable this technology and spread it across so that we are an early adapter. Now we are catching up, right? It's like most of the countries are catching up because the technology stays in the United States, or let's say like UK or the more developed countries. But we want to get technologies to everyone's hands. That is the vision and mission of at least as an individual and an entrepreneur. So looking forward to work with you guys.
Thanks very much.
Thanks.
Thank you very much. So I would also give you an example of what has worked in Africa. For the last 3 years, we've advised Facebook. I mean, the first time we got approached by them, I was like, why would you want to approach me? How can I help you? But no, it's very important, because communication, information technology in Africa could be a make or a break. It could even interfere with the politics in the country, and that is something which the government doesn't take lying down. And the government wants to have its hand on the social media and the internet. So Facebook came to us and was like, we want to understand what the data privacy law provides as security for platform users like ourselves. So we provided advice to them, and they kept coming back, and they kept coming to go like, oh, I want the same advice for Gabon, I want the same advice for Benin, I want the same advice for Chad, and it kept growing. And at the end of the day, we had a testimonial from them saying, we're quite impressed. We didn't know we were going to get this kind of services, the quality of services we had in Africa, even though we don't have a very well structured data privacy law in place. So this is the kind of thing these are the kind of examples. And we also worked with Farm Intelligence, which came up with an application to be able to manage farmers and the seeds and the seasons and the bad weather and all of that, and predictability in terms of the productivity of the kind of seeds that will come after. So we advise them on regulatory issues. That is something which we are all watching closely, and we don't want to be left behind. So I can assure you that Africa is not about receiving scam text messages or trying to use the internet to make funny pictures or jokes, but we're into business. We're in for business. If you come, we will be able to receive you and guide you and show you the way.
Yeah, Toby, you forgot to mention the World Bank regularly seeks opinion, advice at some consultants when it comes to technology-related issues. Yeah, and as I rightly said, Cameroon is under a rapid digital transformation. We have a law on the we have a law on the data protection, which is ongoing. I think before we came here, we were working with the Prime Minister on the Prime Minister of Cameroon on the digital transformation infrastructure-wise, because there's a law which is actually, the law is actually being reviewed now, and so we have been called to share our perspective based on our experience in the domain. So feel free to get to us anytime, okay? We are here, we are open.
So we had a question.
Thank you, Mr. Tommy. Thank you, Epansi, for the wonderful presentation. Luckily, I'm also from Cameroon, and I am so.
Actually, sorry, if you wouldn't mind speaking to them afterwards.
No, I want to.
The time is cut off. So
No,
sorry.
very short.
We have to, if it's a short question, that's
Yes,
fine.
very short.
Okay.
Yes, so I want to say that what kind of advice do you have for people that want to invest in telecommunication? Because the internet is not the best, to be frank. So if you want to advise somebody to come and invest like in the internet, to give a fast internet connection, what kind of advice? Is it advisable for an investor here to come to Africa, to come to Cameroon, to come and invest in that particular domain? And how profitable and secured will it be for their investment?
Yeah, well, we'll give you a straightforward answer, and we'll develop that privately because we caught up with time. Now, Cameroon is one of the countries that is the base that received the backbone line, the Central African backbone line, submarine, coming all the way from Brazil and landed in Cameroon. So that's a huge pipe of internet, optic fiber coming from Brazil all the way to Cameroon to be able to service the requirements and needs for the whole of West Central Africa, all of that along the coast. So that already is an encouragement to say that in terms of infrastructure, major steps have been taken to be able to get to that stage. So I will conclude by telling you we are very, very pleased to have had the opportunity to share this little knowledge with you, and we want to continue this probably later on a private time. But hey, you're all welcome to want to do business in Cameroon. We are there to help you, advise you, and guide you. So thank you very much again once more.
Thank you very much.
Thank you both for sharing your insights. I'm sure they're going to go a long way. Now, businesses today face a pressing issue: how to manage their resources prudently while still investing in technology to remain competitive during an economic slump. We have the answer and the hack to this challenge. Well, to be more precise, our experts have the answer. Please welcome Fanny Belidi from Emphasis Inc., Suresh Subbu, co-founder and board member at NFT Petal LLC, Paul Solano, CEO at 4E Consulting Group, and Uzair Khan, managing partner at Aria Consulting Partners. So let's begin our panel discussion on the topic, optimizing your tech spending during a recession. Please welcome them to the stage and give them a round of applause.
Thank you, everyone. Glad to be here again with my fellow panelists here. We're going to try and make this about learning, have some good conversation along the way. So in terms of very quick and short introductions, my name is Uzair Khan. I'm a managing partner in a boutique management and technology consulting company called Aria Consulting Partners. One of our I lead our digital modernization pillar, and we do basically everything under the sun, from tech strategy, implementations, operational efficiency, and so on and so forth. So with that, I'll hand it over to my panel members to please introduce themselves.
Thanks, Uzair. Hello, everyone. Good afternoon. Happy to be here on the stage again. Fani Belid. I'm a partner and a client technology officer at Mphasis. We are a Blackstone-owned company, an IT services firm that provides full services from infrastructure, application development, IT support, to all the way implementing AI technologies. Prior to this, I was a senior information officer at financial services firms like AIG, and prior to that at MetLife. Happy to be part of this conversation.
My name is Paul Solano. I work with, we have a consulting firm, boutique consulting firm focused mostly on the IoT data space, working with multiple clients on those fronts. Previously, I had a lot of experience on the non-functional side of technology, basically process optimization, monitoring, security, etc. So it gives you a little bit of background that I can share in this conversation.
Hi guys, Suresh Subbu, 20 years of experience in IT consulting, pretty much into blockchain and Web3. As of now, I am like a board member and co-founder for NFT Pedal, which is a B2B marketplace for NFTs. Thank you.
All right, thank you guys. So I know we're talking about optimizing tech spend during an economic downturn, recession, but this is also very applicable to your just normal business operations. A smart business to make sure you run a tight ship and optimize your costs, especially when it comes to technology. So with that said, what's the role and impact of technology during an economic downturn or a recession or a event like COVID-19?
I can take that first. So again, technology clearly plays a role across the entire business value stream, right? Especially during scenarios where there's a potential downturn, recessions, or a huge impact such as COVID. Technology has the ability to really bring both people and process together, and at the same time help address or eliminate any additional expenses that the organizations have. Therefore, they're able to run their operations with fewer technologies and minimal number of technologies. The second part is there's also an opportunity to optimize the process itself, to eliminate any waste that occurs in the process, so that the technology is able to optimize and then use it prudently for the purposes.
All right, now good insights. Paul?
Yeah, I would add to that the key question I think is needs to be taken back, which is it depends really on where you were when the recession hit you, right? And the problem is if you never looked into technology in from a perspective of am I spending the right amount of money on this? Is my process ready for be optimized or do cost reduction due to a recession? You find most organizations when they're growing and they're selling and things are going right, they completely forget about best practices, optimization, cost reduction, lean enterprise exercises. And when the recession hits, then the technology is not in place nor ready to actually do the work. So it goes back to really, is it cost effective? Can we reduce the cost of technology during a recession? Maybe, maybe not. Maybe we haven't done the homework before that point, so that when we're faced with that, and it happened to many organizations during the pandemic, they were unable to adjust or adapt, and we have seen these consequences, right?
Yeah, absolutely, Suresh.
So given my experience into consulting and re-architecting organizations, recession or not, technology is always place to look at optimizing the spend, making a business case, make sure that it delivers what is required for business. At the end of the day, everything boils down to need versus want. Someone wants it, but need is totally different. I need air to breathe, to live, or to survive, but I want a Tesla. It's like, it's totally different things, but everything boils down to business case and ROI, which is return on investments. So it is always under the scrutiny, but now it is on a much bigger and wider lens, so that the business has to sustain and survive. Sustenance is the key during recession, irrespective of which vertical the industry operates on.
Yeah, and all very good points. And the one thing I would like to add there is technology can also, during a recession or during a time where you really have to watch that piggy bank, help make processes more efficient. So there's various, and we're going to talk about this in the later on in this conversation. But I think it forces an organization to be more efficient. Not just say it out loud, but now when you know there are unfortunately, some heads on the chopping block, you need to be more efficient. And it also provides an opportunity to develop more innovative business models. So take COVID, for example. A lot of companies came out with innovative solutions during COVID. So you can, in a way, you can view a recession or a pandemic as a catalyst for innovation. It's a different lens to look at, and it might be a bit of a hard pill to swallow for some, because it's an unfortunate event. It's not something that you would think I want to make money off of. However, keeping the personal things aside and just looking at it from a business opportunity perspective, the amount of millionaires and billionaires that were made during the pandemic was significant. So a lot of those millionaires and billionaires, especially in the tech world, the reason why they were able to do that is because they were proactive in their IT infrastructure even before the COVID hit or before the recession hits. All right, so let's talk about what are some of the strategies that we can employ, or businesses can employ, whether big or small, to optimize their tech spend during either a recession, a pandemic, or just a very bad year a business has.
Yeah.
I shall take it.
Go ahead.
Thanks. So any organizations, they need to categorize it onto labor, non-labor spend. That is where they kind of identify, what are the levers. When it comes to non-labor, I'm speaking about the technical spend, pretty much hardware asset management, software asset management, opportunities to automate, opportunities to move into cloud, look at utilization of the assets, and then look at what is the right treatment towards it. Because we used to run a lot of Lean and Six Sigma projects for manufacturing verticals as well as fintech. So as part of these exercises, what we do is the last thing we touch is the labor once everything is rolled out, because no one can replace human brains, and that is what everyone thinks, right? When automation comes in, someone's job is gone, but the person's job is going to get better because someone needs to manage the robots or like the automation scripts. So there is a linear set of framework or architectures which we follow as part of advocacy, but yeah, it depends on company to company, industry to industry, and their priority. Do they need to give like a higher margin? Are they talking about sustenance? Are they talking about like, a competitor's growth versus their growth? So the treatments and the solutions are different.
Suresh, you're talking about governance, right?
Mm-hmm.
So
enterprise governance, yeah.
There's also an opportunity to optimize the IT process itself, right? Let's take application. Traditional software development lifecycle has a process where requirements to application development, to testing and deployment. But if you take modern practices such as DevOps, or do shift left strategies where you can do like ATD, BTD type approaches, where you are a lot more able to predict the outcome, shrink the timeline, but at the same time be more realistic about and also more practical about how do you get to the production, right? That also allows you to require fewer number of IT resources to manage. At the same time, you're able to react to the changes and the market conditions much faster.
That's exactly the pitch we do as service providers, right?
Yeah.
Shifting it left and pretty much running the show. Yes, I agree.
And I would add to that that as like in the case of DevOps, there are a lot of good practices in the IT space that unfortunately, I remember a few years ago, it was a huge trend again behind service management best practices and implementing processes and methodologies that could truly make the IT organization leaner and more effective. But like everything, right? That was a wave. Some people jump into that wave, but most of them just let it went through, right? So I think we need to go back to some of those fundamentals, right? I mean, there are fundamental processes and practices that can be put in place, just like DevOps, to minimize the risk associated with technology, reduce the cost of maintenance and operation. Because at the end, the worst investment in technology, and that is the problem that most people forget, is on maintenance and operation.
Yeah.
Because that gives you no additional or market advantage. If you're just operating your business, you're just surviving, right? So the less you put into that side of the business, and the more you can put into innovation, servicing the organization actual business drivers, will make your investments in technology something that you can see and recover, right? But you see most of the organizations out there keep on expending ridiculous amount of money because they don't have the right processes for the basic operation of their IT, right? And it used to be that they had all of these data centers and all of those other things. Now they do the same. They just do it on the cloud, and they have no control on how they spend on the cloud, right? But they still have zero control and zero processes and zero best practices. They just think that they're more efficient because they don't have the people.
So one common theme I'm hearing from all three of you is governance. And governance comes in multiple flavors and multiple shapes: IT governance, process governance, budget governance. But yeah, it seems like governance would be a common factor that we're talking about. A couple other things that we can also companies usually look at is really rationalizing and prioritizing their IT portfolio. So before a recession hits, maybe you have a 3-year plan. In that 3-year plan, you're supposed to be spending X millions of dollars. Well, this is a time now to do a re-rationalization and realignment of those IT initiatives with your business strategy. If it's a recession, well, how is your business strategy adapting to that? Because if your business strategy is not adapting to a recession or an economic downturn, you're just basically heading into a brick wall. Now, after rationalizing, you may say, hey, we're going to stay the course. That's fine, but the exercise of rationalization needs to occur. This also presents an opportunity for companies to revisit their contracts with their vendors, because vendors know that their heads are on the chopping block, because that's the first place where IT spend is going to start diminishing. And vendors, as in vendors that are providing professional services, vendors that are providing products, subscriptions, and it's a good time for a company to renegotiate some of those terms.
Absolutely.
I will take that to another one of those very good practices that, again, had a lot of momentum a few years ago, and it is architecture. The fundamental reason why you have a bad spending is because you don't have a consistent, well-defined architecture on your organization. And that architecture, that essentially leads to chaotic architectures where you have 3 different vendors for the same solution. You have solutions that cannot talk to one another. You have inconsistent infrastructure supporting your solutions that lead into multiple disciplines and more people just to support and maintain the operation of the business. And it goes back to, are we actually looking into technology? And just as we when we're going to build or buy a building, we go with an architect and he designs what we need based on our business need and optimizes airflow and light or whatever. We forget that the technology needs fundamental architecture to ensure that the best practices, that the components are reused, that we minimize overexpending on things that may not necessarily be part of what the business needs, right?
Actually, there's even one more step taking further is also to look at the business architecture and the necessary business capabilities, right? Many times when softwares are brought in-house or tech systems are designed, and as organizations evolve and business changes, nobody takes time to go back and say, is this the capability do I still need? Do I have redundant capabilities because there was a merger between two companies and now they have similar systems? But taking a business architecture view and doing a capability lens will also help drive the technical architectures to then look for the things, right? The second point is also along the way is also use the opportunity because when recessions are, you're right, trying to hold on to your best people need not be the people who have all the knowledge of your current and the future systems. Using an opportunity to upskill your teams and giving them newer roles would be a good way to one, manage and keep them, but also use the opportunity to take them to the next level in the organization, whether they're picking up new technical skills or leadership skills.
That's a fantastic point because and a company can produce IP, they can produce assets, but I'm a firm believer that your people are your biggest assets. If your people decide to walk out on you, or if they decide, hey, I'm just not going to put in my 100%, I mean, that's pretty much it. That's the beginning to an end of your firm.
Yeah.
So keeping employees motivated, like you're kind of mentioning, making sure they realize there are other paths should they choose to expand their horizons is available. All right, very good points. So in this scenario, how can AI help? What's the role of AI? And is there a role of AI during this portfolio rationalization, performance management, basically kind of tightening up the belt around the waist?
I think AI has a role fundamentally across the entire IT value stream, right from ensuring proper capture of the business requirements and identifying, to Suresh's point, what is needed versus what is nice to have, to all the way to creating AI-driven pair programming, so that instead of having two developers working on the same task, there are now with OpenAI and things like, for example, like AWS Code Whisperer or Copilot, there's so much support that you can get with AI. So one, your code is more qualitative. You are spending less time than what it used to be to write the code, but also able to do your test case creation and testing. Therefore, you're taking AI as your buddy to move along and accelerate. Now, same if you go into your application support, there are a number of AI-driven technologies that are now watching for potential failures in the application through some predictive analytics, looking at prior historical failures. Therefore, you are able to prevent a failure, and instead of reacting, you're being more proactive and address the issues even if they occur. Therefore, your cost of operations or your total cost of ownership can be further contained.
It's a very good point. Preventative maintenance. It's something companies are aspiring to do, especially companies that have actual products, physical products, machinery and stuff.
Yeah.
And especially with the advent of IoT, the integration of IoT streaming data and the AI algorithm on top, and to your point, past maintenance issues, taking all that into account, at the very least, it can give you some sort of an indication that over the next 6 months, here are your key prioritized assets that you need to give a little TLC too.
So AI should always combine with data and analytics as well as automation. That's my advice to most of my customers. What we do is we take every level and see what is a repetitive task and see if we can either automate or create a bot. Right? And everything is data-driven decision so that the cost of maintenance for those bots should not be like, it should make a business case, right? If I am going to, replace a customer support representative using chatbots, using AI, it means that it has to create that many channels, and the cost of deploying that solution equates or it gives more revenue than the cost of a resource. At the same time, the resource can be used to provide the knowledge on what is required to develop that solution, and then they will upskill towards the other areas. So we always advocate reusing the existing resources. At the same time, identify opportunities to automate. What are the levers? How do we do it? And everything is to repeatability, redundancy. At the same time, we should be able to scale it at no cost, and that is the solution we provide most of the times.
Yeah, I think the chatbot example that you provided is very relevant because now, before chatbots were like your Siri or whatnot, they were very prompted, predetermined answers. But now, post generative AI, post ChatGPT, there are so many LLM models and so many applications that are being built on top that you can find a readily available solution that you can deploy and have it learn based on your customer service manual. I actually just finished a project, a large data governance implementation, and one of the outputs was almost like a 500-page manual, a data governance playbook, as we call it. Very detailed, step by step, by function, by persona, by scenario. Good luck swifting through that 500-page document to see what you want. And one of the biggest problem there was consumption and adoption. Okay, great, we have a 500-page playbook. How do we make it consumable to the end user that's going to be using it? We actually used one of the widely available, LLMs, and we trained it on that 500-page playbook. We put one or two people on top from a governance perspective, ran simulations and testing for it for about, I want to say, 2 weeks. And when we deployed it, it was amazing. I've never seen adoption with so many thumbs up. Our adoption rate was over 95%. Our satisfaction rate was over 97%. And this is a multi-dollar global organization. And these are astounding numbers. And the reason is that consumability of what was produced.
I think you just touched exactly on the exercise that I was going to mention, which is we got to move more and more into AI driving a lot of these operation, documentation, support processes that are now expensive. Training is extremely hard. And it's something that with a little bit of work, we can easily optimize the operation in the IT space that is so predictable in a great, 90% or more, right? So that you reduce the role of the technical resources to the more complex or non-known scenarios, right? At the end, the AI will only answer what it knows, right? It will not ever be able to figure out something that has never been seen.
Yeah.
But if every time we solve a problem, and it goes back to, again, to governance and to service management and the need to keep a knowledge base, right? Every time you solve a problem, you feed it into this engine. Incrementally, your support time, your operations time will be reduced as AI is capable of answering those questions in a millisecond, right?
Yep. Absolutely. All right, I just want to make sure we give the audience some time to ask questions. I'm going to quickly swift around a couple of these key questions there. We'll try to keep our answers to 30 seconds or less so you guys can have a chance to ask us questions. All right, so an important question that I get a lot is, well, how can tech spending be optimized without hindering innovation?
Innovation is an enabler. We are at the right time because the recession in 2007 is different than the recession now because you have cloud, you have automations, you have AI. It's like you have tons of tools where you can identify and cut corners. That's how I would take it.
We have a program in our organization that we take to our clients called Sparkle. What Sparkle does is focus on contextual innovation for the organizations. And we also go and work with a number of startups who have one of the brightest ideas, but always struggle to get in front of large enterprises.
Yep.
So by keeping the cost low and trying to innovate fast, you're actually trying multiple technology firms or multiple services at the same time and pick the right one that meets the need. And to your point, the advent of cloud and AI is only able to accelerate because you're no longer waiting on the companies to build the infrastructure to try these new technologies.
I think your Spark operates with no compromise to SLAs. That's important, right?
No, the last point you made. All the points you made were very valid, but the last point that you made really resonates with me because in my past life, I ran an incubation chamber, and the idea for that incubation chamber isn't just incubating new technologies, but we took it a step further and we said, all right, we're going to create an incubation chamber where we can get several of these next-gen technologies in. We're going to then create business use cases where we can maybe integrate a couple, and we're going to get some of our clients to take it out for a test drive. And within the confines of that incubation chamber and within the confines of obviously a lot of NDAs, but what we saw was companies that are willing to take a chance on those use cases, putting in just, fractions of dollars what they would spend to understand the art of possible. And once they saw the output, that they actually changed some of their goals for the next 5 years to include some of not just the AI products, but that's the thought process of integration of all these technologies that are there. And mind you, this is before the whole generative AI hype. This is before AI was mainstream. So yeah, partnering with those types of partners was absolutely critical. I also think this also provides us with a opportunity to focus on value-driven innovation. So there might be 20 ideas on the docket. Now it's time to really pressure test which of those 20s will really provide that value that the business is expecting. Pressure test it, make it fail, and then choose the right ones.
Yeah, I would like to add that to me, a key component of supporting innovation, even when you have cost restrictions, is best practices from the ground up, in the sense of architecture, for instance. Avoid vendor locking. Every time you walk into a vendor locking scenario, you're risking your company's future on a third party, right?
Yep.
And in that downturn, that third party may not be on the same boat you are, and they will not be willing to give you a break on the cost, or you have no option to move. So we need to have some of these good fundamental practices, right? I mean, avoid vendor lock-in, embrace open innovation through open source technologies and things of that sort. Minimize operation costs through automation, right? So those are foundational aspects, and most the most common things are things that are usually an afterthought in most of the things that companies do until it buys them, right? It comes to get them, right? And so I always advise my customers, even if you think, oh, this cloud provider, I don't want to mention anyone. I mean, they're in essence, this is the same. It really doesn't matter. Oh, they have such a great product. They have this solution that will make my life easier and I will be more productive because I'm using their technology. I say, yeah, you may get something out the door a little faster than if you go down this open technology path. But what will happen afterwards? What will happen in a year or two if that vendor decides to deprecate that technology or their business cost strategy doesn't match your business need, right? So keeping your IT, your technology foundation open, agnostic, and flexible is fundamental to support innovation, even when you have to cut costs. Because it has happened to me so many times that a customer comes to me and says, "Oh yeah, we did this great development with you, but you know what? I need to reduce my cloud cost, and we move to a cheaper option." Right?
Yep.
Well, there are opportunities there also to do things like FinOps, right? Identify which workloads are best used in what scenarios. How much of that should, again, cloud is not the only solution to lower cost. There are scenarios where your on-prem may be better utilized, right? So
I did a great exercise of that in a customer that needed to downsize a solution. They were running on a cloud, spending tens of thousands of dollars. We did analysis. We moved them to an on-prem Kubernetes cluster. They ended up expending $500 versus tens of thousands that they were expending, and they got the same solution running still for the purpose that they needed, right? So,
Yeah,
There's actually an Amazon Prime case study that was out there and created a lot of waves. Amazon Prime, they were actually doing a micro architecture and have huge amount of cloud consumption. But when they realized that they had issues in performance and their costs were going up, guess what they did? They actually moved back to a monolithic EC2 architecture and lowered the cost.
And
That
they
was a very
themselves have this well-architected framework, right? But what happens is like the reason I was piling is I just published my demystifying FinOps, build your own career book in Amazon, where it talks about the business case and how do you create a value proposition when you move to cloud. Because anything you throw on cloud, it means like you are like doubling the cost of your data center.
same problem.
So, yeah.
All right. So looking at the time, one final question then. How can IT leaders demonstrate the value of tech spending to other business leaders during a recession?
Establishing KPIs and organizational key factors that are important, right? And ensuring those KPIs are met, those SLAs are met, but most importantly, showing the actual value that is being delivered, whether it is fundamentally either lowering the cost or better yet is increasing the revenue.
So quantifying the ROI.
Quantifying the ROI.
I will go back to the business architecture fundamental, and it is if your IT spending is not line up to your business goals, there's nothing else to talk about, right?
Yeah.
That's it. I mean, if you're spending in line with what the business needs, the conversation will be easy. They may cut you here or there on little things that you can improve.
Yeah.
But you're doing what the business needs.
Yeah.
End of the conversation there, right?
Absolutely. And showcasing success stories is also a great way of showing the return. And my personal favorite is illustrate the cost of inaction. If you do not do this, this is what's going to happen. And if you paint a bloody enough story, you will get their attention. When you have their attention, that's when you have to sell them. All right. I do want to leave some time for questions here. Does anyone have any questions for us, for the panel? Or are you saying we did such a great job that you guys have zero questions? I'll take that too.
One question.
Hello, I have a question about opportunity sizing. So how do you opportunity size in your organizations? Like how do you calculate TAM, SUM?
opportunity sizing as it relates to business growth or opportunity sizing as it relates to acquisition? Maybe give us a little bit more.
Yeah, business growth.
Everything ties to the margin. And how are we competing with competitor? And who is your competitor? If anyone knows that, then they know the answer.
What about when you're creating a market and there is no competitor, which does exactly the same thing?
Then there is no limit. You have to set your own targets and then just, make progress into zillions. I think you're talking
What's
about.
your appetite as well?
Yeah.
What is
Until
your
somebody
appetite?
copycats you and then you have a competition.
Yeah, at some point, yes.
Yeah, it comes down to appetite. If there is no competition, to your example, then what is your risk appetite on betting on a particular technology, betting on a particular business model? Because at the end of the day, the opportunity, the carve out of the opportunity is really business led. If it's an innovative business model and if it's first of its kind, obviously the upside is endless, but how much money are you willing to put in? And that directly ties to what your business goals are, what your thing is. And I'm getting, wow, looks like really nasty eyes from people, so I'm gonna stop talking here. Guys, thank you so much. Please find us. We're gonna be around for another hour or two. You guys have been great.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Thank you so much for that enlightening discussion. Coming up next is a thought-provoking fireside chat on the topic The Game Changer, utilizing GPT-4 to elevate your business strategies. And to help us catch up in this rapidly shifting trend in IT, we have none other than Taylor Jones, CEO of the Hello Group, and Nishant Mathur. So without further delay, let's welcome our speakers to the stage. A round of applause for them, please.
Hello, everyone. Hello. How are we? Is this the last chat of the day? I believe it is. Well, I guess we should try and get a little bit of energy in here with a limited capacity. Woo! There we go. Hi, guys. Well, we went from 3 to 2. I went from heat stroke yesterday to sitting here in front of you all lovely people. So I'm surprised I'm here, but we had the chance to, Nishant and I had a chance to catch up earlier and really are excited about having a very genuine discussion about where our businesses are, how we're utilizing not just ChatGPT-4, but AI in general to advance our strategies, to cut down on costs, to really advance everything that we're doing across our individual sectors. So if I can suggest perhaps we introduce ourselves first, and then and feel free to literally raise your hand, ask questions along the way. There is no moderator to this chat or discussion, so we're happy to dive in and chat with you guys as we get going too. So I'm Taylor Jones. Nishant, after you.
Hi everyone, I'm Nishant. I met some of you earlier today. So I'm the CEO and co-founder of Roll Credits. It's a software company for the entertainment sector where we're helping companies, with their production finance. It's an industry that is plagued with really archaic ways of managing their finances, and we're trying to modernize it. Specifically today, I'm super excited. I keep telling everybody that my company has 4 employees, and my 5th employee is ChatGPT. And today, I'm super excited to just talk to everybody about how we're using it.
My name is Taylor Jones. I am the CEO and founder of a media and entertainment holding company called the Hello Group. We actually started as a management company, a talent management company, where we represented singers, influencers, actors, pop stars, sports stars, talent of all kinds. Roughly 7 years ago now, that company was called Hello Management. That company became the legacy company and really the incubator, if you will, to what the Hello Group is today. We now own and operate 16 businesses in the spaces of entertainment, leisure and hospitality, technology, venture, and consumer products. Some of those include a TV and film studio, called Hello Pictures. We are producing documentaries with HBO. We have an overall deal with Fox. We're working with Netflix. We have tech companies. One of them is called Spectre Software, which is just coming into its MVP stage, which is really an Asana meets Monday.com, where we embed AI and machine learning to help project workflow and communication within the entertainment sector specifically, although it can be white labeled into other areas. We have a sports division. We have a live touring division where we do about 1,000 shows a year. We're trying to use AI to streamline the administrational process in that area, all the way through to a beverage company called Hello Soju, which sponsored EDC this year and Coachella and is now available at Lee's Liquor and Bevmo and Zook and Wynn and Resorts World and a bunch of other places too. One of the reasons why I now reside in Vegas. So I even used ChatGPT-4 to help me create a very bespoke custom cocktail menu when my VP of marketing was out for a while. And I said, shit, and are we allowed to swear on this panel? Is that okay? I'll bleep that out. I said, damn, I need a cocktail list real quick. And ChatGPT-4 came up with the Hello Soju Night Sky Fizz. And it said 2 shots of elderflower, 1 shot of soju, lemon juice and mint, and you mix it around, and it gave me about 6 options in the space of a couple of seconds, which was incredible. So yeah, a little more on the company. We have a workforce of about 50 people at corporate, about another 60 people across subsidiaries, including developers and designers and analysts and various others, and then a workforce of lawyers and other people. I'd say there's around 150 at all times working on Hello assigned projects. And one of the new things that we're really into is incubating and accelerating at Hello Ventures new companies that are at the intersection between entertainment and technology, which of course includes tools that help us create content and edit content. And we've seen things that are in the script world and in the media world and in the content world, which are really, really helping us, and we'll dive into some of that today. But to kick off, Nishant, how have you found? So when did you discover that the fifth employee at your company could be a bot?
Yeah, I mean, honestly, so ChatGPT was launched last year, just when we were thinking about starting my startup, and I have been hooked. Actually, just a question: is there anybody here who hasn't used it? Anyone who does not know what ChatGPT?
Kidding.
Okay, so everybody almost tried it out, and the way. Basically, I see it as the new internet. And in a way, when I say that is nobody really knows what it can do, right? Because it can do so many things. It's completely new. It's getting new versions every week. And so I just started experimenting with it. And the way I did it was what is my workflow? What are all the things that I'm supposed to do? And can I ask ChatGPT to do it? And there are more and more cases where it acts like such a good first draft. Honestly, I see it as this intern who is extremely energetic, who is available all the time, and who regardless of what request I give.
Hardworking intern.
And regardless of what request I gave, it gives an output. And then it's my job as a manager to see its output, right? I mean, a lot of people have talked about hallucination and that it produces things which are not right. And that's perfectly right. But think of it as this extremely eager, hardworking employee which is producing things, and then it's your job as a manager to see whether they're good or not. And honestly, if you take each part of your workflow, just to give you an example, right? In a startup, sales is very important, right? So the mails that you send to sales, a lot of people send these very cookie cutter, the same mails. I would really encourage, try using ChatGPT to make variants of your mails. Try using ChatGPT to even alter the mood. What I have even tried is, okay, I sent this mail, let's say, to Jenny. She replied X. I replied this. She replied this. What should the reply be? And it'll tell you exactly based on all of that, what kind of tone people had and what could be potential good things that you have said and what could be potential area improvements. And then it can allow you to draft and get to the better answer. And honestly, that's just one very specific use case where just for sales, just for communication, just using it as a sounding board has helped me so much and get my communication better, especially when I'm mailing at 2 a.m. I really don't want to write a good mail. It helps me so much at that time.
I find it really interesting for, there are seasoned executives and business people who are using it in very, very different ways to starting entrepreneurs, starting your first business. I think if I had had a tool, I'm on like business 16 now, and it's a lot. It's a lot to keep up with. But the great thing is that over all of these different businesses and in all these different sectors, I've been able to bring all of these different experiences and learnings into every new business. Right? I wish that there was a tool like this that had that wealth of knowledge and experience 16 years ago when I was getting into business and just figuring things out. Building an investment deck, for example. Now you have tools like Canva, for example, that actually have predetermined templates that you can use. You don't necessarily need a graphic designer anymore. You don't need to be able to spell great because you've got tools like Grammarly that have really been doing the basics of what ChatGPT have been integrating for a long time. And 16 years ago, that wasn't the case. And I had a great idea. I remember applying for a loan at Virgin Startup. And the irony, the full circle moment is that the former president and CEO of Virgin, who was there for 12 years, Phil Quadraro, is now our president and chairman. And so I've been able to take a lot of those learnings because I was refused that loan of, I think, £15,000 in the UK. And they said, upload your investment presentation. I had no idea what an investment presentation even was. Like, how do I structure it? What goes on the pages? It's you don't just know this stuff, and you assume that people know these things. One of my last use cases of ChatGPT was actually an influencer marketing campaign. Can you provide me with an idea, a strategy for how to market a Korean soju, like a Korean beverage, in a Western audience? And after a couple of seconds, it spits out an entire plan saying, first, analyze your demographic. If it's a Korean audience or the Korean primary drinker, you should try targeting or sponsoring events that have Korean artists and attendees. Korean influencer marketing, but perhaps you should have a dual version where you're also hitting the Weibos of the world and the Discord clubs and the Telegram clubs and all these different places that are operating in another language. I can't speak Korean. A lot of my employees and investors and board members are Korean, but it just was able to give me an entire marketing strategy within minutes that I was able to. And like you said, it's a draft, right?
It's a draft,
and you can work from that.
I mean, honestly, I would say it in this way: if there's any content that has to be created, I would give ChatGPT a try, right? I mean, as you were saying, like 16 years ago, so I did 8 years of consulting. I made like so many decks, and there's just so much time that I could have got back if ChatGPT existed. Right now, I think Microsoft is going to come back with like Copilot for PowerPoint, where literally you can just write the description and it'll create a whole slide deck. Like, imagine if that existed when you're in front of a client and you're trying to make, like in your case, in that loan explanation, right? And just like as a secret, please don't tell anybody, I have even used ChatGPT to write love poems for my wife. And first, she didn't do it.
Can we get a round of applause for that? That's some creativity right there.
But seriously, it's amazing, right? Like, so initially she didn't know.
Don't
She's
trust your vows.
But then I later on told her, look, I've been sending these things to you and they're made by ChatGPT. And she's like, they are great. Like, it's the effort that matters. In fact, like my dad had his birthday and I wrote like a nice little poem with a card created with Midjourney, and he loved it. And he knows that AI has created it, but without AI, it would have not been there, right? So I literally think, like, even at your home, like we were talking about Midjourney.
Who here is familiar with Midjourney? Raise a hand if you know Midjourney, and if you don't, okay, a few of us in the room don't. Yeah, Midjourney. I've been using it on Discord. It's basically a tool, an AI tool that helps you create, art. Among other things, ideas and sketches and stuff. And I'll give you an example of how I use that at our company. Hello Pictures, our TV and film division. Part of developing content is we find an idea or a script that we like, and then we develop that script and we come up with, there's a plot point here that we want to change. This, there's not enough emotion in this section that we'd like to adapt. All of that, by the way, we're able to now use ChatGPT for. We're able to literally upload an entire segment of dialogue and say, implement more emotion into this, or add some sarcasm, add a joke, and we can see what it spits out. It's not always great, but sometimes it's fantastic, and it just gets you past the writing block. Now once you've developed the script, Now our job as a development company is to sell that script, that project to a studio like Disney or Fox or Netflix or Hulu, for example. And in most cases, they will pay the production company, which is us, the budget, and then we'll go and actually, and they buy either or they license part of the IP, and there's a deal that takes place. And then moving forward, it's our job to go and make that project, right? And you should talk about what you do in more detail because it really relates to this at some point. Now, one of the bottlenecks in that whole process had been, wow, the script is already pretty expensive. We have to option a script that can be anywhere from 14K, 10K on the low end, or you can option a spec script from a big time writer for $500,000 or for $1 million. It just depends on who you're bringing in. And then you have to create the pitch deck. And if we're doing an animated show or if we're doing an anime, for example, we need to develop the characters and a couple renders of the scenes and what they look like. So Drew, for example, is a young 16-year-old kid. It's an animated movie. He has these glasses, curly hair. He has these 2 water pistols on his side. His arms are way bigger than his tiny head. All of these different things. Or Barry is a young atom who is translucent and he stumbles around and you can see his feelings through his like translucent skin. He's more of a ball with little legs. All of these different kinds of things, we would have to hire designers and content makers to make this stuff, and it's really, really, really expensive. And it's a process that also can take 3 to 6 months to get this concept art put together, and you use that to package your deck and build the package. And so that would really, really slow down the process in the TV and film development world when you're putting together formats, because you really need to help the development executives at the studios understand and visualize what you're showing them, but really understand. And instead of hiring now, there's a guy called David Levy who's incredible, very, very renowned, and he's done artwork for tons of big pictures that you guys will have seen and will have appreciated, incredibly talented. But instead of paying someone like that, tens of, if not hundreds of thousands of dollars and waiting 6 to 8 months to be put into his schedule, I now open up Discord, use Midjourney, and it goes #imagine. I enter the prompt, and I can now say, I want to see a giant dragon floating above 2 skyscrapers with marshmallows raining down from the sky, lightning coming out of his eyes, and a massive tidal wave coming up behind him, right, that's about to wash out his flame. And it can be that detailed, that specific, and I press enter, and within 60 seconds, and even if I specify photorealistic, I have an image or 4 different images that represent that exact scene that I can now download. I can even edit them and respond and say, I like this, but let's add some red stripes down the arms. And I can now download this and use this in my pitch deck to really demonstrate everything. And I have that within a matter of minutes and at 0 cost. I believe it's like $60 a month or something around that margin to use this. It's insane. It takes hundreds of thousands off of my budget. It takes 6 months out of my budget, and this is all using AI. And many of the studios in Hollywood aren't even catching up yet, and they don't even know what it is. So it's an incredibly powerful tool, and that really is a genuine use case that we're using right now.
I mean, if any one of you sends newsletters, I would highly encourage you to try like Midjourney. Like I create newsletters for my startup and I send to people, and I wanted to look distinctive, and I use Midjourney to like create visuals and send with that. Another fun use case, if any one of you have kids, please play with them on Midjourney. Like my son the other day had a dream where he imagined a squid that looked like a tree. And I just put it in the Midjourney and we played around, and I printed a copy of it and made a card, and I'm suddenly the best dad ever. So I would just highly recommend, like especially with like kids, and it's just so much fun, right? And it also has these practical uses, right? Another case of like I would say with GPT that we have found very interesting is like in your industry, there are different budgets. Like you use Movie Magic. There are several other different kind of budget formats, and our software needs to import all these budgets into our format. Now, typically it would take a lot of code where you would have to like figure out each and every format. You would have to create that code in Python, and then finally it would give a certain file format. We started experimenting with ChatGPT, where we would simply tell it, this is the data that has come in. This is the format we want it in. Can you do that? and it's 100% accurate, right? Now, this was still time taking because you still have to copy paste. So you take that data, you have to paste it in the chat GPT window, you get the final result, and you're pasting it back. I don't know if all of you have followed this new release. It released a thing called Code Interpreter. Has anybody heard about it? Okay. So the beauty of that is like people who don't code can now code within ChatGPT. So what it does is like you can straight away upload files in the ChatGPT window. You can ask it to create a Python code, right? It will iterate on that Python code till it makes it perfect, and it will lead to the final output. So the beauty of this is I don't even have to now copy paste data and get it out. I have created like a mini program in a window, right? And I would encourage everyone to just try. I mean, honestly, what we wanted to do was demonstrate it with a computer here, but we can't hook it up. But I would encourage everybody to try that, code interpreter. It has been so fascinating when now like I loved coding in college. I haven't coded in the last 15 years of my life, but now I can code very easily and create like these custom applications. And I think this is going to like increase the productivity of so many people and is going to make coding so accessible.
It's fantastic. And the next stage of that, and I don't know how far out this is. I'm still learning every day. ChatGPT is helping me learn how to use ChatGPT. Also, that's a really cool thing that you can ask it. Is, hey, what do you do? And I was speaking to one of our CTOs at the Hello Group, and we've been consistently, when we develop and build tech companies, it's very similar. We actually, and I'm not sure how you do it, but at least how we've done it. And I came at this, the first tech company I was building was an influencer marketing SaaS-based company. Back in 2015, we were kind of ahead of the curve, and that did payments, that did analytics, data scraping, that did really A to Z for the whole process of influencer marketing. And then we did a demo submission platform called Label Radar, which ended up selling to Beatport. And that was a really cool tech company that really took a snippet, the best part, a chorus of a song, and then had an audience that were able to swipe left or right like Tinder on Label Radar. They didn't know what the song was called or who the artist was. And that would auto rank when the A&Rs came in to look at the different songs that were pitched to the label. It would auto rank the best songs in there, so they already knew what the audience wanted before they signed something, and then they signed it in platform, right? But the way that and we've done a lot of different tech companies since then, all in the remit of entertainment. But the way that we started was I'm a creative, I'm a visionary, and I have a cool idea. Let me draw it on a piece of paper, and I would draw a couple of screens, and then I would contact a UX or a UI designer and have them, bring that to life. I would first come up with a logo and work with a designer for that, and then draw on a piece of paper and take the pictures and literally film myself on a WhatsApp video saying, hi Umar, who was our, UX guy. I want this page to like kind of turn to this side, and really demonstrating from a very, very amateuristic way. And then they would create the UI and UX designs, and we would use that. That would be the very, very starting point to our tech company. And then we'd, connect with a development team who could actually bring that vision to life because they can see it. Very similar to how an executive has to see the pitch in a TV show, right? And our CTO was saying that, moving forward, it's not going to be too long before ChatGPT 4 or whichever version we're on at that point will actually be able to interpret and build code based on a UX and UI brief. You can upload a UX image or an image of UI, and it will really be able to just build that based on the wireframes that you upload and the images, and build you an MVP of a platform like that. I mean, I just built a platform and I spent $600,000 on it, and it's taken, 7 months to get done, and we're not even at MVP stage. Can you imagine the savings and the efficiency and the lack of human error? And then, instead of having a team of 15 developers, you can have maybe 4 or 5 senior developers who can then oversee, supervise, fix the bugs, and get things going. I find it quite truly remarkable.
Yeah, I mean, I think it's a productivity enhancer where like if one person was able to work on one product at a time, they can do 10, I think another area where we have found it like super interesting is like just accuracy. So we, like the entertainment industry has a lot of invoices and receipts, right? And people have to like put it, in an Excel or whatever form, and they have to track. And one thing I like about your industry is they track everything really well. Like they don't let money just go to waste.
Wow, there's a lot of tax credits
Yes.
in the movie business.
Uh, so we built like an AI-based scanning tool to just like scan all the invoices and receipts and automatically like create a sort of log for that. And what we found after using the system we use uses actually OpenAI. We use an OCR plus an OpenAI linkage to that, and we found that that is often more accurate than people. Because think about it, if you have to like take 50 receipts one by one and enter into an Excel, you're bound to make mistakes. But now if you just scan all of them, it's much more accurate, right? And that's like another benefit of AI, where like now that person, instead of like doing that really like uncool work of like making a log, can just review.
You just saved my life. Wow, you just opened my brain. I've been using, does anyone know what Xero is? Like, it's kind of like the European version of QuickBooks.
Yeah.
And there you go. Yeah, and so my CPA firm here actually in California, where our head office is in Hollywood, they don't use Xero. It's very similar to QuickBooks, but the tools are in different places, the links are in different areas, and so they don't want to use it. Fair enough, all good. So I've been doing, my own reconciliation for my own tax for a while. It takes me about an hour and a half, once a month. I just get it done. And when you pull an Amex statement into Xero, you have to bring a statement in, but you have to, and you know what I'm talking about, right? You have to change every minus, right, into a plus manually, line by line, and then every plus into a minus, right? And so every outgoing and inbound transaction you have to manually change so that your accounting software can recognize what it actually is and whether or not it's a deficit in the account or if it's a balance in the account. And I have been doing that manually for the last 4 years, and you just, I don't know why I didn't think about this, but I could literally just put that into ChatGPT, said, turn all the minuses into pluses and spit me back,
Exactly. You should
an
use like
XLRS.
Code Interpreter exactly for this. Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
Wow.
It's yeah, exactly. I just like, to me, like, I think this is such a good opportunity. I know a lot of people like, are also scared of AI, but honestly, I feel like it's a great tool that everybody should just try out, right? You will figure out your own rhythm with it. You will figure out your own exact use case. But like everyone should try it. Like, like the other day, like my wife had to like give a speech, and she was like just waiting to start it. And then
Was it a wedding?
it was just like some facilitation she was getting, and then she just started using ChatGPT, and like that you've heard of that cold start, like it just takes a lot of effort to just fake the first effort. This just reduces the cost of that first effort, right? And it makes it so easy to start writing that that then you write more. Like, for example, I had been postponing sending a newsletter for like 4 months, and one day I was like, okay, I have this idea on Father's Day, let me just think and create with ChatGPT. And then we iterated over it, and it took me 2 hours because I wanted to be like really good, but ultimately I sent it, and I sent it because I got that first draft, and I'm sure like without that first draft it would have taken me like 6 hours, and I would have never done it. So I feel like it's like kind of a real productivity boost that everybody should figure out how to put in different parts of their life, whether it's personal as well.
It does have pros and cons, though, doesn't it?
Yeah.
And
yeah.
we're here to talk about, and it's right there on the screen, the elevating your business strategies in business using, GPT-4. And do we want to touch on some of the negatives that this? Have any of you found that you're a little apprehensive to use this, or you're scared about the development and what it might do, in your industry? Would you like to share that with us?
So I work in regulated spaces, and one of the issues you have with ChatGPT is sometimes it takes things out of context. And depending on the industry, taking things out of context can be problematic. Also, you have to be able to have the receipts in order to understand where that information is coming from. So sometimes when it's less on the creative side and you're looking more for accuracy, that's where I've
A
seen
lack
the
of source
issues.
info sometimes.
Yeah, but one of the things I've done is like used plugins like Web ChatGPT to pull in search results to help build the prompts and bring more up-to-date conversations. And it can also help sometimes with the accuracy. So there are ways to try to, combat the accuracy issue that you're dealing with.
Yeah, I mean, I think what I would recommend to you is like, so in Code Interpreter, you can upload like text files. Like it doesn't need to be just a data file. right? It can be any file. So you can literally tell it that only reference the information in this file and try to like limit it. But I agree. I think I was having the same debate with like another person, and I think I still am not at the place where I will allow it to do automatic decision making. Right? That's a place which I would still say is not there where, you know.
Oh, I watched the documentary on Netflix yesterday about robot weapons and AI. Has anyone seen that? Anyone seen that? Yeah, it's scary. Robots and AI is going to be at some point determining whether or not to take a human life or not. It's quite scary, but
Yeah, I mean, so I hope not. Like I hope we don't.
Well, you'll be up first, man.
But I think, yeah, I don't think it's still at the place where you wanted to give full decision-making power. I think you want to review the content it's creating and then like have someone. It's like the maker checker thing. It's just like, you know, that's the maker, you're the checker.
Yeah, let's talk about a very, very standard pro and con here. The pro is it's saving a lot of monies for businesses like ours. It's helping with efficiency. So long as you're supervising how you use it and you're using it in a smart and responsible way, there are, you know, an enormous number of advantages. Some of the disadvantages, you know, is going to be man force in your team and the reducing of jobs across the board. And we're actually going through, and maybe some of my employees will be hearing it on a live stream for the first time now, but we're going to be going through a major reorganization at Hello. Because there are just tools now that are doing their jobs for them, and it just is the reality of it. And they're doing them 24/7, better than, faster than, and with, you know, a lot less errors too. And so, is anyone else here? Has anyone else experimented with AI scheduling? Show of hands if you have. Okay, I'll give you a tool that maybe will help some of you that I've been experimenting with recently, and I'm a massive advocate for this tool because I've been trying it out for the last couple of weeks. You know, I have a couple of EAs in my office, and we have executives at the company all have EAs, and they do scheduling, they do note taking, they hold calls, they review agreements, some of them. They have a bunch of different, you know, roles and duties at the company. Now, but the bulk of time is really spent on scheduling, figuring out everyone's agendas, especially when it's a larger team of executives, even figuring out everyone's agendas internally and then figuring out an external agenda is really, really difficult. And then note taking, right, and dispersing those notes, but not the confidential notes that you don't want to go to everyone. And there's a lot of intricacies, and that takes a lot of training and understanding. So we have implemented two tools at the Hello Group. One of them is called Otter AI, which is a note-taking AI system. It's really good. You connect it with Microsoft Calendar or whatever calendar you're using, and it will automatically join your Zoom call and just start taking notes. And it will circulate the notes. It will not circulate the notes. It takes complete instruction there. It records an entire transcript. You can keep the audio, and then it summarizes the bullet points of the conversational topics, and you can click back through those. So now for a CEO, when I don't have time to be on every meeting, but I need to recap in certain meetings between executives, whether they're internal or external, I can go back into this. My autopilot is on those calls, and I can click through the headlines of those meetings and just familiarize myself, even speed up the audio playback, even see the pictures that are shared on that screen sharing. It's quite fantastic. And you know, it doesn't. I don't have to worry about if my team is sick or not in the office or running late or anything. The job is always done and always done to the best of the ability. And Otter AI costs me about $20 a month per user. It's insane. Then I combine that with another tool that I've just familiarized myself with and just rolled out company-wide called Clara Labs. And if you don't know what this is, you really should check it out. Clara Labs is an AI scheduling tool. You can actually change her name. So I have Clara at the Hello Group now. It uses my domain, and I connect that into my calendar, and I'm able to brief Clara based on my availability. I can say I want to be available between 10 and 7 p.m. every day, and I'm available for any keyword of these meetings: lunch, dinner, office, whatever. I'm only available between the hours of 1 and 2:30 for lunch, and it knows that lunch for me is at Jardine at the Encore here, and it knows that dinner is at Toca Madera or at the Four Seasons. It knows that already. It's pre-programmed. I've connected it to my Zoom. So every time I say, looping in Clara to set a Zoom for us, Clara will jump in and say, "Thanks, Taylor. Hey, Jonathan, hope you're having a great day. I'd be happy to find time for you and Taylor to talk, and I can specify on Friday or I can specify in the next few weeks." And then it creates a Zoom link, sends the Zoom link on the invite, and it will update everyone 24 hours before the meeting takes place. It knows that I like 10 minutes between every virtual meeting to go to the restroom and get a coffee, and it knows that I like 60 minutes between every in-person meeting to actually ensure that there is time for overages or travel. It's really phenomenal, and it talks like a person. It learns your lingo. It starts talking with you in the same tone as your team. There's a machine learning element to it as well, and it's just fantastic. And it's about $200 for the intermediary plan, where you can change her name, the domain, but not her name. So it's Clara at the Hello Group now. And then it's a little more per seat if you want to add code words. And I could say, looping in Clara to set up a time to meet. I'm traveling for the next few weeks, but let's circle back in a couple of weeks. It will know that my code word, circle back in a couple of weeks, means don't schedule the meeting. I don't want to speak to this guy. And it knows that like inherently without me having to brief it. And it's fantastic. So that right there is an example of how $200 a month, right, per seat, plus $20 a month for Otter AI. We're talking in the 3.5K, and if I add some more seats, 3.5 to 5K range, depending on all these different tools a year, versus my $120,000 a year standard EA rate that we're paying across the board, right? And so the saving, when you're considering that company-wide, is millions of dollars. And they work 24/7. The notes are always available. They're archived in the right place. It's quite fascinating. And when you start to pair up Clara with Otter, and the other day I used an AI lawyer. My counsel are Reed Smith, right? Reed Smith, and when they pay $1,000 an hour, for a California employment lawyer, and we want to talk about how we respond to a certain situation. And normally it's okay, let's get our lawyer on the phone and it's $1,000 an hour. Maybe they have an associate or another partner on the phone with them and it's a couple of grand. Fantastic. And we get based on the law, but it's a suggestive strategy based on their interpretation of the events type of analysis. And then as you execute the strategy, you have to continue asking, so this is what we're planning. Does this look good to you? And the meter just keeps going on, right? I found AI lawyer online. It's $9.99 a week. And I typed in, hey, when you have X going on, what rights does the employer have versus the employee in the state of California? And what are the things that we should be wary of? And what potential damages could we foresee in this scenario? And I hit enter. And within seconds, it says, well, based on the California Labor Code, Article or Act X 2.9 this deems the following, and it gives me a very, very specific output based on the law, not based on interpretation or a strategic ideology from an attorney at a big firm, based on the law, exactly what the law describes would happen in that situation. And then you can actually ask it additional questions that help you strategize your next step, and even ask it to provide you with the language. And you have this in a matter of minutes for $9.99 a week, rather than the $3,000 it would have cost me to be on the phone with my counsel, who are great, by the way, and who are fantastic, but it's not efficient anymore.
Yeah. I mean, I have tried this where I had a question to my lawyer and I fed it to ChatGPT, and they both gave me the same answer. Now, I'm not saying it'll always be the same, but I was just testing and it works. It's also fascinating. Like there were like two other areas where I didn't expect it to be so good. So there is a lot of you may use Reddit. There is a subreddit called Ask Docs, where people can ask questions and actually real doctors reply. And somebody ran an experiment where they took all those questions and they took all the responses that actually doctors had written, and they asked the same questions to ChatGPT, and they got those answers. And then they did a blind test where they would ask people, okay, this is a question, this is the answer. Which answer is correct was one. And the second was, which answer is more empathetic, like which is like, more nicer to the patient. So I think in terms of accuracy, ChatGPT in its current form was 85%, right, which is already pretty good. But in terms of empathy, it was clearly better. Like everyone rated the answers given by ChatGPT as more empathetic than those given by doctors. which is kind of interesting, right? Because like it doesn't get frustrated. It's not in a hurry, right? And it's always nice.
I wish my girlfriend was ChatGPT, but you know it prohibits certain conversations.
Um,
And that's a danger zone, of course. And you know it's a good.
yeah.
That's it. Well, that's part right. That's part of the concern here, and it's a good thing that while we're figuring things out, that there are responsibilities that are limiting certain privileges, if you will, of AI, because AI is going to enter into every sector of the world, and it's going to be, ubiquitous.
Yeah, I mean, I think it's like 1980s and internet has just come. I really think that's revolutionary. And it's just so fast, like every month, every year, we'll just figure out so many new things for it. And I mean, I am just like intrinsically very optimistic about it. But
Likewise.
Yeah.
We have a couple of minutes left. Does anybody have any questions they like to pose to us, or any conversations they like to open up? Sure.
First off, thank you guys for, oh, can you hear me okay?
Yeah.
Okay, perfect. So first off, thank you so much. So do you think the AI in jobs is a zero-sum game, really? If you really think about it, it's going into every single industry. What happens when you can replace individual contributors as well as managers, but yet they cost $9.99 a month, right? So if no one has any money, how can we pay for the AI, right?
I mean, I can share my take.
Go for it.
I don't think it's a zero-sum game. I think it's a tool that will make everybody better. Like, I mean, just from my, we are a small company, we are a startup, like just 5 months in, and we can already, do better because of it. Like we're behaving like a company with, like, I don't know, 10 engineers, even though we only have 2. So I just feel, at least in my particular use case, it just is like a superpower that is given to everybody to do more, do better. So yeah, I don't see it as it's like when the computers came, and I think people were worried, but eventually everybody was able to do more and more.
I share part of that opinion. I also am very wary. My personal belief, I'm not an economist, I'm not a strategist. This is just my personal gut feeling. There are going to be industries that will cease to operate in the way in which they do now. The content and media business is going to be one of them. There is going to be a time where AI replaces songwriters, unfortunately. That is bad for me. I'm a songwriter. I'm a creative guy. I run a music publishing company, which is the leading music publishing company for K-pop in the world at the moment. I'm terrified at what that's going to do. Artwork and graphic artists. How on earth can you justify? I know it's terrible, but how can you justify spending tens of thousands of dollars on graphic design when you can have for $69, you can have exactly what you're looking for in a space of a minute, and you don't have to email anyone. It's very tough. So the creative industries are going to suffer greatly. The assistant industries, the support staff industries, the legal industry is going to suffer greatly. I think the labor intensive industries, factory workers is right in the middle there, because there's going to be a lot of that taken over. But there are things like performers, soccer players, sports industries. Think of industries where it's really physical driven. Those are going to prosper, and they're going to and their profit margins are going to go through the roof, because all of the technical side of those industries are going to be supported now by AI. So some of these industries are going to flourish, and some of them are going to suffer dramatically, and we're going to see that happen in the next 2 to 3 years already, is my belief.
Yeah, thank you guys for your opinions, and I am pro AI. I'm just cautiously optimistic.
Likewise.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Hello, and thank you for the talk. And I first want to share a thing that I saw like 2 weeks ago and have been using a lot. Midjourney is out there, but now they have on Microsoft Bing. You can just ask for an image, then it generates for you like Midjourney was doing, but now it's free for everybody to use, so you can just go there and use for free. And having this in mind, what are your thoughts about but AI, it is creative or not, and how this is going already? Because a lot of people say, no, there's a big difference between the humans. We have creativity, AI doesn't. But when you look at the images that generates, they don't exist in other place. So kind of looks like it's getting there.
Shall I talk to this one?
Yeah, please. Yeah.
Here's the thing. The AI is always using a source, right? At the moment, it is a brain. It's a decentralized brain that uses a source of data that sweeps the entire web, right? Everywhere you can find. And so it's always basing what it creates on some form of inspiration. What I will say is that humans are able to create new, innovative formats, and the format could be a picture, a song, a creation, whatever, an idea of all kinds, without necessarily having to see something that inspires that initially. Your inspiration can be a feeling, it can be whatever. And so there's a difference. But what AI is doing, I would disagree that it's not creative, and I would also disagree that it doesn't aid the humans in creating too, because it can create you. If you have a writer's block, you have a vision block, you don't know where to start, it helps, spark creativity, get you on your way. But the only way that it's not going to take over humans in the creative world right now, and this is my personal opinion, is if there are bills from creative unions that come in and stop that from being the case. And I know in the music business that is the case. I know, across the board that is the case. And I will be championing the use of AI, and I am definitely pro AI, but I do not want to see the complete replacement of an art form that really inspires joy and happiness and entertainment into so many. And so I'm right in the middle. I'm the pro, but I also want to protect the usage and how far we let it go, because at some point it does have the power to replace human creativity altogether. Remember, we are where the web is and where iPhones were. We're 20 years ago right now for AI, and we're already this far ahead, and it learns itself. So where we're going to be in 15 years is going to be a scary place.
The only thing I would say in addition is, like, you've heard that quote, right? Like, if a tree fell in the forest and nobody heard it, did it really fall? So the same thing, like if there is an image which makes you feel good, that you like, then, does it matter that it was built by somebody who was supremely creative, or, like that's how I see with my son.
It
like,
does if the creative is paying for your rent.
True, yeah. But which is personal, right? But like,
right.
When I see with my son, right, who doesn't have this preconceived notions, he just loves the output, right? He's not like and he still builds, he's still drawing, but he loves it. To him, like, I think it still is creative, but yeah, it's a very subjective question in that way.
Yeah, thank you so much.
Good question.
Yeah.
Hello, thank you for the chat. It's very, very nice. I have so few experience with the ChatGPT, but my experience is that really, if you are prepared academically, you can maybe analyze exactly what it is doing, because at some point we discover that sometimes it's not right or is in the wrong way, and that is a risk. How do you think we should manage this if we give those tools to our employees, for example, and they take decisions, and it can impact your business, and that risk is something that I think is there, and I think it could be in the wrong way for the company, and it could be too late to be aware, of. So I'm really worried about it, because sometimes the answers are not what it should be. Yeah. Or maybe it's not in the track or in the strategy of the company. You see? Yeah. So that is really my question. How do you think this could evolve in the near future?
Yeah. So I think it's a great question. I think I would just break it in 2-3 ways. One is like, you're making many decisions in your job and not everything is that critical, right? So you would definitely want to start with the ones where the cost of getting that wrong is low, right? You won't want like something which is like, oh, prepare my, investor report automatically without reviews, but you might. So I think that's the way first I would like break it down. Like, obviously don't use it automatically for the highest cost decision, use it for the smaller ones. The second is like, I think building in some sort of like control mechanisms, because think about it that way, like somebody in your company is still analyzing Excel, but some manager is seeing it before it goes, right? So you always have those control mechanisms where somebody just review the output. And until you are like reasonably confident that, I have done this 10 times over, it's always right, and I don't need to review it anymore, like then you can probably like let it be on autopilot. But I think that's the way I would try. Like, try with smaller things, try it over time, see if it's consistent. If it's consistently correct, great, it's on over. If it's not consistently correct, then probably that's not the right problem. Right. And that's how I would like slowly build my confidence instead of saying, and my whole company's running. Yeah.
ChatGPT will never replace good leadership.
Yeah.
You have to supervise what's going on, and it is your job leading your company to educate your team on what the pros and the potential pitfalls could be of this, and to box in what you allow your employees to use it for. And I think if it's artwork, for example, or if it's I'm not sure what your business is, but if it's for my alcohol company, for inspiration for a new cocktail menu, go for it. There's no right or wrong answer there. That's not going to deter from our strategy. It's not going to create any problems. And so in that regard, have at it. And if, and perhaps there can be policies where reporting to different staff internally or different division heads, where there can be checks. What is the source of this work? Where did the work come from? And there can be various different checkpoints that come through as part of that. But it's going to be up to you to really educate. And we do company, what do we call them? Like at the beginning of every year, you have an annual planning day. We do company retreats. Yeah. And every quarter we do a company retreat, and we leadership discusses, and we present to our team the new tools we're taking on board, the new strategy, the new vision from corporate, the new company values, all of these different things and how we change and shift. And in those particular, and there may be updates to the company handbook as well, and all the different policies in place. And that will be the perfect place to have a very similar like fireside chat, minus the fire, to really educate your team on, we are utilizing this for this, but we do not feel as a corporate leadership body that this and this and this and this and this we can rely on for. And so we encourage you not to do so. And it's as simple as having that chat, I think, and that transparency, because otherwise, you're right, there could be situations where it's even used against you. An AI lawyer, for example, could be used by an employee against their employer. And so those types of things, I would not be trusting my giving seats for AI lawyer to employees who I believe could potentially misuse it or have issues with us. But senior legal guys or division heads, where it can fast track their work, and they've been working with us for long enough. We trust them. There's an inherent bond, and we know that they're pro company, and their job is to protect the company. And of course, we look after our employees too. That is all discretionary and good leadership.
Yeah. And that things you made the point, and I was putting the example of the company, and it's not to sound bad, but what I think is that you have to be academically prepared in some way at some point, at some level, so you can use it in the right way. And that comes to the point that you said, is education. We need to educate, because if you see it in the whole world, this is going to be used in any way. Yeah. So that's my scare, and that I think is a risk.
Yeah, I mean, I think people are going to use it sooner than later, and therefore like preparing them, to use it in the right way is like more proactive path. Like, like if you still haven't told your employees how to use it, I'm sure somebody's using it in some way.
Yeah.
Educate, good leadership.
That's it.
Yeah, that's it. Thank you for your question.
Thank you.
And thank you, everybody.
Yeah. Thank you, everyone.
Hope you enjoyed the panel. We'll be around for a little while too.
Yeah. Thank you.
Thank you so much for your insights, panelists. That was a very engaging discussion. It's useful to know which way this trend is headed. Now, the amazing achievements of some of the remarkable leaders present have helped advance the field of IT and tech. Internet 2.0 Conference is thrilled to express our heartfelt gratitude to these remarkable visionaries in our edition's final recognition session. But first, we would like to recognize one of our silver sponsors, Sakai Dozier, CEO and founder of Vernacular Games. And we have David Pershika here to present the awards to him. All right. Would you like to say a few words? I'm sorry? Oh. I'm sorry. With the award for the appreciation, I just announced it for the sponsor. Yeah. Well, yes, yes. Well, I said both. I'm so sorry. 2 and 1.
But yeah, well, what I can say is when I first heard about this conference, when I was poked, they basically, poked me on LinkedIn. It was like, you were nominated for things. Like, what? What was I nominated for? Why? But then I dug in and I saw a bunch of the videos on YouTube and saw a bunch of visionaries and leaders talking about different things in the internet space. And I was like, well, I could get behind this. And so I decided to put my chips on the table and throw some money in on this. But I wanted to also say to the people that supported me getting Vernacular Games up off the ground, that's my company, by the way. Thank you. And there's a lot of them. There's my family, my brother, my sister, my mom, my dad. They all supported me pretty much throughout the whole thing, even when I was making some stupid decisions, just trying to figure out what to do. But also, I'm making a special thank you to a, let's say, found family. Some people I ran into while I was in Jacksonville, because I had to do something to bootstrap the company. And I took up a job as an electrician at Jack's Electrical Contractors. I wanted to say thank you to that crew, because they were people that were willing to give me a chance when no one else would. And that follows with the ethos of Vernacular Games, because we want to give a chance to the people who won't get that chance. And as far as this conference is concerned, I am super happy with everything I've seen here. A mixing of different ideas, different professions, different thought paradigms, and I'm seeing the evolution, the future being written day by day in the conversations that everyone is having here. So I would love to see this happen again. Bigger, better, and uncut. I know we had a few rough spots along the way. I mean, I missed my award a couple times. That's kind of on me. But that's what we're about. We make mistakes, we learn from them, and we step ahead on the corpses of our dead bodies. I'm sorry. We step ahead on those mistakes. Fail upward, as it were. Anyway, thank you for the award. I very much appreciate it. And thank you for the chance to meet all of these amazing people, and be exposed to all of these new and interesting thought paradigms. Appreciate it.
Thank you so much, Sakai. And congratulations. And thank you to all of our sponsors. All right, now we are going to go into the rest of the recognition awards. Our first recipient is the lead software developer at Festival Pass LLC, utilizing his diverse skill set to tackle innovative challenges. Please welcome Bryant Campbell to the stage.
Thank you guys so very much. I just wanted to just very, very briefly express my gratitude and just my humility, for this. Like, I didn't even know who nominated me for this award. So I'm one of those guys that always kind of keeps his head down. I always keep my head down, get to work, show up. You do one task every day and it all snowballs into, a monumental big rock that you've moved along the way. And yeah, I like to think that, yeah, we've accomplished a lot. I'm just grateful for just being recognized for the work that I've done silently for years. So thank you guys so very much. Thank you.
You'll go that way with your award. Congratulations.
Congratulations, Bryant. Our next award recipient is the Director of Academic Planning at Federal Polytechnic, ICAO, and MD and CEO of Jelly Engineering Enterprise. Please give a round of applause for Engineer Dijimiti Innocent Eteli. All right, we will be accepting the award on behalf of them. Our next recipient is a PhD candidate in industrial engineering at Texas Tech University. May I please have a round of applause for Gabrielle Cacao.
Congratulations.
All right, thank you so much for the recognition, for the award, for the opportunity to be here. I love the conference. I think I made great connections. The network is amazing. All the sections were amazing too. And it's really nice to be able, as a PhD candidate, to be here and share all these ideas, because what I do actually is trying to get my research to the industry, because a lot of the research that we have, they just stay in academia and never become something that people can actually use. So seeing how to get the research area into the startup world is amazing, and I think this is a great opportunity to learn a lot. So thank you so much.
Congratulations. Our next award recipient is the Vice President of Growth and Customer Experience at MindTickle, renowned for his extensive expertise in digital marketing, account management, marketing automation, customer marketing, and success and organizational management. And I believe this individual is going to have a video to accept their award, and this award is going to Adrian Chang.
Hello there. My name is Adrian Chang. I lead growth and customer experience here at MindTickle. I want to say thank you so much for this recognition. I'm truly, truly honored to be recognized among the other honorees. I'm really sorry that I cannot be there. I am currently on vacation and was unable to make the trip to Vegas. Enjoy the conference. Again, thank you on behalf of myself and the team at MindTickle for the recognition, and enjoy the event.
I'm sorry. He's not here because he's on vacation. This is mine. I'm keeping this. Wow. Wow.
All right, our next award recipient works as a machine learning engineering manager at Meta, leading the Facebook video recommendations ranking team, building deep learning personalization models for billions of users. May I please have a round of applause for Amy Ajit Parobo Dawatker. And we will be accepting on behalf of Amy.
I have 2 awards now.
Our next award recipient is the Chief Technology Officer at Denoma Software, which is a highly accomplished technology executive with a proven track record of success in leading innovation and driving business growth. May I please welcome Bina Jacob to the stage. And we will be accepting the award on behalf of Bina.
Apparently they all went on vacation together.
They didn't invite us. All right, our next award recipient is the CTO of iSage Brum Technologies Private Limited. May I please have a warm welcome for Burju Gajar. We will be accepting on behalf of Burju. Congratulations. Our next award recipient is the CEO of TouchStack Technologies and is a seasoned project manager and experienced engineer specializing in agile software development practices. Please welcome Brian Ajechi Ochewama to the stage. All right, congratulations, Brian. We will accept on your behalf. Our next award recipient is a lead data scientist at Tech, specializing in biometrics, database systems, algorithms, data science, machine learning, and artificial intelligence. Please welcome Devintra Arya to the stage. Vacation. We will be accepting on behalf of Devintra. The next award recipient is a game and extended reality developer with a proven track record of leadership and product development across several cross-cultural and cross-functional teams. Please welcome Joshua Ajayi to the stage. Joshua couldn't be here, so we will accept on his behalf.
I think they got a group rate on the cruise.
Our next recipient is going to have a video.
Hi, my name is Khadija Kamara. I'm CEO of Psychogen and CTO of EY Hydrogen. I just want to thank the conference Internet 2.0 for this recognition. I'm very honored and I'm really happy to receive again the Outstanding Leadership Award in Las Vegas. And I'm really, really happy that my work is recognized in the United States. Thank you so much. I want to dedicate this award to my family and my colleagues of EY Hydrogen. Thank you, the organization team, for this recognition. And this award will not stop me to work. It allows me to get more motivation to continue to work to reach the aims about climate change and the decarbonization of continents, of towns, and to have a better world. Thank you so much.
Congratulations to Kanditao Kamara. Our next recipient is a founder and CEO of Montblanc AI, and they are also going to be doing a video. Please give it up for Marcus Gerster.
Yeah, thank you so much for that award. I wish I could be there in person. I'm extremely honored to receive that award. Just sending this video message alongside, and I think besides being extremely excited about receiving that award, I think I want to leave with a couple of things that I believe makes a good leader, and there are kind of three categories. One is really empowering, but you basically put your organizational diagram upside down. It's really the leaders have to serve their team, and it's all about fostering creativity, innovation, and collaboration within that team. The second big aspect about a leader, I think it's to have a strong conviction about a strategy, but that kind of is loosely held. And what I mean by this, since at Montblanc AI we're a startup, it's really important to have a clear direction and an effective vision. But what's at least equally important is to be really honest and transparent with the team, with everybody that you're working with, because that vision, that's really just going to be changing over time. And you really have to be flexible and adaptable, and everybody in the team has to understand that and shape that strategy together with the leadership team. The third point here, I think, is sort of paying attention. And that's really where you start with listening. You start with listening first, really pay careful attention to what people are saying, kind of reading between the lines, not just understanding the words that they're speaking, but also the body language, the emotions, what they're going through, so to really understand the people in the full context. And it really makes it worthwhile to build a more effective team in the end. So I think all of those things together, makes a good leader, and we are super happy at Montblanc AI to be able to establish that culture, where we build a team of highly effective individuals, where we can really deliver on the future of artificial intelligence for manufacturing.
Congratulations. And our next award recipient is the Chief Information Officer at Benefit Marketing Allies, bringing his expertise from diverse industries and entrepreneurial ventures. Please welcome Toby Buckaloo to the stage. Toby couldn't be with us today, so we will be accepting the award on behalf of Toby. And our next award is going to an organization with groundbreaking Jet Suite technology, and they are making hands-free flight a reality. Their fully functional systems demonstrate tethered hovering, and they are working towards accessible personal flight. On behalf of this organization, Andrea Gianni is going to receive the award for XVolar. Is Andrea here with us? Oh, well, we will be accepting on behalf of Andrea. All right, our last two recipients are going to be videos. I'm going to announce their names beforehand. Our first recipient is going to be Bhavna Sethi.
Ladies and gentlemen, esteemed guests, and fellow leaders, first and foremost, let me express my sincerest gratitude for being honored with this outstanding leadership award. I am deeply humbled by this recognition. Leadership is not about titles or achievements. It's about fostering growth, nudging people outside their comfort zone, giving them a safe space to learn and grow, and about trust and transparency. I firmly believe that leadership is a collective effort. This recognition is a testament to the incredible people I have had the privilege to work with over the course of my career. The true measure of leadership lies in the lives we touch, the hearts we inspire, and the future leaders we nurture. To my mentors, my managers over the years, my personal board of directors, thank you for challenging me beyond my limits, for believing in me when I doubted myself, and for guiding me with all your wisdom and expertise. Your guidance has been invaluable, and I am forever grateful for your unwavering faith in my abilities. I would also like to extend a heartfelt appreciation to my teams over the years. Their commitment, their passion, their dedication, their collective brilliance are the true driving forces behind the successes. I've been privileged to hire and lead extraordinary groups of individuals over the years. Leadership is a continuous process of learning and growth. I represent myself not as a finished product, but as a work in progress. This award is not an endpoint, but rather a stepping stone towards deeper connections and more profound impact. In a world that often seems divided, leadership has the power to unite. And I am grateful to be on this journey where we can build inclusive communities and companies, foster collaboration, and create lasting positive change. In conclusion, let me once again express my deepest gratitude for this incredible honor. May we all continue to lead with warmth, passion, authenticity, empathy, and a deep sense of purpose that's aligned with our values. Thank you.
Congratulations to Bhavna. Our next award recipient is Subham
Good afternoon,
Hadya,
ladies and
and they are also doing
It
a
is
video presentation.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. It is truly a privilege and an honor to receive this prestigious award today for outstanding leadership in healthcare as the CEO of Tidbit. The credit for this award is undoubtedly shared amongst all the leaders at the company. And so first and foremost, I want to recognize and thank my closest friends and co-founders, Dr. Sparsha and Nilay Shah. We co-founded Tidbit with the mission of simplifying medical research communication. And since then, Tidbit has changed how millions of researchers and doctors at leading universities and academic institutions now share and consume medical research. And it could not have been possible without the uncompromising dedication from the entire leadership team. So big thanks to both of you. And I also want to thank my parents for their ongoing support, sacrifices, and motivation. They've allowed me to pursue my dream, and I owe every ounce of gratitude to both of them for that. Thank you, Mommy, and thank you, Papa, for everything. And I also want to thank my partner, Rennie, for believing in me even in times where I doubted myself. She has been extremely supportive, understanding, and constantly drives me to push through new heights. So for all that, thank you, honey. And finally, I want to thank the Health 2.0 conference for providing recognition to me on a global platform for my contributions to the healthcare community. Now, while I'm extremely proud of this achievement, I'm even more excited to continue to take Tidbit to higher heights in the future and exponentially increase its impact to billions in the coming years. Thank you everyone for bearing with my long speech, but I'll be sure to have it summarized in a tidbit for you on the website. Have a fantastic conference and a rest of the evening.
Congratulations to all of the winners. Your stories, your winnings, and everything that you've inspired everyone in this room and in this conference have been worthwhile and invaluable.
Absolutely. And before we close this conference, I just wanted to take a quick moment to acknowledge, first of all, our AV crew. Without them, your presentations, the lighting, the sound, none of that would have happened. Incredible work that they do all day long. Also, within this room yourself, they may not have been as visible to you, but they've been doing so much work behind the scenes. Our assistant is Riley. So Riley has been in the room working all week. And our room leader, Danielle. And Danielle, our room leader as well. He's been running everything behind the scenes as well. And last but not least, our absolute incredible hostess for this week, who has made this such a professional, amazing experience. Thank you for everything. Yeah, oh, Kalaya, I'm sorry, I thought you knew her by now. Yeah, Kalaya. Yeah, thank you so much. You're really incredible. Yes.
And no one's given an award to David yet, but he deserves an award for putting this all together and having all of us, taking care of us, and making sure that everybody is happy and has everything they need, and making sure we all got our lunches.
Yeah, there you go.
Yeah, thank you.
Thank you. Thank
You're a
you all.
superstar.
And big hand for yourself. Thank you so much for attending. We hope to see you next time as well.
All right, Lila signing off, and we will see you next year.